Equanimitas by Sir William Osler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Equanimitas. Footnote. Valedictory Address, University of Pennsylvania, May 1st, 1889. End footnote. To many, the frost of custom has made even these imposing annual ceremonies cold and lifeless. To you, at least of those present, they should have the solemnity of an ordinance, called as you are this day to a high dignity and to so weighty an office and charge. You have chosen your genius, have passed beneath the throne of necessity, and with the voices of the fatal sisters still in your ears, will soon enter the plain of forgetfulness, and drink of the waters of its river. Ere you are driven all manner of ways, like the souls in the tale of Air the Pamphylian. Footnote. The Republic, Book 10. End footnote. It is my duty to say a few words of encouragement, and to bid you, in the name of the faculty, Godspeed on your journey. I could have the heart to spare you, poor careworn survivors of a hard struggle, so lean and pale and leaden-eyed with study. And my tender mercy constrains me to consider but two of the score of elements which may make or mar your lives, which may contribute to your success, or help you in the days of failure. In the first place, in the physician or surgeon, no quality takes rank with imperturbability, and I propose for a few minutes to direct your attention to this essential bodily virtue. Perhaps I may be able to give those of you, in whom it has not developed during the critical scenes of the past month, a hint or two of its importance, possibly a suggestion for its attainment. Imperturbability means coolness and presence of mind under all circumstances, calmness amid storm, clearness of judgment in moments of grave peril, immobility, impassiveness, or, to use an old and expressive word, phlegm. It is the quality which is most appreciated by the laity, though often misunderstood by them, and the physician who has the misfortune to be without it, who betrays indecision and worry, and who shows that he is flustered and flurried in ordinary emergencies, loses rapidly the confidence of his patients. In full development, as we see it in some of our older colleagues, it has the nature of a divine gift, a blessing to the possessor, a comfort to all who come in contact with him. You should know it well, for there have been before you for years several striking illustrations, whose example has, I trust, made a deep impression. As imperturbability is largely a bodily endowment, I regret to say that there are those amongst you who, owing to congenital defects, may never be able to acquire it. Education, however, will do much, and with practice and experience the majority of you may expect to attain to a fair measure. The first essential is to have your nerves well in hand. Even under the most serious circumstances, the physician or surgeon who allows his outward action to demonstrate the native act and figure of his heart in complement externe, who shows in his face the slightest alteration expressive of anxiety or fear, has not his medullary centers under the highest control, and is liable to disaster at any moment. I have spoken of this to you on many occasions, and have urged you to educate your nerve centers so that not the slightest dilator or contractor influence shall pass to the vessels of your face under any professional trial. Far be it from me to urge you, ere time has carved with his hours those fair brows, to quench on all occasions the blushes of ingenuous shame, but in dealing with your patients, emergencies demanding these should certainly not arise, and at other times an inscrutable face may prove a fortune. In a true and perfect form, imperturbability is indissolubly associated with wide experience and an intimate knowledge of the varied aspects of disease. With such advantages, he is so equipped that no eventuality can disturb the mental equilibrium of the physician. The possibilities are always manifest and the course of action clear. From its very nature, this precious quality is liable to be misinterpreted, and the general accusation of hardness, so often brought against the profession, has here its foundation. Now, a certain measure of insensibility is not only an advantage, but a positive necessity in the exercise of a calm judgment, and in carrying out delicate operations. Keen sensibility is doubtless a virtue of high order when it does not interfere with steadiness of hand or coolness of nerve, but for the practitioner in his working day world, a callousness which thinks only of the good to be effected, and goes ahead regardless of smaller considerations, is the preferable quality. Cultivate, then, gentlemen, such a judicious measure of obtuseness as will enable you to meet the exigencies of practice with firmness and courage, without at the same time hardening the human heart by which we live. In the second place, there is a mental equivalent to this bodily endowment, which is as important in our pilgrimage as imperturbability. Let me recall to your minds an incident related of that best of men and wisest of rulers, Antoninus Pius, who, as he lay dying in his home at Lorium in Etruria, summed up the philosophy of life in the watchword equanimitas. As for him, about to pass flammantia minima mundi, the flaming rampart of the world, so for you, fresh from Clotho's spindle, a calm equanimity is the desirable attitude. How difficult to attain, yet how necessary in success as in failure. Natural temperament has much to do with its development, but a clear knowledge of our relation to our fellow creatures and to the work of life is also indispensable. One of the first essentials in securing a good-natured equanimity is not to expect too much of the people amongst whom you dwell. Knowledge comes, but wisdom lingers, and in matters medical the ordinary citizen of today has not one whit more sense than the old Romans, whom Lucian scourged for a credulity which made them fall easy victims to the quacks of the time, such as the notorious Alexander, whose exploits make one wish that his advent had been delayed some 18 centuries. Deal gently, then, with this deliciously credulous old human nature in which we work, and restrain your indignation when you find your pet parson has triturates at the 1000th potentiality in his waistcoat pocket, or you discover accidentally a case of Werner's safe cure in the bedroom of your best patient. It must needs be that offences of this kind come. Expect them, and do not be vexed. Curious, odd compounds are these fellow creatures at whose mercy you will be, full of fads and eccentricities, of whims and fancies. But the more closely we study their little foibles of one sort and another, in the inner life which we see, the more surely is the conviction borne in upon us of the likeness of their weaknesses to our own. The similarity would be intolerable, if a happy egotism did not often render us forgetful of it. Hence the need of an infinite patience and of an ever tender charity toward these fellow creatures. Have they not to exercise the same toward us? A distressing feature in the life which you are about to enter, a feature which will press hardly upon the finer spirits among you, and ruffle their equanimity, is the uncertainty which pertains not alone to our science and arts, but to the very hopes and fears which make us men. In seeking absolute truth we aim at the unattainable, and must be content with finding broken portions. You remember in the Egyptian story how Typhon with his conspirators dealt with good Osiris, how they took the virgin Truth, hewed her lovely form into 1,000 pieces, and scattered them to the 4 winds. And, as Milton says, from that time ever since, the sad friends of truth, such as durst appear, imitating the careful search that Isis made for the mangled body of Osiris, went up and down, gathering up limb by limb still as they could find them. We have not yet found them all. Footnote: Areopagitica. End footnote. But each one of us may pick up a fragment, perhaps 2, and in moments when mortality weighs less heavily upon the spirit, we can, as in a vision, see the form divine, just as a great naturalist, an Owen or a Leidy, can reconstruct an ideal creature from a fossil fragment. It has been said that in prosperity our equanimity is chiefly exercised in enabling us to bear with composure the misfortunes of our neighbours. Now, while nothing disturbs our mental placidity more sadly than straitened means, and the lack of those things after which the Gentiles seek, I would warn you against the trials of the day soon to come to some of you, the day of large and successful practice. Engrossed late and soon in professional cares, getting and spending, you may so lay waste your powers that you may find, too late, with hearts given away, that there is no place in your habit-stricken souls for those gentler influences which make life worth living. It is sad to think that for some of you there is in store disappointment, perhaps failure. You cannot hope, of course, to escape from the cares and anxieties incident to professional life. Stand up bravely even against the worst. Your very hopes may have passed on out of sight, as did all that was near and dear to the patriarch at the Jabbok Ford, and like him you may be left to struggle in the night alone. Well for you if you wrestle on, for in persistency lies victory, and with the morning may come the wished-for blessing. But not always. There is a struggle with defeat which some of you will have to bear, and it will be well for you in that day to have cultivated a cheerful equanimity. Remember, too, that sometimes from our desolation only does the better life begin. Even with disaster ahead and ruin imminent, it is better to face them with a smile and with the head erect than to crouch at their approach. And if the fight is for principle and justice, even when failure seems certain where many have failed before, cling to your ideal, and like Childe Roland before the Dark Tower, set the slughorn to your lips, blow the challenge, and calmly await the conflict. It has been said that in patience ye shall win your souls. And what is this patience but an equanimity which enables you to rise superior to the trials of life? Sowing as you shall do beside all waters, I can but wish that you may reap the promised blessing of quietness and of assurance forever, until within this life, though lifted o'er its strife, you may in the growing winters glean a little of that wisdom which is pure, peaceable, gentle, full of mercy and good fruits, without partiality and without hypocrisy. The past is always with us, never to be escaped. It alone is enduring. But amidst the changes and chances which succeed one another so rapidly in this life, we are apt to live too much for the present and too much in the future. On such an occasion as the present, when the alma mater is in festal array, when we joy in her growing prosperity, it is good to hark back to the olden days and gratefully to recall the men whose labors in the past have made the present possible. The great possession of any university is its great names. It is not the pride, pomp, and circumstance of an institution which bring honor, not its wealth, nor the number of its schools, not the students who throng its halls, but the men who have trodden in its service the thorny road through toil, even through hate, to the serene abode of fame, climbing like stars to their appointed height. These bring glory, and it should thrill the heart of every alumnus of this school, of every teacher in its faculty, as it does mine this day, reverently and thankfully to recall such names among its founders as Morgan, Shippen, and Rush, and such men amongst their successors as Wistar, Physic, Barton, and Wood. Gentlemen of the faculty, noblesse oblige. And the sad reality of the past teaches us today in the freshness of sorrow at the loss of friends and colleagues, hid in death's dateless night. We miss from our midst one of your best-known instructors, by whose lessons you have profited, and whose example has stimulated many. An earnest teacher, a faithful worker, a loyal son of this university, a good and kindly friend, Edward Bruin has left behind him, amid regrets at a career untimely closed, the memory of a well-spent life. We mourn today also, with our sister college, the grievous loss which she has sustained in the death of one of her most distinguished teachers, a man who bore with honor an honored name, and who added luster to the profession of this city. Such men as Samuel W. Gross can ill be spared. Let us be thankful for the example of a courage which could fight and win, and let us emulate the zeal, energy, and industry which characterized his career. Personally, I mourn the loss of a preceptor, dear to me as a father, the man from whom more than any other I received inspiration, and to whose example and precept I owe the position which enables me to address you today. There are those present who will feel it no exaggeration when I say that to have known Palmer Howard was, in the deepest and truest sense of the phrase, a liberal education. Whatever way my days decline, I felt and feel, though left alone, his being working in mine own the footsteps of his life in mine. While preaching to you a doctrine of equanimity, I am myself a castaway. Recking not my own rede, I illustrate the inconsistency which so readily besets us. One might have thought that in the premier school of America, in this civitas Hippocratica, with associations so dear to a lover of his profession, with colleagues so distinguished, and with students so considerate, one might have thought, I say, that the Hercules pillars of a man's ambition had here been reached. But it has not been so ordained, and today I sever my connection with this university. More than once, gentlemen, in a life rich in the priceless blessings of friends, I have been placed in positions in which no words could express the feelings of my heart. And so it is with me now. The keenest sentiments of gratitude well up from my innermost being at the thought of the kindliness and goodness which have followed me at every step during the past 5 years. A stranger, I cannot say an alien, among you, I have been made to feel at home. More you could not have done. Could I say more? Whatever the future may have in store of success or of trials, nothing can blot the memory of the happy days I have spent in this city, and nothing can quench the pride I shall always feel at having been associated, even for a time, with a faculty so notable in the past, so distinguished in the present, as that from which I now part. Gentlemen, farewell, and take with you into the struggle the watchword of the good old Roman, Equanimitas. End of Equanimitas by Sir William Osler.
Chapter 1 of the Al-Quran of Muhammad, translated out of Arabic into French and newly Englished by Alexander Ross, London, 1649. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abu Jalal, Nicholas James Bridgewater. The Al-Quran of Muhammad, Chapter 1. The chapter of the preface, containing 7 verses, written at Mecca. In the name of God, gracious and merciful. Praised be God, gracious and merciful, King of the day of judgment. It is thee whom we adore. It is from thee we require help. Guide us in the right way, and in the way of them thou hast gratified, against whom thou hast not been displeased, and we shall not be misled. End of chapter 1 of the Al-Quran of Muhammad, translated by Alexander Ross, read by Abu Jalal. Chapter 12, the chapter of Joseph, from the Al-Quran of Muhammad, translated out of Arabic into French and newly Englished by Alexander Ross, London, 1649. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abu Jalal. Chapter 12, the chapter of Joseph, containing 113 verses, written at Mecca. In the name of God, gracious and merciful. I am the merciful God. These signs are the signs of the book, which distinguisheth good from evil. We have caused to descend from heaven the Al-Quran, written in the Arabic tongue, peradventure ye will learn it. I deliver unto thee in the Al-Quran one of the best things that I have inspired into thee. Thou wert before the coming thereof in the number of the ignorant. Remember thou that Joseph said to his father, My father, I saw in a dream 11 stars, the sun and the moon, I saw them adoring me. My son, said his father, discover not thy dream to thy brothers, they will conspire against thee. The devil is an open enemy to men. Thou shalt be elected of the Lord in this world. He shall teach thee the explication of dreams. He shall accomplish his grace upon thee, and upon the lineage of Jacob, and he did accomplish it upon thy fathers, Abraham and Isaac. The Lord knoweth all things, and is most wise. The history of Joseph shall serve for example to posterity. Remember thou how his brothers said, Our father loveth our brother Joseph more than all us together. He is in exceeding great error. Let us kill Joseph, and cast him into some secret place remote from us. His absence will render the face of our father most gentle towards us. After his death we will be converted. One of them said, You shall not do well to kill him, but cast him into the well. Some passengers will take him, and carry him into an unknown country. They said to their father, Father, wherefore dost thou not send Joseph into the fields with us? We will be very careful, he shall sport and recreate himself. I fear, said he, that ye will neglect to preserve him. Dost thou fear, said they, that a wolf should devour him in our presence, and that we want strength to defend him? In the morning they led him with them, and cast him into a well. We inspired him to prophesy to them what should befall them for their mischief they acted, but they wanted knowledge to comprehend it. They in the evening returned to their father's house with eyes full of dissembled tears, and said unto him, Father, we sported and ran who should run the best. Joseph remained with our baggage. A wolf came that devoured him. Thou wilt not believe us, although we speak the truth. Then they shewed him his shirt, which they had sprinkled with blood. It is you that hath done it, said he. You shall answer it before God. He is my protector, and was patient without lamenting. There passed that day, note the Levantines well, a caravan, a number of persons travelling together. A caravan near to that well, who desiring to draw water to drink, let down a bucket, on which Joseph took hold to get out. They gave him clothes, led him away secretly, and sold him at a good rate for ready money. They would not kill him, in which they were honest men. He that bought him in Egypt commanded his wife to have care of him, that he might one day be useful for their service, and be to them instead of a son. Thus did we establish Joseph in the country of Egypt, and taught him the exposition of dreams. Thy Lord is omnipotent, but few men know him. When Joseph came to the age of manhood, we gave him knowledge and prudence. Thus do we regard the righteous. His master's wife became amorous of his beauty. She one day shut him into her chamber, and solicited him with love. God defend me, said he, to betray my master, and be unchaste. He was in the number of the righteous, and fled to the door. His mistress ran after him, and to stay him tore his shirt through the back. She met her husband behind the door, to whom she said, What other thing doth he merit, who would difhonour thine houfe, than to be imprifoned, and feverely chaftifed? Lord, faid Joseph, fhe folicited me, that infant which is in the cradle, and of thy parentage fhall be witnefs. Then the infant in the cradle said, If Joseph's shirt be torn before, fhe hath spoken truth, and Joseph is a liar. If the shirt be rent behind, Joseph hath delivered the truth, and fhe a lie. Then her husband beheld Joseph's shirt torn behind, and knew that it was extreme malice, and said to Joseph, Take heed to thy self, and beware this act be not divulged. Do thou, fpeaking to his wife, implore pardon for thy fault, thou art truly guilty. The women of the city said among themselves, that the rich man's wife was amorous of his slave, and that fhe had solicited his love, and had erred from the right way, which fhe understanding made them an exceeding fair feast, and caused Joseph to enter the parlour where they fate. While they carved their meat, they were fo furprized and entangled with Joseph's beauty, that they inftead of carving their meat, cut their fingers. O God, faid they, this is not a man, but an Angel. Then said fhe unto them, Behold him whom I loved with fo much paffion. She another time importuned him, to fatisfie her defire, and perceiving that he would not condefcend to her will, menaced him with the prifon, and to make him miferable. O God, said Joseph, I had rather be a prifoner, than do what fhe defireth. Deliver me from her malice, defend me from inclining to her lubricity, and from being in the number of the wicked. His Lord heard his prayer, he underftandeth and knoweth all things. This woman, feeling Joseph's refolution, judged it requifite to imprifon him for some time. He was put prifoner with 2 men, one of which told him that he had dreamed that he pressed grapes to make wine. The other said that he dreamed that he carried bread upon his head, which the birds did eat. They demanded of him the interpretation of their dreams, because he feemed to them to be a good man. He said to them, Before ye break faft, I will interpret your dreams. I will firft tell you what God hath taught me, and how I quit and abandon the law of the Infidels, and embrace the law of our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. We ought not to worfhip many gods. Such as believe in the unity of God are endued with his grace, but few men give him thanks. O prifoners, who hath more power, idols, or one fole God, who is omnipotent? The gods which ye adore are but idols, whom ye and your fathers call by fuch a name, as feemeth good to you. Ye have no reafon to worfhip them. God doth not enjoyn you this, he commandeth you to worfhip him alone. This is the right way. But the greateft part of the world of this are ignorant. O prifoners, the one of you fhall give wine to drink to his mafter, the other fhall be hanged, the birds fhall feed on his head. The interpretation ye have required fhall be accomplished. He befought him that should be saved, to remember him when he should be near to his Mafter, but the devil caused him to lofe the remembrance of Joseph, who remained prifoner the fpace of 9 years. At that time the king of Egypt saw in a dream 7 fat kine, which 7 lean kine devoured, and 7 green ears of corn, with 7 dry ears, of which he required the interpretation of his doctors. They answered, that the dream was very obscure, and that they knew not the interpretation. The prisoner that had been set at liberty said that he would forthwith give the interpretation of the dream, remembered Joseph, and calling him unto him, said, O righteous man, explain unto us what is the signification of 7 fat kine devoured by 7 lean, and 7 green ears of corn, and as many dry. Peradventure I shall return to the king and his people, and they shall understand the interpretation of this dream. Ye shall sow the earth 7 years following, which shall abound in fruits. Preserve your harvest in the ears, and take only what shall be necessary for life. After this there shall come 7 years barren and unfruitful, in which the people shall suffer much. The king of Egypt, having learned the interpretation of this dream, commanded to call Joseph. The messenger said unto him, O Joseph, return to thy master, and require of him the meaning of the women who did cut their fingers. He hath knowledge of their malice, hath caused them to assemble, and demanded of them what was their design, when they solicited thee with love. They answered, they knew no sin in thee, and his wife confessed the truth, saying, she had importuned thee, but that thou art a very just man. Joseph answered, by this it appears that I am no traitor to my master in his absence. God guideth not traitors. I will not say I am a man without sin. The spirit of man inclineth to evil, except such to whom God hath given his particular grace. He is gracious and merciful to whom seemeth good to him. The king, having talked with Joseph, entered him into the number of his domestics, and made him superintendent of his revenues. Note, all the revenues of the crown, because he knew him to be a man of spirit, faithful and thrifty. We, by our especial grace, established Joseph in the country of Egypt, where he did what seemed good to him. I deprive not the righteous of their reward on earth. The recompense of the other world is greater for them that believe in my law, and have my fear before their eyes. The brethren of Joseph returned to buy corn. He said to them, when ye shall come again, bring with you your young brother by the father. You shall find I will make you good measure, and lodge well my guests. If you bring him not, there shall be no corn for you. Approach not this kingdom without him. They answered, Lord, his father loveth him exceedingly, nevertheless we shall endeavour to perform what thou enjoinest us. He commanded his servants to put their money for corn in the bottoms of his brethren's sacks. Perhaps, said he, they will return, or acknowledge this favour when they shall come into their country. When they arrived at their father, they said, Father, there is no more corn for us, if our young brother go not with us. If he go thither, we shall have good measure, and we will be careful of him. You will be careful, said he, as you were heretofore of your brother Joseph. God will defend him better than you. He is the merciful of the merciful. When they poured forth their corn, they found their money at the bottoms of their sacks, and said, Our father, What shall we desire more? Our money is restored to us, and we have bread for our family. Permit that our brother go with us, we shall have better measure. This is a small thing to the King of Egypt. I will not send him with you, unless ye all swear before God to bring him back again, if there be no great impediment. They swore to fulfill his will. Then said he, I take God to be witness of your oath, O my sons, enter not all together into the city, but go in at several gates, to the end the people may not be jealous of you. God commandeth what to him seemeth good. I rely on him. All true believers ought to resign themselves to his divine will. They entered the city as their father enjoined them, to content him. Being arrived before Joseph, he took his little brother by the hand, and said to him, Trouble not thyself for what shall become of thy brethren. Having filled their sacks, he caused a cup adorned with precious stones to be put into the sack of his little brother, caused it to be given out that they of the caravan had stolen the king's cup, and sent men after them to search. Those strangers protested they saw it not, and that they came not into Egypt to steal, that they were sureties for each other, and that he who had stolen it deserved punishment. The cup was found in the sack of his young brother. He caused him to be apprehended, and accused them all of theft. Lord, said they, his father is old, he will be extremely afflicted for his absence. Take one of us in his place, and thou shalt in the end find us to be honest men. God forbid, said he, that I should detain other than him who was found guilty of theft. That would be injustice. Finding themselves out of hope to free their brother, they saved themselves in a secret place remote from the city, where the eldest said to his brethren, You know the oath we took at our departure, and how heretofore we entreated Joseph. I will not go out of Egypt without my father's permission. God is most just, he shall dispose of me and my brother as shall please him. Return to your father, and say unto him, Thy son was taken in theft. We saw him, and endeavoured to our powers to deliver him. They of the caravan shall be witnesses. Jacob said at their return, They were the cause of that accident that did not displease you, and he took patience, saying, God perhaps will favour my sons to return in health. He knoweth in what condition I am. He is most prudent in what he ordaineth. He retired from among his sons extremely afflicted, and bewailed the loss of his son Joseph, had his eyes continually covered with tears, and he bore in his heart great sorrow. His sons said unto him, Dost thou yet remember Joseph, to add to thy grief and hasten thine end? I am, said he, extremely desolate. I leave all to the will of God. He hath taught me what ye know not. My sons, return into Egypt, and enquire tidings of your two brethren. Despair not of the Spirit of God. None despair of God's Spirit, but the wicked. When they came unto Joseph, they said unto him, The famine that is in our country hath extremely afflicted us. It hath often constrained us to come to buy corn. Thou of thy favour hast made us good measure. Thou hast caused our money to be restored for alms. God will reward thee. He recompenseth such as are almsgivers. He said unto them, Ye remember what ye did unto your brother Joseph. They replied, Certainly thou art not Joseph. I am Joseph, said he, and behold my brother Benjamin, God hath given us his grace, he rewardeth him that hath his fear before his eyes, and is patient in his afflictions, he depriveth not the righteous of recompence. God, said they, hath poured his favours upon us in saving thee, whom we have exceedingly offended. Be not, said he, ashamed. God this day pardoneth you that sin. He is gracious and merciful. Return to your father, and bear to him this shirt, cast it upon his face, he shall recover sight, and return hither with him, and with your whole family. The caravan was then half way upon return, when Jacob said to them that attended him, I smell the odour of my son Joseph. You deride me, but what I speak is most true. They told him that he was still in his old error. Some days following, one of his sons arrived with tidings of Joseph, and cast the shirt that he had given him upon him, and incontinently he recovered his sight, and said, Did I not tell you that I knew what ye knew not? They said, Our Father pardon us, and ask the forgiveness of God for us, we have exceedingly offended him. He answered, I will beg pardon of God for you, he is gracious and merciful. When they arrived before Joseph, he took his father by the hand, saying, Enter without fear into Egypt, caused him to sit down, and his brethren fell prostrate before him. My father, said he, behold there the interpretation of mine old dream. God hath rendered it true. He hath favoured me in delivering me from prison, and conducting you hither. He hath put an end to the jealousy which the devil had procured between me and my brethren. The Lord is liberal, to whom seemeth good to him. He knoweth what is necessary for his people, and is most prudent in what he ordaineth. Lord, thou hast given me wealth and knowledge to interpret dreams. Creator of heaven and earth, thou art my protector. Give me the grace to die in thy law, and place me in the number of the righteous. This history of Joseph is an ancient history which I relate to thee. Thou wert not with his brethren when they conspired against him. Nevertheless, the greatest part of the people are incredulous. Demand no reward of them for having preached the Alcoran, it instructeth only the wise. How many signs be there in heaven and earth of the unity of God, yet the people believe not therein, and most of them adore idols. Assuredly God shall punish them at an unexpected hour, and in a time which they know not. Say unto them, Behold the right way, I call to the way of salvation and light, such as follow me. I return thanks to God, for that I am not in the number of the unbelievers. We sent aforetime none but men to instruct the people. Will not men consider what hath been the end of the wicked that were before them? Paradise is for them that are righteous. Will ye not be converted? They caused the Prophets to lose all hopes of their conversion, and believed them to be liars. but we protected them, and delivered from their malice such as seemed good to us. Nothing fhall exempt the wicked from the punishment of their pains. They fhall ferve for example to men of spirit. The Alcoran containeth no blafphemies, it confirmeth the ancient Scriptures, and teacheth true believers the way of salvation. End of Chapter 12. The Chapter of Joseph, from the Alcoran of Mahomet, translated out of Arabic into French, and newly Englished, by Alexander Ross. Read by Abu Jalal. Recorded in Oxford, England.
The Story of a Piece of Chewing Gum, from the Wonder Book of Knowledge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Story of a Piece of Chewing Gum, by Wonder Book of Knowledge, 1921. The original chewing gum was spruce gum, the exudation of the cut branches of the spruce or fir tree. Later, pure white paraffin wax, variously flavored, took its place, but only in its turn to give way to the chicle, now almost exclusively employed. Though its employment in the manufacture of chewing gum is of comparatively recent date, chicle was used by the Indians prior to the days of Columbus as a means of quenching their thirst. It was first commercially imported as a substitute for rubber, but its peculiar suitability for chewing gum has resulted in the entire product being consumed by that industry. In 1885 the United States imported 929,959 pounds of chicle. The growth of the chewing gum industry is shown by the importation of nearly 5,500,000 pounds for the year ending with June 30, 1910. The trees are tapped during the rainy season. The sap, or juice, as it exudes, has the appearance of milk, but gradually changes to a yellow color and is about the thickness of treacle. The tree drains rapidly, the full supply of milk being generally obtained within a few hours, but an interval of several years usually elapses before it will yield a fresh supply. The milk differs from the juice obtained from the sugar maple, for example, in that it is not the life sap of the tree, and the flow varies greatly, some trees which show full life yielding much less than apparently poorer specimens. Crude chicle is obtained by simple boiling and evaporation of the milk, accompanied by frequent kneading. The product, as pressed in rough molds, is of a light gray color. The bulk of the crude chicle manufactured is shipped in blocks to Canada, where it is further evaporated and carefully refined prior to importation into the United States. When the chicle arrives at one of the chewing gum factories it is immediately turned over to the grinding department. It comes from Mexico in cakes, varying in size from 12 to 18-inch cubes. These are a putty color, but in composition chicle is porous and brittle, particularly after it is thoroughly dried. In the cubical form it is said to contain from 25 to 30% moisture. After it is ground and dried it is practically free of moisture, but one of the most difficult problems which the manufacturer faces is to thoroughly dry chicle before he proceeds to treat it for its introduction as the base of chewing gum. The cubes are broken by a large steam hammer into irregular shaped pieces, weighing from a few ounces to a pound. These chunks are then run through grinding machines which reduce the chicle to a coarse meal. Sometimes this breaking and grinding is done in Mexico, but the duty on ground dried chicle is 5 cents per pound more than upon cube chicle. Chicle meal is dried upon frames in a special drying room, which is kept at a temperature of 80° Fahrenheit. An electric blower exhausts all of the moisture from the air. The pure meal is then transformed into a thick syrup under intense heat and passed through a filtering machine, one of the latest and most expensive pieces of machinery employed in the entire manufacture of chewing gum. This machine has practically solved the perplexing problem of separating impurities and foreign substances from chicle. Before the filterer was invented, it was almost impossible for the manufacturer of chewing gum to produce gum entirely free from particles of grit. During the process of filtration, the chicle is also sterilized, and comes from the machine as pure as distilled water. It is next passed to the cooking department and placed in huge steam jacketed kettles, which revolve continually and thus keep the chicle from scorching. While it is being cooked in these large kettles, sugar is added, and as soon as the gum is done it is placed in a kneading machine. It is now about the consistency of bread or cake dough, and, after being kneaded and cooled, flavor is added. Peppermint, spearmint, and other oils used are triply distilled and absolutely free of all impurities. The orange oil comes from Messina and is always the product of the very latest orange crop. From the kneading machine it reaches a sizing table, to which are attached heavy rollers for reducing the mass of gum to a strip about 1/4 of an inch in thickness and 12 inches wide. At this stage it will be seen the gum begins to take on a ribbon shape. As it comes from the first series of rollers, it is cut into short lengths sprinkled with powdered sugar, and these short lengths are passed in sticks about 2 feet high on to a second series of rollers. Under the second rollers, each short length of gum is once more reduced in thickness and extended in length. The surfaces of the second rollers contain knives running lengthwise and around. These knives partially cut the gum to its final size. The thin sheets are then sent to another drying room. They remain in this room from 12 to 48 hours, according to the season of the year, and are then ready for the wrapping machines. Machines have also been invented which stamp out little nuggets of gum. To be finished, these pieces are sent to a long room containing a line of 12 large white kettles, each on a separate base. It is these machines which coat the nuggets with snowy sugar. The kettles revolve until a sufficient coating of the liquid sugar has adhered. The chewing gum wrapping machine is considered by machinery builders to be one of the most ingenious automatic manufacturing machines in use. It is about the size of an ordinary typewriter desk and is operated by one girl. She receives the thin sheet of partially cut gum from the last drying room. The machine operator drops the slabs of gum into a feeding chute. Each slab is here automatically wrapped in wax and silver foil papers. These papers are fed from rolls, as printing paper is fed to a newspaper press. As the slabs are wrapped, they slide into a pocket. When 5 of them are finished, 2 still fingers remove them and put on the final outside wrapper. The complete wrapped packages of 5 slabs slide along a little runway into boxes. The same girl who feeds the gum into the wrapping machine closes the lids of the boxes and places them on a packing table by her side. When the packing table is filled with boxes, a boy removes it to the shipping room, where it is crated and forwarded to the wholesale dealers. End of The Story of a Piece of Chewing Gum, by Wonder Book of Knowledge.
An authentic account of all the proceedings on the 4th of July, 1815, with regard to laying the cornerstone of the Washington Monument, now erecting in the city of Baltimore. Printed and published by John Horace Pratt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Agreeably to previous arrangements, the managers of the monument met in Howard's Park at 12 o'clock on Tuesday, the 4th of July, 1815, and in the presence of from 25 to 30,000 of their fellow citizens, among whom were a number of the reverend clergy, the President and members of the Cincinnati of Maryland, His Excellency the Governor, right worthy Grand Master and members of the Grand Lodge of Maryland, and the subordinate lodges of Baltimore, the Mayor and City Council of Baltimore, officers of the Army and Navy, Major General R.G. Harper and aides, and the 3rd Brigade of Maryland Militia, under the command of Brigadier General Sterrett, they proceeded to perform the pleasing duty assigned to them by the Legislature of Maryland, of laying the first cornerstone of a monument to be erected in the city of Baltimore to the memory of General Washington, the father of the Republic. In an elevated situation near the spot prepared for laying the cornerstone was exhibited an excellent likeness of the deceased hero and sage, an original portrait painted by Mr. Rembrandt Peale, and immediately under the picture a correct and beautiful representation of the monument to be erected, as designed by Mr. Mills, painted by Mr. Henry Warren. These were richly decorated by Mr. Hugh Findlay, forming, together, an appropriate trophy for the occasion, and at the beginning of the ceremony the ensigns from the attending volunteer corps displayed their flags, on which were painted the arms of the United States, around the trophy. The ceremonies of the day were commenced by some national airs from a volunteer band of amateurs, Mr. Bunny leader. A salute of 39 guns, commemorative of the number of years which was on that day completed since the Declaration of Independence. Washington's March by the band. James A. Buchanan, Esquire, President of the Board of Managers, then addressed the audience as follows: The distinguished honor, my fellow citizens, of presiding on this interesting occasion has devolved upon me in consequence of the death of my predecessor, the founder and first President of the Board of Managers, John Comminges, to whom, more than to any member of the Board, more, indeed, than to all the other members of the Board, is to be ascribed whatever there may be of merit in the procuring for our city the glory of being the first to erect a monument of gratitude to the father and benefactor of our country. And, my fellow citizens, is it not with peculiar propriety that this first expression of national gratitude should be made in the city of Baltimore, at all times the first to evince its attachment to those republican institutions, to secure which was the great object of Washington's labors? Baltimore has at no time been backward with testimonials of her love and gratitude towards him. When she saw him elevated to the highest honors in the gift of his country, Baltimore was among the first to approach him with her homage. "The tokens of regard and affection," said he, "which I have often received from the citizens of this town were always acceptable, because I always believed them sincere." When, descending from his exalted station, he relinquished his power, and sought for happiness in the bosom of retirement, the first to thank him for his services, and to regret his departure, was Baltimore. In reply to an address presented to him on that occasion by the city, he observed, "I pray you to accept of my sincere thanks for the evidence you have now given of approbation of my past services, for those regrets which you have expressed on the occasion of my retirement to private life, and for the affectionate attachment which you have declared for my person. If these be sufficient to establish, in Baltimore, a priority of claim to the hallowed services of this day, recent interesting events of which she was the theater lean powerfully in support of them. During the war in which we have been engaged, the city, destined to bear the proud name of Washington to future ages, fell an easy conquest to the ruthless invader. The shock produced by this stroke was felt from the one end of these United States to the other. The minds of our countrymen appeared to be transfixed with horror and dismay. A night of awful darkness seemed to overshadow our land. The gloomiest apprehensions were entertained for the Republic. The timid and the desponding, not recollecting that freedom rises with an elasticity proportionate to the pressure made upon it, were approaching a state of political despair. At this most awful moment for our country, Baltimore, the city of our affection, in which was contained our altars, our families, our all, became the next object of attack to a vindictive, and at that time a vainglorious foe. The eyes of all America were fixed upon us. on the destiny of Baltimore seemed to be suspended the fate of the Republic. She breasted the storm, and thanks to her gallant defenders, exists now, in prosperity and glory, to perform her most grateful of duties. The desire, my fellow citizens, of perpetuating the memory of illustrious men has prevailed in every age of the world. The ingenuity of man has been exercised, as well in his rudest as in his most polished condition, in devising methods by which effectually to gratify this desire. The song of the poet, the pen of the historian, the pencil of the painter, the chisel of the sculptor, all have, in every age, been employed to render their fame imperishable. It has, indeed, been sometimes said that the only monument real excellence requires is an existence in the recollection of those who have been blessed by its operation, and that in the gratitude of posterity it has its best reward. It would be superfluous, under present circumstances, to inquire into the correctness or incorrectness of this sentiment. We have taken the sense of mankind, as exhibited in immemorial usage, for our guide, and I therefore proceed to state, that we are assembled here, my fellow citizens, to lay the cornerstone of a monument intended to commemorate the virtues of our great Washington, of the hero and the sage who was first in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen. On an occasion so grand, so interesting, it might perhaps be expected that some notice should be taken of the services of the mighty dead, but when we recollect that the world is filled with his glory, and that its radiance shines with a lustre which requires no aid from eulogy, I feel relieved from a task which it would have been the height of presumption for me to have undertaken. With these few observations, my fellow citizens, more than which I have not believed to be necessary, and less than which would not have satisfied my own impressions of duty, allow me to solicit your devout attention to the next feature of our arrangement, which is to invoke the blessings of Almighty God on the purpose for which we are assembled. The following prayer was then addressed to the throne of God by the Right Reverend Bishop Kemp. O God, in whom we live, and move, and have our being, every good thing that we enjoy here we derive from thee, and every good thing that we hope for thereafter thou alone canst bestow. We acknowledge with deep humility that we have followed too much the devices and desires of our own hearts, that we have done those things which we ought not to have done, and that we have left undone those things which we ought to have done, and that there is no spiritual health in us. Pardon, O merciful Father, our manifold transgressions. Purify our hearts from every defilement, and grant us grace to enable us to devote our hearts and our lives more particularly to thy service. We magnify and adore thee, the supreme ruler of nations, for the many and distinguished blessings which we enjoy as a people, for the liberty, prosperity, and happiness which we have derived from that memorable act whose anniversary has again rolled round. On this day let every heart expand with gratitude and joy. Let it be distinguished by our citizens as the commencement of a new era in the history of nations, when a great and extensive empire rose into existence, when a supreme being opened a way for the rapid dissemination of liberty, learning, and religion over an uncultivated wilderness, ameliorating the condition of man, and spreading light and salvation through a wide extended land. O God, for these blessings give us grace to be duly thankful. In particular we come before thee at this time to implore a blessing on our present undertaking, and that in all our works begun, continued, and ended in thee, we may glorify thy holy name, may perpetuate and extend those principles upon which depend our happiness here and hereafter. May this monument, whose cornerstone we are now about to deposit, stand as a memorial of the blessings and advantages that our country derived from the character and conduct of that personage whose name it is to bear, and whose virtues it is to perpetuate. May it excite in us those noble affections that will entitle us to the continuance of his favor, who is the author of every good and perfect gift. May we view it as a continued monitor to emulate the virtues and to follow the example of him whose character implies everything that is great. O let our hearts and all that is within us praise the Lord for his goodness. Let the soldier, when he views this monument, remember that America requires he should form his character upon the model of Washington; that he should combine bravery with prudence, courage with humanity, the service of his God with the service of his country. Let the statesman here learn the important lesson, that integrity is the rule by which all his plans are to be measured, honesty the scale in which all his schemes are to be weighed, that religion is the only base on which the happiness of a nation can stand secure, and that true patriotism consists in that ardent love of our country which excites to originate and promote measures to dispense the blessings of freedom, justice, and plenty among all descriptions of citizens. Let the private citizen, when he looks upon this monument, remember that it is erected in memory of a man who was an ornament to private life as well as public, who, to the bravery of a soldier and the integrity of a statesman, added the virtues of an affectionate husband, a kind neighbor, a useful citizen, and a pious Christian. O God, as it pleased thee to appoint the rainbow as a token that the earth should not again be destroyed by a flood, so may this monument remain as a token that America must not be deluged by sin, that the land of Washington must not be torn by faction or ruined by vice, that no domineering tyrant shall raise his head on this soil, or the happiness of our citizens be sacrificed at the shrine of ambition. To this monument let the father lead his son, and tell him that to be great he must possess the virtues and the principles of him to whose memory it is dedicated. On this monument, O God, may we all look as a reproof of sin, and an encouragement to virtue, as the ark of independence, the model of patriotism, and the reward of greatness. And may it be happily instrumental in inspiring our hearts with noble sentiments, in elevating our souls above mean pursuits, and in preparing us to share in the everlasting rewards of all those who love God, who trust in a Redeemer, and whose souls are adorned by the noble qualities of pure Christians. These, our prayers, we offer unto thee in the name and through the merits of our blessed Redeemer, to whom, with thee and the Holy Spirit, be all honor and glory, world without end. Amen. The President, accompanied by the Board of Managers, then descended to the place where the cornerstone was suspended, and by their secretary invited his Excellency Levine Winder, Right Worthy Grand Master of Masons, Colonel John E. Howard, President, and General S. Smith, Vice President of the Cincinnati, and Edward Johnson, Mayor of the City of Baltimore, to witness the laying of the stone. To whom, when assembled, the President made the following address: I have, gentlemen, been required by the Board of Managers to ask your participation with them on this interesting occasion, and, worshipful sir, addressing the Right Worthy Grand Master, to present you with these implements, handing the square, plumb, and level, used by your ancient fraternity, with which you will be pleased to proceed and ascertain the fitness of this stone. The Right Worthy Grand Master replied: Honorable Sir, on behalf of the free and accepted Masons of this State, I accept with pleasure your invitation, and it will afford us peculiar satisfaction to render all the assistance within our power, so that the stone may be laid agreeably to the ancient usage of the order, especially as the object of the building to be erected is to hand down to the latest posterity the virtues and patriotism of the greatest of men, who, during his valuable life, honored our order by becoming a zealous and faithful member of the fraternity. His Excellency, the Right Worthy Grand Master, then proceeded to try the fitness of the stone, and addressing the President, pronounced the same true and trusty. The architect, assisted by Messrs. William Stewart and Thomas Towson, the operative masons, under the direction of the President, fixed the stone in its proper position. The secretary then deposited in the stone a copper plate, and a sealed glass bottle containing a likeness of Washington, his valedictory address, the several newspapers printed in this city, and the different coins of the United States. On the stone was engraved, William Stewart and Thomas Towson, stone cutters; Sater Stevenson, stone mason. The President, accompanied by the Right Worthy Grand Master, the President and Vice President of the Cincinnati, and the Mayor of the city, proceeded and settled the stone. The Grand Master then pronounced: May the great Architect of the universe grant a blessing on this foundation stone which we have now laid, and by his providence enable us to finish this and every other work which may be undertaken for the benefit of the Republic and the perpetuity of our free institutions. The Right Worthy Grand Master then received, severally, the vessels containing corn, wine, and oil, and addressing the President, "Sir, as the scattering of corn and the pouring out of wine and oil on such occasions are a part of our ancient ceremonies, with your assent I will perform the duty." The President signified his assent, when the Grand Master scattered the corn and poured out the wine and oil on the stone, saying, "May the all bountiful Author of Nature bless this city with an abundance of corn, wine, and oil, and with all the necessaries, conveniences, and comforts of life, and may the same Almighty Power preserve this city from ruin and decay to the latest posterity." The right worthy Grand Master then addressing the Rev. John Hargrove, Grand Chaplain, said, "Have we here the first and greatest light of masonry?" He replied, "It is in my hands, right worthy." The right worthy Grand Master again asked, "What instructions does it give on this occasion?" The Grand Chaplain read the following selected passages from the Holy Writings: "Thus saith the Lord God, Behold, I lay in Zion for a foundation, a stone, a tried stone, a precious corner stone, a sure foundation. Judgment also will I lay to the line, and righteousness unto the plummet." Isaiah 28, chapter 16 and 17. "For behold the stone which I have laid before Joshua, upon one stone shall be 7 eyes. Behold, I will engrave the engraving thereof with the Lord of hosts." Zechariah 3, chapter 9. "Behold ye the Lord, all ye servants of the Lord. Lift up your hands in the sanctuary, and bless the Lord. The Lord hath made heaven and earth. Bless thee out of Zion." Psalm 84. Grand honors by the Masons. The President then addressed Mr. Mills. Mr. Robert Mills is a native of Charleston, South Carolina, and has the honor of being the first American educated architect. The managers, appointed by the Legislature of Maryland to superintend the erection of this monument, intended to hand down to the latest generation the love of country, the disinterestedness, the valor, and the patriotism of one of the greatest and best of men that ever lived in any age. Having the most unbounded confidence in your skill and integrity as an architect, do now entrust you with these symbols," handing the square, plain, and level, "by which you are to prosecute, according to that design," pointing to a representation of the monument as designed by Mr. Mills, painted by Mr. Warren, "a monument which may do honor to yourself as an architect, as well as those who have confided in you, and be in some degree commensurate with its object." Mr. Mills replied, "The honor, sir, which you have been pleased to confer upon me, I hope to prove that I duly appreciate, by a faithful performance of the duties incumbent upon me as your architect. I feel a double inducement to use my best exertions to execute faithfully, and with ability, the important duty entrusted to me, from the recollection that the work to be performed is the execution of a monument to perpetuate our country's gratitude to the Father of her liberties, and that you have given a preference to native genius in the choice of a design for the work." The Rev. Dr. Inglis then addressed the throne of divine grace as follows: "Sovereign of nations, whose throne is the only throne before which our free republic bows itself, if we know our own hearts, it is our delight to do the homage as our monarch, our judge, and our God. We give thee thanks that at length the foul blot of reproach is effaced from the public name, and that a splendid memorial of the people's gratitude is at length about to be reared, to tell to the world that honor is due from them, and shall be paid, to the brave, the just, and the good, to their chief, their benefactor, and their father. What people has ever had such cause of gratitude to thee as this people? For what people, except of old for thy chosen tribes, whom thou leadest through the wilderness to a land of rest, of plenty, prosperity, and glory, hast thou ever done such deeds of wonder as for these people? And of all thy multitudinous blessings bestowed upon us, we esteem it not the least that thou didst give us the achievements and the example of thine eminent servant, whose spirit is now in other worlds, but whose happy memory lives undecayingly in our affections, and to the honor of whose transcendental character this monumental fabric is devoted. Thy servant, first in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen. Thy servant, the delight of an admiring world, whose country is the universe, whose fame is eternity. We thank thee that thou didst form and adapt his mind to the crisis which called him into action, to the exigencies of the eventful times during which he exercised his exalted talents and his no less exalted virtues. For while we cherish the name and memory of our glorious chief, we humbly and thankfully acknowledge that every perfect gift, whether of goodness or of greatness, cometh down from above, from thee, O fountain of excellence, from thee, O Father of lights, with whom is no variableness or shadow of turning. We thank thee that this great man lived not in vain, and that his precious example has not been lost upon the people before whose eyes it shines. The wounds of those brave men who have survived the shock of recent battles on no distant fields, whose patience and fortitude under the privations and exposures of war, whose self-denial, whose contempt of danger, and whose martial ardor drove back the unsuccessful hosts of invasion to their ships, attest that the example of his valor and his patriotism has not been lost upon us. The annunciations of victory by our laureled commanders, when the blood of the brave dyed the waters of the lakes, attest that the example of his modesty and his piety has not shone upon us in vain. They attest that, like him, the intrepid leader and warrior who, with firm and faithful step, advances to the onset, forgets not, amid the pomp and circumstance of the war, that God is the Lord of hosts, to whom all might and all success are to be ascribed. On this occasion, and at this sacred spot, may we be enabled to look back with gratitude upon the past, and forward upon the future with hope, confidence, and courage. Thou who didst accomplish this unparalleled man with great gifts for war and peace, that he might go in and out before this so great people, wilt not forsake the country which gave him birth and where his ashes lie. To thy blessing we solemnly commend its institutions and its interests. This day, the anniversary of that proud day which gave us national existence, of that glorious day when first independence thundered from the Senate Hall and scattered its lightning from the sword of the chief along the thorny and ensanguined pathway that, under the auspices of Omnipotence, led in the event to victory and to peace. This day, this joyful day, we invoke thy blessing. Bless these assembled multitudes. Bless this flourishing and growing city, ever favored by thy smiles, and of late signally protected by thy providence. Bless the state of which it is the ornament, our governor and public functionaries. Bless the United States of America, united indissolubly, free and independent perpetually. God save the Republic, which himself hath formed to be the refuge of freedom. Never, oh never of freedom may it prove the grave. Bless the President of the United States and all in authority, and grant that, under their administration, the people may lead quiet and peaceable lives in all godliness and honesty. Sovereign of nations, author of all good, patron and rewarder of integrity, patriotism, and valor, we supplicate thy benediction upon the interesting solemnity of this day. Deign to shine upon the deed which hath been done, and to accept it. For while this monumental structure shall present to the beholder the emblematic register of glory, shall it not proclaim the obligations of the Republic to him who formed her general for the field, her ruler for the cabinet? Oh, may this memorial of our dead friend and father speak in tones of deep interest to all his children. May it lead them to remember every particular of his moral, civic, and military virtue. Let the believer remember that our chief venerated the rights of religion and the name of God. Let the citizen remember that our chief bowed to the supremacy of the laws, and gloried in rendering prompt obedience to the voice of constituted authority. Let the soldier remember that our chief fought because freedom, and truth, and virtue, and conscience armed him; that his sword would have refused to leave its scabbard in an unholy cause, and that he never could have been induced by seduction or provocation to turn its point against the maternal bosom of his country. Let successive presidents, commanders, magistrates, councillors, and all depositories of power, remember that our chief sought not, in any one instance, himself, but at all times his country's weal. Save, Lord, save this fabric of the people's gratitude, this structure to the blessed memory of our national father and benefactor, consecrated by the recollections, the sensibilities, and the prayers of his children. Oh, save it from destructive casualties, protect it against the mouldering touch of time, and at what period soever the clangor of arms may again disturb our peaceful pursuits, let us look upon this splendid pile, let us ask where is the spirit of the hero whose fame it perpetuates, let us emulate his deeds, and gather round the monument of our father, let us guard it with no less resolved and unshrinking purpose than we would our altars and our homes. Almighty God, we believe that thou art never displeased with the expression of praise where praise is due. We, therefore, deem it becoming us on this solemn occasion to notice with tender recollection the respectable, amiable, and patriotic person to whose indefatigable labors we, of this vicinity, are chiefly indebted for the honorable privilege of laying the first monumental stone, sacred to the memory of the father of his country. In all patriotic offices, in all public works promotive of the interests of truth, virtue, benevolence, and liberty, grant that his example may be universally imitated, with a perseverance and enthusiasm worthy of the American citizen. Sovereign of nations, almighty Creator, God of the spirits of all flesh, Father of our Saviour, by whose divine permission we have united in these exercises, listen, we beseech thee, to our thanksgiving and supplications, and favorably, in much mercy, be pleased to answer them. Amen. Men, brethren, and fellow citizens, Jehovah bless thee, and keep you. Jehovah make his face to shine upon you, and be gracious unto you. Jehovah lift up his countenance upon you, and give you peace. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ be with you all. Amen. Music, first solemn, then national. Grand salute of 100 guns, the band playing a national air. The whole ceremonies of the day were concluded by 3 volleys from the whole line of infantry. The evening sky was beautifully bespangled by rockets, thrown from the Java frigate, and from the mansion of Colonel Howard, in the park. They rose in a brilliant line of fire, and forming a graceful arc, broke into stars as they descended. Divine Providence seemed to smile upon the occasion. The air was delightfully cool, and the firmament serene. The evening silence and tranquillity that closed the joyful turbulence of the day formed a striking contrast, and seemed to display that sobriety of pleasure which the solemnity of the occasion demanded. The following is an original inscription proposed for the Washington Monument. On the 4th day of July, and in the year of the Christian era 1815, the citizens of Baltimore laid the first foundation stone of a magnificent column sacred to the memory of George Washington, a name as revered in the cabinet as renowned in the field, a name which, to these United States of America, shall ever be as dear as it is illustrious, and which, throughout revolving ages, as the soldier, the general, and the heroic defender of his country's liberty, in fame untarnished and glory immortal, shall outlive every perishable monument. End of an authentic account of all the proceedings on the 4th of July, 1815, with regard to laying the cornerstone of the Washington Monument, now erecting in the city of Baltimore. Printed and published by John Horace Pratt. Recording by Todd.
Detached Thoughts on Books and Reading. From Last Essays of Elia by Charles Lamb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Amy Koenig. To mind the inside of a book is to entertain oneself with the forced product of another man's brain. Now, I think a man of quality and breeding may be much amused with natural sprouts of his own. Lord Foppington in The Relapse. An ingenious acquaintance of my own was so much struck with this bright sally of his lordship that he has left off reading altogether, to the great improvement of his originality. At the hazard of losing some credit on this head, I must confess that I dedicate no inconsiderable portion of my time to other people's thoughts. I dream away my life in others' speculations. I love to lose myself in other men's minds. When I'm not walking, I am reading. I cannot sit and think. Books think for me. I have no repugnances. Shaftesbury is not too genteel for me, nor Jonathan Wild too low. I can read anything which I call a book. There are things in that shape which I cannot allow for such. In this catalogue of books which are no books, Biblia a Biblia, I reckon court calendars, directories, pocket-books, draft-boards bound and lettered at the back, scientific treatises, almanacs, statutes at large, the works of Hume, Gibbon, Robertson, Beattie, Soame Jenyns, and generally all those volumes which no gentleman's library should be without. The histories of Flavius Josephus, that learned Jew, and Paley's Moral Philosophy. With these exceptions, I can read almost anything. I bless my stars for a taste so catholic, so unexcluding. I confess that it moves my spleen to see these things in books' clothing perched upon shelves, like false saints, usurpers of true shrines, intruders into the sanctuary, thrusting out the legitimate occupants. To reach down a well-bound semblance of a volume and hope it is some kind-hearted playbook, then, opening what seem its leaves, to come bolt upon a withering population essay. To expect a Steele or a Farquhar and find Adam Smith. To view a well-arranged assortment of block-headed encyclopedias, Anglicanas or Metropolitanas, set out in an array of Russia or Morocco, when a tithe of that good leather would comfortably reclothe my shivering folios, would renovate Paracelsus himself, and enable old Raymond Lully to look like himself again in the world. I never see these impostors, but I long to strip them, to warm my ragged veterans in their spoils. To be strong-backed and neat-bound is the desideratum of a volume. Magnificence comes after. This, when it can be afforded, is not to be lavished upon all kinds of books indiscriminately. I would not dress a set of magazines, for instance, in full suit. The dishabille, or half-binding, with Russia backs ever, is our costume. A Shakespeare or a Milton, unless the first editions, it were mere foppery to trick out in gay apparel. The possession of them confers no distinction. The exterior of them, the things themselves being so common, strange to say, raises no sweet emotions, no tickling sense of property in the owner. Thomson's Seasons, again, looks best, I maintain it, a little torn and dog's-eared. How beautiful to a genuine lover of reading are the sullied leaves and worn-out appearance, nay, the very odour, beyond Russia, if we would not forget kind feelings and fastidiousness, of an old circulating library Tom Jones or Vicar of Wakefield. How they speak of the thousand thumbs that have turned over their pages with delight, of the lone sempstress whom they may have cheered, milliner or harder-working mantua-maker, after her long day's needle-toil, running far into midnight, when she has snatched an hour, ill-spared from sleep, to steep her cares, as in some Lethean cup, in spelling out their enchanting contents. Who would have them a whit less soiled? What better condition could we desire to see them in? In some respects, the better a book is, the less it demands from binding. Fielding, Smollett, Sterne, and all that class of perpetually self-reproductive volumes, great nature's stereotypes, we see them individually perish with less regret because we know the copies of them to be a turn. But where a book is at once both good and rare, where the individual is almost the species, and when that perishes, we know not where is that Promethean torch that can its light relumine. Such a book, for instance, as The Life of the Duke of Newcastle by his Duchess. No casket is rich enough, no casing sufficiently durable, to honour and keep safe such a jewel. Not only rare volumes of this description, which seem hopeless ever to be reprinted, but old editions of writers such as Sir Philip Sidney, Bishop Taylor, Milton in his prose works, Fuller, of whom we have reprints, yet the books themselves, though they go about and are talked of here and there, we know, have not endenizened themselves, nor possibly ever will, in the national heart, so as to become stock books. It is good to possess these in durable and costly covers. I do not care for a first folio of Shakespeare. I rather prefer the common editions of Rowe and Tonson, without notes, and with plates, which, being so execrably bad, serve as maps or modest remembrancers to the text, and without pretending to any supposable emulation with it, are so much better than the Shakespeare Gallery engravings, which did. I have a community of feeling with my countrymen about his plays, and I like those editions of him best which have been oftenest tumbled about and handled. On the contrary, I cannot read Beaumont and Fletcher but in folio. The octavo editions are painful to look at. I have no sympathy with them. If they were as much read as the current editions of the other poet, I should prefer them in that shape to the older one. I do not know a more heartless sight than the reprint of the Anatomy of Melancholy. What need was there of unearthing the bones of that fantastic old great man to expose them in a winding sheet of the newest fashion to modern censure? What hapless stationer could dream of Burton ever becoming popular? The wretched Malone could not do worse when he bribed the sexton of Stratford Church to let him whitewash the painted effigy of old Shakespeare, which stood there, in rude but lively fashion depicted, to the very colour of the cheek, the eye, the eyebrow, hair, the very dress he used to wear, the only authentic testimony we had, however imperfect, of these curious parts and parcels of him. They covered him over with a coat of white paint. By God, if I had been a justice of peace for Warwickshire, I would have clapped both commentator and sexton fast in the stocks for a pair of meddling, sacrilegious varlets. I think I see them at their work, these sapient trouble-tombs. Shall I be thought fantastical if I confess that the names of some of our poets sound sweeter and have a finer relish to the ear, to mine at least, than that of Milton or of Shakespeare? It may be that the latter are more staled and rung upon in common discourse. The sweetest names, and which carry a perfume in the mention, are Kit Marlowe, Drayton, Drummond of Hawthornden, and Cowley. Much depends upon when and where you read a book. In the 5 or 6 impatient minutes before the dinner is quite ready, who would think of taking up the Faery Queen for a stopgap, or a volume of Bishop Andrewes' sermons? Milton almost requires a solemn service of music to be played before you enter upon him. But he brings his music, to which who listens had need bring docile thoughts and purged ears. Winter evenings, the world shut out. With less of ceremony the gentle Shakespeare enters. At such a season The Tempest, or his own Winter's Tale. These two poets you cannot avoid reading aloud, to yourself, or, as it chances, to some single person listening. More than one, and it degenerates into an audience. Books of quick interest that hurry on for incidents are for the eye to glide over only. It will not do to read them out. I could never listen to even the better kind of modern novels without extreme irksomeness. A newspaper read out is intolerable. In some of the bank offices it is the custom, to save so much individual time, for one of the clerks, who is the best scholar, to commence upon the Times or the Chronicle and recite its entire contents aloud pro bono publico. With every advantage of lungs and elocution, the effect is singularly vapid. In barber shops and public houses a fellow will get up and spell out a paragraph which he communicates as some discovery. Another follows with his selection. So the entire journal transpires at length by piecemeal. Seldom readers are slow readers, and without this expedient no one in the company would probably ever travel through the contents of a whole paper. Newspapers always excite curiosity. No one ever lays one down without a feeling of disappointment. What an eternal time that gentleman in black at Nando's keeps the paper. I am sick of hearing the waiter bawling out incessantly, "The Chronicle is in hand, sir." Coming into an inn at night, having ordered your supper, what can be more delightful than to find lying in the window-seat, left there time out of mind by the carelessness of some former guest, 2 or 3 numbers of the old Town and Country magazine, with its amusing tete-a-tete pictures, "The Royal Lover and Lady G," "The Melting Platonic," and "The Old Beau," and such like antiquated scandal. Would you exchange it at that time and in that place for a better book? Poor Tobin, who latterly fell blind, did not regret it so much for the weightier kinds of reading, the Paradise Lost or Comus he could have read to him, but he missed the pleasure of skimming over with his own eye a magazine or a light pamphlet. I should not care to be caught in the serious avenues of some cathedral alone and reading Candide. I do not remember a more whimsical surprise than having been once detected by a familiar damsel, reclined at my ease upon the grass on Primrose Hill, her Cythera, reading Pamela. There was nothing in the book to make a man seriously ashamed at the exposure, but as she seated herself down by me and seemed determined to read in company, I could have wished it had been any other book. We read on very sociably for a few pages, and not finding the author much to her taste, she got up and went away. Gentle casuist, I leave it to thee to conjecture whether the blush, if there was one between us, was the property of the nymph or the swain in this dilemma. From me you shall never get the secret. I am not much a friend to out-of-doors reading. I cannot settle my spirits to it. I knew a Unitarian minister who was generally to be seen upon Snow Hill, as yet Skinner's Street was not, between the hours of 10 and 11 in the morning, studying a volume of Lardner. I own this to have been a strain of abstraction beyond my reach. I used to admire how he sidled along, keeping clear of secular contacts. An illiterate encounter with a porter's knot or a bread-basket would have quickly put to flight all the theology I am master of, and have left me worse than indifferent to the 5 points. There is a class of street readers whom I can never contemplate without affection. The poor gentry, who, not having wherewithal to buy or hire a book, filch a little learning at the open stalls. The owner, with his hard eye, casting envious looks at them all the while, and thinking when they will have done. Venturing tenderly, page after page, expecting every moment when he shall interpose his interdict, and yet unable to deny themselves the gratification, they snatch a fearful joy. Martin B., in this way, by daily fragments, got through 2 volumes of Clarissa, when the stall-keeper damped his laudable ambition by asking him, it was in his younger days, whether he meant to purchase the work. M. declares that under no circumstances of his life did he ever peruse a book with half the satisfaction which he took in those uneasy snatches. A quaint poetess of our day has moralized upon this subject in 2 very touching but homely stanzas. I saw a boy with eager eye open a book upon a stall, and read, as he'd devour it all. Which when the stall-man did espy, soon to the boy I heard him call, You, sir, you never buy a book, therefore in one you shall not look. The boy passed slowly on, and with a sigh he wished he never had been taught to read. Then of the old churl's books he should have had no need. Of sufferings the poor have many, which never can the rich annoy. I soon perceived another boy, who looked as if he'd not had any food for that day at least, enjoy the sight of cold meat in a tavern larder. This boy's case then thought I is surely harder, thus hungry, longing, thus without a penny, beholding choice of dainty dressed meat. No wonder if he wish he ne'er had learned to eat. End of Detached Thoughts on Books and Reading by Charles Lamb.
Dickens, the Foremost of Novelists, by George Hamlin Fitch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dickens, the Foremost of Novelists. More widely read than any other storyteller, the greatest of the modern humorists, appeals to the readers of all ages and classes. Charles Dickens is the greatest English novelist since Scott, and he and Scott, to my mind, are the greatest English writers after Shakespeare. Many will dissent from this, but my reason for giving him this foremost place among the modern writers is the range, the variety, the dramatic power, the humor, and the pathos of his work. He was a great caricaturist rather than a great artist, but he was supreme in his class, and his grotesque characters have enough in them of human nature to make them accepted as real people. To him belongs the first place among novelists after Scott, because of his splendid creative imagination which has peopled the world of fiction with scores of fine characters. His genial humor which has brightened life for so many thousands of readers, his tender pathos which brings tears to the eyes of those who seldom weep over imaginary or even real grief or pain, his rollicking gaiety which makes one enjoy good food and good drink in his tales almost as much as if one really shared in those feasts he was so fond of describing, his keen sympathy with the poor and the suffering, his flaming anger against injustice and cruelty that resulted in so many great public reforms, his descriptive power that makes the reader actually see everything that he depicts, all these traits of Dickens' genius go to make him the unquestioned leader of our modern storytellers. Without his humor and his pathos, he would still stand far above all others of his day. With these qualities, which make every story he ever wrote throb with genuine human feeling, he stands in a class by himself. Many literary critics have spent much labor in comparing Dickens with Thackeray, but there seems to me no basis for such comparison. One was a great caricaturist who wrote for the common people and brought tears or laughter at will from the kitchen maid as freely as from the great lady, from the little child with no knowledge of the world as readily as from the mature reader who has known wrong, sorrow, and suffering. The other was the supreme literary artist of modern times, a gentleman by instinct and training, who wrote for a limited class of readers, and who could not, because of nature and temperament, touch at will the springs of laughter and tears as Dickens did. Dickens has created a score of characters that are household words to one that Thackeray has given us. Both men were of the rarest genius. English to the core, but each expressed his genius in his own way, and the way of Dickens touched 1,000 hearts where Thackeray touched but one. Personally, Thackeray appeals to me far more than Dickens does, but it is foolish to permit one's own fancies to blind or warp his critical judgments. Hence I set Dickens at the head of modern novelists and give him an equal place with Scott as the greatest English writer since Shakespeare. Take it all in all, Dickens had a successful and happy life. He was born in 1812 and died in 1870. His boyhood was hard because of his father's thriftlessness, and it always rankled in his memory that at 9 years of age he was placed at work pasting labels on boxes of shoe blacking. But he had many chances in childhood and youth for reading and study, and his keen mind took advantage of all these. He was a natural mimic, and it was mere blind chance that kept him from the stage and made him a great novelist. He drafted into newspaper work as a shorthand reporter, wrote the stories that are known as Sketches by Boz, and in his way came to be engaged to write the Pickwick Papers, to serve as a story to accompany drawings by Seymour, a popular artist. But Dickens from the outset planned the story, and Seymour lived only to illustrate the first number. The tale caught the fancy of the public, and Dickens developed Pickwick, the Wellers, and other characters in a most amusing fashion. Great success marked the appearance of the Pickwick Papers in book form, and the public appreciation gave Dickens confidence and stimulus. Soon appeared Oliver Twist, Nicholas Nickleby, Old Curiosity Shop, and the long line of familiar stories that ended with The Mystery of Edwin Drood, left unfinished by the master's hand. All these novels were originally published in monthly numbers. In these days, when so many new novels come from the press every month, it is difficult to appreciate the eagerness with which one of these monthly parts of Dickens' stories was awaited in England as well as in this country. My father used to tell of the way these numbers of Dickens novels were seized upon in New England when he was a young man and were worn out in passing from hand to hand. Dickens first developed the Christmas story and made it a real addition to the joy of the holiday season. His Christmas Carol and The Cricket on the Hearth still stand as the best of these tales that paint the simple joys of the greatest of English holidays. Dickens was also a great editor, and in Household Words and All the Year Round he found a means of giving pleasure to hosts of readers as well as a vehicle for the monthly publication of his novels. Dickens was the first to make a great fortune by giving public readings from his own works. His rare dramatic ability made him an ideal interpreter of his own work, and those who were fortunate enough to hear him on his 2 trips to this country speak always of the light which these readings cast on his principal characters and of the pleasure that the audience showed in the novelist's remarkable powers as a mimic and an elocutionist. Most of the great English writers have labored until 40 or over before fame came to them. Of such were Scott, Thackeray, Carlyle, and George Eliot. But Dickens had an international fame at 24, and he was a household word wherever English was spoken by the time he was 30. From that day to the day of his death, fame, popularity, wealth, troops of friends were his portion, and with these were joined unusual capacity for work and unusual delight in the exercise of his great creative powers. In taking up Dickens' novels, it must always be borne in mind that you will find many digressions, many bits of affectation, some mawkish pathos. But these defects do not seriously injure the stories. You cannot afford to leave Pickwick Papers unread because this novel contains more spontaneous humor than any other of Dickens' work, and it is also quoted most frequently. The boy or girl who cannot follow with relish the amusing incidents in this book is not normal. Older readers will get more from the book, but it is doubtful whether they will enjoy its rollicking fun with so keen a zest. Mr. Pickwick, Sam Weller and his father, Bob Sawyer, and the others, how firmly they are fixed in the mind, what real flesh and blood creatures they are, despite their creator's exaggeration of special traits and peculiarities. After the Pickwick Papers, the choice of the most characteristics of Dickens' novels is difficult, but my favorites have always been David Copperfield and A Tale of Two Cities. The one the most spontaneous, the freshest in fancy, the most deeply pathetic of all Dickens' works, the other absolutely unlike anything he ever wrote, but great in its intense descriptive passages, which make the horrors of the French Revolution more real than Carlyle's famous history, and in the sublime sacrifice of Sidney Carton, which Henry Miller in The Only Way has impressed on thousands of tearful playgoers. That David Copperfield is not autobiographical, we have the positive assertion of Charles Dickens the Younger. Yet, at the same time, every lover of this book feels that the boyhood of David reproduces memories of the novelist's childhood and youth, and that from real people and real scenes are drawn the humble home and the loyal hearts of the Peggottys, the great self-sacrifice of Ham, the woes of little Emily, and the tragedy of Steerforth's fate. One misses much who does not follow the chief actors in this great story, the masterpiece of Dickens. Other fine novels, if you have the time for them, are Nicholas Nickleby, which broke up the unspeakably cruel boarding schools for boys in Yorkshire, in one of which poor Smike was done to death, or Our Mutual Friend, which Dickens attacked the English poor laws, or Dombey and Son, that paints the pathos of the child of a rich man dying for the love which his father was too selfish to give him, or Bleak House, in which the terrible sufferings wrought by the law's delay in the Court of Chancery are drawn with so much pathos that the book served as a valuable aid in removing a great public wrong, while the satire on foreign missions served to draw the English nation's attentions to the wretched heathen at home in the east side of London, of whom poor Joe was a pitiable specimen. In other novels, other good purposes were also served. But several pages could be filled with a mere enumeration of Dickens' stories and their salient features. You cannot go wrong in taking up any of his novels or his short stories, and when you have finished with them you will have the satisfaction of having added to your possession a number of the real people of fiction, whom it is far better to know than the best characters of contemporary fiction, because these will be forgotten in a 12-month, if not before. The hours that you spend with Dickens will be profitable as well as pleasant, for they will leave the memory of a great-hearted man who labored through his books to make the world better and happier. End of Dickens, the Foremost of Novelists, by George Hamlin Fitch. Read by Jeff Chestnut.
Essays of Garden by Francis Bacon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. God Almighty first planted a garden, and indeed it is the purest of human pleasures. It is the greatest refreshments to the spirits of man, without which buildings and palaces are but gross handiworks. And a man shall ever see that when ages grow to civility and the elegancy, men come to build stately sooner than to garden finely, as if gardening were the greater perfection. I do hold it in the royal ordering of gardens there ought to be gardens for all months in the year, in which the several things of beauty may be then in season. For December and January and latter part of November you must take such things as are green all winter. Holly, ivy, bays, juniper, cypress trees, yew, pineapple trees, fir trees, rosemary, lavender, periwinkle, the white, the purple, and the blue, germander, flags, orange trees, lemon trees, and myrtles, if they be stuffed, and sweet marjoram warm set, There followeth for the latter part of January and February the Mezerean tree, which then blossoms Crocus vernus, both the yellow and the grey, primroses, anemones, the early tulipa, Hyacinthus orientalis, Chamaeris, fritillaria. For March there come violets, especially the single blue, which are the earliest, the yellow daffodil, the daisy, the almond tree in blossom, the peach tree in blossom, the cornelian tree in blossom, sweet briar. In April follow the double white violet, the wallflower, the stalk gilliflower, the cowslip, the flower delices, and lilies of all natures, rosemary flowers, the tulipa, the double peony, the pale daffodil, the French honeysuckle, the cherry tree in blossom, the damson and the plum trees in blossom, the white thorn in leaf, the lilac tree. In May and June come pinks of all sorts, especially the blush pink, roses of all kinds except the musk, which comes later, honeysuckles, strawberries, bugloss, columbine, the French marigold, Fleur africanus, cherry tree in fruit, ribes, figs in fruit, rasps, wine flowers, lavender in flowers, the sweet satyrion, with the white flower, Herba muscaria, Lilium convallium, the apple tree in blossom. In July come gilliflowers of all varieties, musk roses, the lime tree in blossom, early pears and plums in fruit, jennetings, codlins. In August come plums of all sorts in fruit, pears, apricots, burberries, filberds, muskmelons, monks' hoods of all colors. In September comes grapes, apples, poppies of all colors, peaches, melicotones, nectarines, cornelians, wardens, quinces. In October and beginning of November come services, medlars, bullaces, roses cut or removed to come late, hollyhocks, and such like. These particulars are for the climate of London, but my meaning is perceived that you may have ver perpetuum as the place affords. And because the breath of flower is far sweeter in the air, where it comes and goes like the warbling of music, than in the hand, therefore nothing is more fit for that delight, than to know what be the flowers and plants that do best perfume the air. Roses, damask, and red, are fast flowers of their smells, so that you may walk by a whole row of them and find nothing of their sweetness, yea, though it may be in a morning's dew. Bays likewise yield no smell as they grow, rosemary little, nor sweet marjoram. That which above all others yields the sweetest smell in the air is the violet, especially the double violet, which comes twice a year, about the middle of April and about Bartholomew tide. Next to that is the musk rose, then the strawberry leaves dying, which yield a most excellent cordial smell. Then the flower of vines, it is a little dust, like the dust of a bent, which grows upon the cluster in the first coming forth. Then sweet briar, then wallflowers, which are very delightful to be set under a parlor or lower chamber window. Then pinks and gilliflowers, especially the matted pink and clove gilliflower. Then the flowers of the lime tree, then the honeysuckles, so that they may be somewhat afar off. Of bean flowers I speak not, because they are field flowers, but those which perfume the air most delightfully, not passed by as the rest, but being trodden upon and crushed are three, that is, burnet, wild thyme, and water mints. Therefore you are to set whole alley of them, to have the pleasure when you walk or tread. For gardens, speaking of those which are indeed prince-like, as we have done of buildings, the contents ought not well to be under 30 acres of ground, and to be divided into 3 parts, a green in the entrance, a heath or desert in the going forth, and the main garden in the midst, besides alleys on both sides. And I like well that 4 acres of ground be assigned to the green, 6 to the heath, 4 and 4 to either side, and 12 to the main garden. The green hath two pleasures, the one because nothing is more pleasant to the eye than the green grass kept finely shorn, the other because it will give you a fair alley in the midst, by which you may go in the front upon a stately hedge, which is to enclose the garden. And because the alley will be long, and in great heat of the year or day, you ought not to buy the shade in the garden, by going in the sun through the green. Therefore you are, of either side the green, to plant a covert alley upon carpenter's work, about 12 foot in height, by which you may go in shade into the garden. As for the making of knots or figures, with divers colored earths, that they may lie under the windows of the house on that side which the garden stands, they be but toys, you may see as good sights many times in tarts. The garden is the best to be square, and compassed on all the four sides with a stately arched hedge, the arches to be upon pillars of the carpenter's work, of some 10 foot high and 6 foot broad, and the spaces between of the same dimension with the breadth of the arch. Over the arches let there be an entire hedge of some 4 foot high, framed also upon carpenter's work, and upon the upper hedge, over every arch, a little turret, and a belly, enough to receive a cage of birds, and over every space between the arches some other little figure, with broad plates of round colored glass gilt, for the sun to play upon. But this hedge I intend to be raised upon a bank, not steep, but gently slope of some 6 foot, set all with flowers. Also I understand that this square of the garden should not be the whole breadth of the ground, but to leave on either side ground enough for diversity of side valleys, unto which the 2 covert alleys of the green may deliver you. But there must be no alleys with hedges at either end of this great enclosure, not at the hither end, for letting your prospect upon this fair hedge from the green, nor at the further end, for letting your prospect from the hedge through the arches upon the heath. For the ordering of the ground within the great hedge I leave it to a variety of device, advising nevertheless that whatsoever form you cast it into, first, it not be busy or full of work, wherein I, for my part, do not like images cut out in juniper or other garden stuff. They may be for children. Little low hedges round like wells, with some pretty pyramids. I like well, and in some places fair columns upon frames of carpenter's work. I would also have the alleys and spacious and fair. You may have closer alleys upon side grounds, but none in the main garden. I wish also in the very middle a fair mount, with 3 ascents, and alleys enough for 4 to walk abreast, which I would have to be perfect circles without any bulwarks or embossments, and the whole mount to be 30 foot high, and some fine banqueting house, with some chimneys neatly cast, and without too much glass. For fountains there are a great beauty and refreshments, but pools mar all, and make the garden unwholesome, and full of flies and frogs. Fountains I intend to be of 2 natures, the one that sprinkleth or spouteth water, the other a fair receipt of water of some 30 or 40 foot square, but without fish, or slime, or mud. For the first, the ornaments of images gilt, or of marble, which are in use, do well, but the main matter is to convey the water as it never stay, either in the bowels or in the cistern, that the water be never be rest discolored, green, or red, or the like, or gather any mossiness or putrefaction. Besides that, it is to be cleansed every day by the hand. Also some steps up to it, and some fine pavement about it, doth well. As for the other kind of fountain, which we may call a bathing pool, it may admit much curiosity and beauty. Therewith we will not trouble ourselves, as that the bottom be finely paved, and with images, the sides likewise, and withal embellished with colored glass, and of such things of lustre, encompassed also within fine rails of low status. But the main point is the same which we mentioned in the former kind of mountain, which is, that the water be in perpetual motion, fed by a water higher than the pool, and delivered into it by fair spouts, and then discharged away underground by some equality of bowls, that it stay little, and for fine devices of arching water without spilling, and making it rise in several forms. They be pretty things to look on, but nothing to health and sweetness. For the health, which was the third part of our plot, I wished it to be framed, as much as we may, to a natural wildness. Trees I would have none in it, but some thicket made only of sweet briar and honeysuckle, and some wild vine amongst, and the ground set with violets, strawberries, and primroses. For these are sweet and prosper in the shade, and these to be in the heath where and there, not in any order. I like also little heaps in the nature of molehills, to be set some with wildthyme, some with pinks, some with germander, and gives a good flower to the eye, some with periwinkle, some with violets, some with strawberries, some with cowslips, some with daisies, some with red roses, some with lilium convallium, some with sweet William's red, some with bear's foot, and the like low flowers, being withal sweet and slightly. Part of which heaps are to be with standards of little bushes pricked upon their top, and part without. The standards to be roses, juniper, holly, burberries, but there and there, because of the smell of the blossoms, red currants, gooseberries, rosemary, bays, sweetbriar, and such alike. But these standards to be kept with cutting, that they grow not out of course. For the side ground you are to fill them with variety of alleys, private to give a full shed, some of them wheresoever the sun be. You are to frame some of them, likewise for shelter, that when the wind blows sharp you may walk as in a gallery. And these alleys must be likewise hedged at both ends to keep out the wind, and these closer alleys must be ever finely gravelled, and no grass, because of going wet. In many of these alleys, likewise, you are to set fruit trees of all sorts, as well as upon the walls, as in ranges. And this would be generally observed, that the borders wherein you plant your fruit trees be fair and large, and low and not steep, and set with fine flowers, but thin and sparingly, lest they deceive the trees. At the end of both the side grounds I would have a mount of some pretty height, leaving the wall of the enclosure breast high to look abroad into the fields. For the main garden I do not deny, but there should be some fair alleys ranged on both sides, with fruit trees, and some pretty tufts of fruit trees, and arbors with seats, set in some decent order, but these to be by no means set too thick, but to leave the main garden so as to be not close, but the air open and free. For as for shade, I would have you rest upon the alleys of the side grounds, there to walk, if you be disposed, in the heat of the year or day, but to make account the main garden is for the more temperate parts of the year, and in the heat of the summer for the morning and evening or overcast days. For aviaries I like them not, except they be of that largeness, as they may be turfed, and have living plants and bushes set in them, that the birds may have more scope and natural nesting, and that no foulness appear in the floor of the aviary. So I have made a platform of a princely garden, parted partly by precept, partly by drawing, not a model, but some general lines of it, and in this I have spared for no cost. But it is nothing for great princes, that for the most part, taking advice with workmen, with no less cost set their things together, and sometimes add status, and such things for state and magnificence, but nothing to the true pleasure of the garden. End of Essays of Gardens by Francis Bacon. Read by TechSavvy. www.techsavvy.wordpress.com.
Farming with Dynamite. A Few Hints to Farmers by DuPont. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Farming with Dynamite saves money, time, labor, removes stumps, boulders, hard pan, ensures new, rich soil, increased acreage, easy plowing, bigger yields. What is dynamite? Some farmers have a wrong idea about dynamite. They know it is a powerful explosive and believe it is dangerous to handle. Dynamite is very powerful, much more so than gunpowder, but is actually safer to handle. After more than 100 years' experience in making and using explosives, we can truthfully state that by following simple directions with ordinary care, anyone can use our Red Cross dynamite without harm. The purpose of this booklet is to tell you the wonderful value of the use of Red Cross dynamite on the farm. If it interests you, as it surely will, and if you are progressive and ambitious, write for a copy of our Handbook of Explosives for Farmers, Planters and Ranchers, which will be sent free of charge and which tells you just how to use Red Cross dynamite safely and easily and make it the greatest aid to profitable farming. We will be glad to correspond with you about any special requirements of your farm or give you any information you want. Write our nearest office and your letter will receive prompt, personal attention. Chief uses of dynamite on the farm. As farmers all over the country begin to understand the value of Red Cross dynamite at their work, they are constantly reporting new uses for this powerful assistant. The chief uses are mentioned below and are explained in detail further on. Complete instructions are furnished in the Handbook of Explosives for Farmers, Planters and Ranchers. 1. Clearing land of stumps, trees and boulders. 2. Breaking up hard pan, shale or clay subsoils. 3. Ploughing. 4. Planting and cultivating orchards. 5. Digging ditches, post holes, wells and reservoirs. 6. Road making and grading. 7. Excavating cellars and foundation trenches. 8. Regenerating old, worn-out farms. Clearing land of stumps, trees and boulders. It is needless to tell you the advantages of clearing land. The stump-covered site of a former piece of woods is, as you know, new, rich soil that needs no fertilizer. You also know that pulling stumps with a machine is the hardest kind of work, liable to injure seriously your horses, and certain to require a lot of work to get rid of the stumps after pulling. Then, too, it leaves the field full of holes that must be filled, and ploughing the hard-packed soil around old roots is no joke. If instead of pulling the stumps you burn them out, the intense heat required destroys the chief fertile elements of the soil all around the fire. After all your hard work, you will leave a burned field instead of new fertile soil. You can dynamite all these stumps for about 1/3 the cost of pulling and chopping them up. The blast splits up the stump into firewood, removes all the dirt, breaks all the main roots, and loosens the soil for yards around. You can blast 50 stumps in the time it would take to pull and chop up 1 or 2. One man can do all the work, if necessary. After all the stumps are all blasted out, you will have a new, rich field and easy to cultivate, requiring no fertilizer to yield bumper crops. If you want to remove a whole tree, Red Cross dynamite will lift it bodily out of the ground, and it will usually fall with the wind. When this is done, there is no stump left to remove. Boulders, which you are now obliged to plough around, can be broken up into easily handled blocks by a single blast. What it costs to blast out stumps. At the last Farming with Dynamite demonstration, held under the auspices of the Norfolk and Western Railroad at Ivor, Virginia, on August 11, 1910, 1 1/2 acres containing 46 stumps were cleared in one day at an expense of $18, including labor, or an average of 39 cents per stump. Records kept by the Long Island Railroad, covering operations on their experimental farm, showed that, including the wages of the men who did the work, the cost of blasting out stumps averaged about 16 cents per stump. Records kept of the costs of this work in different sections of the country show as follows. Locality and kind of stump: southern, pine stumps, average diameter 29 inches, average cost per stump 30 cents. Pennsylvania, apple, ash and chestnut stumps, average diameter 34.5 inches, average cost 56 cents per stump. Michigan, white pine, maple and birch stump, average diameter 32 inches, average cost 47 cents per stump. Minnesota, birch, ash, spruce and pine stumps, Average diameter 20 inches. Average cost 16 cents per stump. Illinois, oak, walnut and gum stumps. Average diameter 30 inches. Average cost per stump 53 cents. Western, fir, pine and cedar. Average diameter 50 inches. Average cost $1.13 per stump. Redwood, 8 feet and over. $2 and over per stump. Records kept by Professor A.J. McGuire, Superintendent Experimental Farm of the University of Minnesota, show even lower costs. Breaking up hard pan, shale or clay soils. This is probably the most important use of Red Cross dynamite. It is possible, although difficult and expensive, to clear land of stumps and boulders in other ways, but it is not possible to break up hard pan or clay subsoils without the use of Red Cross dynamite. Land that has a waterproof subsoil is practically worthless, as it holds the surface water in such quantities on level ground that the roots of trees and plants are rotted away. On hilly ground, it allows the surface water to run off, thus preventing the storage of moisture, with the result that vegetation dies quickly in hot weather. Such land can be rendered fertile at once by blasting with Red Cross dynamite. The subsoil is completely broken up and the dry, dead topsoil converted into a rich loam for less than the amount of the taxes for a year or two. The following extract from the Topeka, Kansas Mail and Breeze proves the wonderful results of the use of dynamite. A few years ago, Mr. T. Williams bought a quarter section of land near Medicine Lodge in Barber County, and conceiving the same idea that ex-Governor Crawford and others have, used dynamite in dealing with a hard subsoil. The land was overgrown with sunflowers and cockleburs and would have been considered dear at $10 per acre. It was underlaid with a hard subsoil that was almost impervious to water. Mr. Williams' idea was to loosen this subsoil with dynamite. He bored holes in the earth some 3 feet deep and about 40 feet apart, and in each hole placed a part of a stick of dynamite. The explosion of the dynamite loosened the hard subsoil and made a reservoir for the rains, which had formerly run off the land nearly as fast as they fell. On this quarter, there is now 100 acres of perhaps as fine alfalfa as can be found in the state. Mr. Williams has refused $15,000 for the quarter and gathers a net income from his alfalfa of from $30 to $35 per acre every year. Last season, Mr. Williams proposed to the ladies of the Baptist Church that he would give them a load of hay, provided they would come out to the place, shock the hay, load it on wagons, and haul it to town. They took him at his word, and shocked and hauled to town 2 tons, which sold for $16. When the second crop was ready, the ladies came again, and touched Mr. Williams for a little more than 2 tons, which sold as well as the first load. Ploughing with dynamite. Ordinary ploughing merely turns over the same old soil year after year, and constant decrease in crops is only prevented by rotation or expensive fertilizing. With Red Cross dynamite, you can break up the ground all over the field to a depth of 2 or 3 feet for less than the cost of adequate fertilizing, and with better results. Fertilizing only improves the topsoil. Dynamiting renders available all the moisture and elements of growth throughout the entire depth of the blast. In an article by J.H. Caldwell of Spartanburg in September 1910, Technical World magazine, he states that before the ground was broken up with dynamite, he planted his corn with stalks 18 inches apart in rows 4 feet apart and raised 90 bushels to the acre. After the ground was blasted, it was able to nourish stalks 6 inches apart in rows the same distance apart and to produce over 250 bushels to the acre. This means an increase of about 160 bushels to the acre every year for an original expense of $40 an acre for labor and explosives. F.G. Muchen of Walton County, Georgia, reports that he has been raising crops of watermelons weighing from 50 to 60 pounds each on land blasted by exploding charges of about 3 ounces of dynamite in holes 2.5 to 3 feet deep, spaced 8 to 10 feet apart. Planting and cultivating orchards. In the orchard, Red Cross dynamite not only saves much labor and time in planting the trees, but ensures the best growth and large yields. A man will spend an hour digging a tree hole that dynamite will excavate in an instant. The spaded hole will be hard all the way down, making it difficult for the transplanted roots to take hold. This is one of the chief reasons why transplanted trees so often die. Red Cross Dynamite not only excavates the required hole, but also loosens the ground for yards around, killing all grubs and forming a spongy reservoir for moisture. That is why trees planted in dynamited holes live and thrive. A whole row of tree holes can be excavated in one instance when charged with Red Cross Dynamite. Old trees are benefited by exploding small charges under them or between the rows. This keeps the ground loose and free from grubs. A well-known fruit grower reports that he planted peach trees some years ago to determine whether anything was to be gained by using dynamite. A number of trees were planted in holes by detonating a charge of explosive to make the hole, and others were planted in holes of the regulation size dug by hand. 3 years later, the trees planted in the blasted holes were strong and healthy, each producing between 5 and 6 bushels of very fine peaches. The other trees, planted on the same ground, without blasting, bore no peaches, both fruit and leaves having been shriveled up and dropped off during the dry season. Digging ditches, post holes, wells and reservoirs. Excavating of any kind is slow, hard work when done with pick and shovel, especially in mixed ground containing large stones, roots, streaks of gravel or shale. Several rods of ditch can be excavated in an instant with dynamite, varying the size of each charge according to the nature of the ground at that point. And most of the dirt is thrown out by the blast and the remainder is broken up, ready for the shovel. A Missourian advises us a ditch he had just blasted through a swamp for $100, which he says would have cost him $500 if dug in the usual way. On August 11th, 1910, at the demonstration at Ivor, Virginia, above referred to, a ditch 85 feet in length, 3 feet deep and 4.5 feet wide at the top, was blasted with dynamite at a cost not exceeding 10 cents per yard, or about $2.75 for the entire work. Red Cross Dynamite is especially useful in excavating wells and reservoirs, as it opens up all the springs in nearby ground. Road making and grading. Red Cross Dynamite is a big saver of time and labor in making new roads or leveling grades on old roads. Rock, shale, clay, gravel or sand can all be broken up with ease, simply by varying the charge according to the nature of the ground and the depth of excavation desired. Excavating cellars and foundation trenches. This work can be done with Red Cross Dynamite in 1/10 the time required for hand and team shoveling, and the cost of the dynamite is but a fraction of the value of the labor saved. Regenerating old worn-out farms. All over the eastern and southern sections of the United States are farms and plantations, once rich, fertile and profitable, but now either abandoned or so unproductive as to be almost worthless. The chief trouble with these farms is that the topsoil is worked out. Red Cross Dynamite can be used with complete success to turn up an entirely fresh, fertile soil and convert a $10 an acre worked-out farm into land worth $50 to $100 an acre. The cost in dynamite for this conversion would be about $10 to $15 an acre, according to the nature of the soil. This matter is worthy of as much consideration on the part of farmers and all other concerned with national resources as the reclamation of desert areas in the West. Surely it is as important to restore the productiveness of established farms in the East as it is to open up new fertile fields in the West and Southwest. If any portion of your farm is not productive, it is probable that Red Cross Dynamite can make it productive. The leading railroads of the country are taking the greatest interest in the increasing use of dynamite on the farm because they know by actual results that it means more and better crops, bigger shipments and greater prosperity all along their lines. Mr. H.B. Fullerton, Director, Agricultural Development of the Long Island Railroad Company, is one of the pioneers in this movement, and in an article entitled Reclaiming Wasteland on Long Island, his wife, Edith Loring Fullerton, graphically describes the use of dynamite in the preparation of wasteland for cultivation. How can we help you? For more than 100 years, we have been making and selling explosives. We maintain a highly skilled corps of chemists, explosive specialists, and field representatives whose sole duties are to study conditions and devise means for handling them. If there is any soil condition on your farm that we have not mentioned and which you think might be remedied or improved by dynamite, please write us all about it. There will be no charge for the information we will send you. In fact, we will be much obliged to you for giving us the opportunity to study any peculiar condition. Bear in mind that the age, reputation, and high standing of this company are ample assurance that any statements made by us are conservative and based on long and varied experience. In any case, we want you to write for our Handbook of Explosives for Farmers, Planters, and Ranchers, which we send out only on request, as it is too valuable to send to anyone not interested enough to ask for it. Asking for it puts you under no obligation to us except to read it. We believe that when you have read it, you will understand how simple, safe, and economical the use of Red Cross dynamite is, and that you will find many ways to save and make money with its aid. E.I. DuPont de Nemours Powder Company, Wilmington, Delaware, November 1910. End of Farming with Dynamite. A Few Hints to Farmers by DuPont.
Humanity's Gain from Unbelief by Charles Bradlow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. London, 1889. As an unbeliever, I ask leave to plead that humanity has been a real gainer from skepticism, and that the gradual and growing rejection of Christianity, like the rejection of the faiths which preceded it, has in fact added, and will add, to man's happiness and well-being. I maintain that in physics, science is the outcome of skepticism, and that general progress is impossible without skepticism on matters of religion. I mean by religion every form of belief which accepts or asserts the supernatural. I write as a monist, and use the word nature as meaning all phenomena, every phenomenon, all that is necessary for the happening of any and every phenomenon. Every religion is constantly changing, and at any given time is the measure of the civilization attained by what Guizot described as the juste milieu of those who profess it. Each religion is slowly but certainly modified in its dogma and practice by the gradual development of the peoples amongst whom it is professed. Each discovery destroys in whole or part some theretofore cherished belief. No religion is suddenly rejected by any people, it is rather gradually outgrown. None see a religion die. Dead religions are like dead languages and obsolete customs. The decay is long and, like the glacier march, is only perceptible to the careful watcher by comparisons extending over long periods. A superseded religion may often be traced in the festivals, ceremonies, and dogmas of the religion which has replaced it. Traces of obsolete religions may often be found in popular customs, in old wives' stories, and in children's tales. It is necessary, in order that my plea should be understood, that I should explain what I mean by Christianity. And in the very attempt at this explanation there will, I think, be found strong illustration of the value of unbelief. Christianity in practice may be gathered from its more ancient forms, represented by the Roman Catholic and the Greek churches, or from the various churches which have grown up in the last few centuries. Each of these churches calls itself Christian. Some of them deny the right of the others to use the word Christian. Some Christian churches treat, or have treated, other Christian churches as heretics or unbelievers. The Roman Catholics and the Protestants in Great Britain and Ireland have in turn been terribly cruel one to the other. and the ferocious laws of the 17th and 18th centuries, enacted by the English Protestants against English and Irish Papists, are a disgrace to civilization. These penal laws, enduring longest in Ireland, still bear fruit in much of the political mischief and agrarian crime of today. It is only the tolerant indifference of skepticism that, one after the other, has repealed most of the laws directed by the established Christian Church against Papists and Dissenters, and also against Jews and heretics. Church of England clergymen have in the past gone to great lengths in denouncing nonconformity, and even in the present day an effective sample of such denunciatory bigotry may be found in a sort of orthodox catechism written by the Reverend F. A. Gase, of Great Barling, Essex, the popularity of which is vouched by the fact that it has gone through 10 editions. This catechism for little children teaches that dissent is a great sin, and that dissenters worship God according to their own evil and corrupt imaginations, and not according to his revealed will, and therefore their worship is idolatrous. Church of England Christians and dissenting Christians, when fraternizing amongst themselves, often publicly draw the line at Unitarians, and positively deny that these have any sort of right to call themselves Christians. In the first half of the 17th century, Quakers were flogged and imprisoned in England as blasphemers, and the early Christian settlers in New England, escaping from the persecution of Old World Christians, showed scant mercy to the followers of Fox and Penn. It is customary, in controversy, for those advocating the claims of Christianity, to include all good done by men in nominally Christian countries as if such good were the result of Christianity, while they contend that the evil which exists prevails in spite of Christianity. I shall try to make out that the ameliorating march of the last few centuries has been initiated by the heretics of each age, though I quite concede that the men and women denounced and persecuted as infidels by the pious of one century are frequently claimed as saints by the pious of a later generation. What then is Christianity? As a system or scheme of doctrine, Christianity may, I submit, not unfairly be gathered from the Old and New Testaments. It is true that some Christians today desire to escape from submission to portions, at any rate, of the Old Testament. But this very tendency seems to me to be part of the result of the beneficial heresy for which I am pleading. Man's humanity has revolted against Old Testament barbarism, and therefore he has attempted to disassociate the Old Testament from Christianity. Unless Old and New Testaments are accepted as God's revelation to man, Christianity has no higher claim than any other of the world's many religions, if no such claim can be made out for it apart from the Bible. And though it is quite true that some who deem themselves Christians put the Old Testament completely in the background, this is, I allege, because they are outgrowing their Christianity. Without the doctrine of the atoning sacrifice of Jesus, Christianity as a religion is naught. But unless the story of Adam's fall is accepted, the redemption from the consequences of that fall cannot be believed. Both in Great Britain and in the United States, the Old and New Testaments are forced on the people as part of Christianity. For it is blasphemy at common law to deny the scriptures of the Old and New Testaments to be of divine authority, and such denial is punishable with fine and imprisonment, or even worse. The rejection of Christianity intended throughout this paper is therefore the rejection of the Old and New Testaments as being of divine revelation. It is the rejection alike of the authorized teachings of the Church of Rome and of the Church of England, as these may be found in the Bible, the creeds, the encyclicals, the prayer book, the canons and homilies of either or both of these churches. It is the rejection of the Christianity of Luther, of Calvin, and of Wesley. A ground frequently taken by Christian theologians is that the progress and civilization of the world are due to Christianity. And the discussion is complicated by the fact that many eminent servants of humanity have been nominal Christians, of one or other of the sects. My allegation will be that the special services rendered to human progress by these exceptional men have not been in consequence of their adhesion to Christianity, but in spite of it, and that the specific points of advantage to humankind have been in ratio of their direct opposition to precise biblical enactments. A. S. Farrar says in Critical History of Free Thought that Christianity asserts authority over religious belief in virtue of being a supernatural communication from God, and claims the right to control human thought in virtue of possessing sacred books, which are at once the record and the instrument of the communication, written by men endowed with supernatural inspiration. Unbelievers refuse to submit to the asserted authority, and deny this claim of control over human thought. They allege that every effort at free thinking must provoke sturdier thought. Take one clear gain to humanity consequent on unbelief, i.e., in the abolition of slavery in some countries, in the abolition of the slave trade in most civilized countries, and in the tendency to its total abolition. I am unaware of any religion in the world which in the past forbade slavery. The professors of Christianity for ages supported it. The Old Testament repeatedly sanctioned it by special laws. The New Testament has no repealing declaration. Though we are at the close of the 19th century of the Christian era, it is only during the past three-quarters of a century that the battle for freedom has been gradually won. It is scarcely a quarter of a century since the famous Emancipation Amendment was carried to the United States Constitution, and it is impossible for any well-informed Christian to deny that the abolition movement in North America was most steadily and bitterly opposed by the religious bodies in the various states. Henry Wilson, in his Rise and Fall of the Slave Power in America, Samuel J. May, in his Recollections of the Anti-Slavery Conflict, and J. Greenleaf Whittier, in his poems, alike are witnesses that the Bible and the pulpit, the church and its great influence, were against abolition and in favor of the slave owner. I know that Christians in the present day often declare that Christianity had a large share in bringing about the abolition of slavery, and this because men professing Christianity were abolitionists. I plead that these so-called Christian abolitionists were men and women whose humanity, recognizing freedom for all, was in direct conflict with Christianity. It is not yet 50 years since the European Christian powers jointly agreed to abolish the slave trade. What of the effect of Christianity on these powers in the centuries which had preceded? The heretic Condorcet pleaded powerfully for the freedom whilst Christian France was still slaveholding. For many centuries Christian Spain and Christian Portugal held slaves. Puerto Rico freedom is not of long date, and Cuban emancipation is even yet newer. It was a Christian king, Charles V, and a Christian friar, who founded in Spanish America the slave trade between the Old World and the New. For some 1800 years almost, Christians kept slaves, bought slaves, sold slaves, bred slaves, stole slaves. Pious Bristol and godly Liverpool, less than 100 years ago, openly grew rich on the traffic. During the 9th century, Christians sold slaves to the Saracens. In the 11th century, prostitutes were publicly sold as slaves in Rome, and the profit went to the church. It is said that William Wilberforce, the abolitionist, was a Christian, but at any rate his Christianity was strongly diluted with unbelief. As an abolitionist he did not believe in Leviticus 25:44-6. He must have rejected Exodus 21:2-6. He could not have accepted the many permissions and injunctions by the Bible deity to his chosen people to capture and hold slaves. In the House of Commons on 18th February, 1796, Wilberforce reminded that Christian assembly that infidel and anarchic France had given liberty to the Africans, whilst Christian and monarchic England was obstinately continuing a system of cruelty and injustice. Wilberforce, whilst advocating the abolition of slavery, found the whole influence of the English court and the great weight of the episcopal bench against him. George III, a most Christian king, regarded abolition theories with abhorrence, and the Christian House of Lords was utterly opposed to granting freedom to the slave. When Christian missionaries some 62 years ago preached to Demerara Negroes under the rule of Christian England, they were treated by Christian judges, holding commission from Christian England, as criminals for so preaching. A Christian commissioned officer, member of the Established Church of England, signed the auction notices for the sale of slaves as late as the year 1824. In the evidence before a Christian court-martial, a missionary is charged with having tended to make the negroes dissatisfied with their condition as slaves, and with having promoted discontent and dissatisfaction among the slaves against their lawful masters. For this the Christian judges sentenced the Demerara abolitionist missionary to be hanged by the neck till he was dead. The judges belonged to the established church, the missionary was a Methodist. In this, the Church of England Christians in Demerara were no worse than Christians of other sects. Their Roman Catholic Christian brethren in St. Domingo fiercely attacked the Jesuits as criminals because they treated negroes as though they were men and women, in encouraging two slaves to separate their interest and safety from that of the gang, whilst orthodox Christians let them couple promiscuously and breed for the benefit of their owners like any other of their plantation cattle. In 1823, the Royal Gazette (Christian) of Demerara said, "We shall not suffer you to enlighten our slaves, who are by law our property, till you can demonstrate that when they are made religious and knowing they will continue to be our slaves." When William Lloyd Garrison, the pure-minded and most earnest abolitionist, delivered his first anti-slavery address in Boston, Massachusetts, the only building he could obtain in which to speak was the Infidel Hall owned by Abner Kneeland, the "infidel" editor of the Boston Investigatory, who had been sent to jail for blasphemy. Every Christian sect had in turn refused Mr. Lloyd Garrison the use of the buildings they severally controlled. Lloyd Garrison told me himself how honored deacons of a Christian church joined in an actual attempt to hang him. When abolition was advocated in the United States in 1790, the representative from South Carolina was able to plead that the Southern clergy did not condemn either slavery or the slave trade, and Mr. Jackson, the representative from Georgia, pleaded that, from Genesis to Revelation, the current was favorable to slavery. Elias Hicks, the brave abolitionist Quaker, was denounced as an atheist, and less than 20 years ago a Hicksite Quaker was expelled from one of the Southern American legislatures because of the reputed irreligion of these abolitionist friends. When the fugitive slave law was under discussion in North America, large numbers of clergymen of nearly every denomination were found ready to defend this infamous law. Samuel James May, the famous abolitionist, was driven from the pulpit as irreligious, solely because of his attacks on slaveholding. Northern clergymen tried to induce silver-tongued Wendell Phillips to abandon his advocacy of abolition. Southern pulpits rang with praises for the murderous attack on Charles Sumner. The slayers of Elijah Lovejoy were highly reputed Christian men. Guizot, notwithstanding that he tries to claim that the church exerted its influence to restrain slavery, says (European Civilization, Vol. I, page 110), "It has often been repeated that the abolition of slavery among modern people is entirely due to Christians. That, I think, is saying too much. Slavery existed for a long period in the heart of Christian society, without its being particularly astonished or irritated. A multitude of causes, and a great development in other ideas and principles of civilization, were necessary for the abolition of this iniquity of all iniquities. And my contention is, that this development in other ideas and principles of civilization was long retarded by governments in which the Christian church was dominant. The men who advocated liberty were imprisoned, racked, and burned so long as the church was strong enough to be merciless." The Rev. Francis Minton, Hector of Middlewich, in his recent earnest volume on the Struggles of Labor, admits that, a few centuries ago, slavery was acknowledged throughout Christendom to have the divine sanction. Capital and Wages, page 19. Neither the exact cause, nor the precise time of the decline of the belief in the righteousness of slavery can be defined. It was doubtless due to a combination of causes, one probably being as indirect as the recognition of the greater economy of free labor. With the decline of the belief, the abolition of slavery took place. The institution of slavery was actually existent in Christian Scotland in the 17th century, where the white coal workers and salt workers of East Lothian were chattels, as were their negro brethren in the southern states 30 years since. They "went to those who succeeded to the property of the works, and they could be sold, bartered, or pawned." There is, says J. M. Robertson, no trace that the Protestant clergy of Scotland ever raised a voice against the slavery which grew up before their eyes. And it was not until 1799, after republican and irreligious France had set the example, that it was legally abolished. Perversion of Scotland, page 197. Capital and Wages, pages 15 and 16. Take further the gain to humanity consequent on the unbelief, or rather disbelief, in witchcraft and wizardry. Apart from the brutality by Christians towards those suspected of witchcraft, the hindrance to scientific initiative or experiment was incalculably great so long as belief in magic obtained. The inventions of the past 2 centuries, and especially those of the 18th century, might have benefited mankind much earlier and much more largely, but for the foolish belief in witchcraft, and the shocking ferocity exhibited against those suspected of necromancy. After quoting a large number of cases of trial and punishment for witchcraft from official records in Scotland, J. M. Robertson says, "The people seem to have passed from cruelty to cruelty, precisely as they became more and more fanatical, more and more devoted to their church, till, after many generations, the slow spread of human science began to counteract the ravages of superstition, the clergy resisting reason and humanity to the last." The Rev. Mr. Minton concedes that it is "the advantage of knowledge which has rendered the idea of satanic agency through the medium of witchcraft grotesquely ridiculous." He admits that for more than 1500 years the belief in witchcraft was universal in Christendom, and that the public mind was saturated with the idea of satanic agency in the economy of nature. He adds, "If we ask why the world now rejects what was once so unquestioningly believed, we can only reply that advancing knowledge has gradually undermined the belief." In a letter recently sent to the Pall Mall Gazette against modern spiritualism, Professor Huxley declares that the older form of the same fundamental delusion, the belief in possession and in witchcraft, gave rise in the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries to persecutions by Christians of innocent men, women, and children, more extensive, more cruel, and more murderous than any to which the Christians of the first 3 centuries were subjected by the authorities of pagan Rome. And Professor Huxley adds, "No one deserves much blame for being deceived in these matters. We are all intellectually handicapped in youth by the incessant repetition of the stories about possession and witchcraft in both the Old and the New Testaments. The majority of us are taught nothing which will help us to observe accurately and to interpret observations with due caution." The English statute book under Elizabeth and under James was disfigured by enactments against witchcraft, passed under pressure from the Christian churches, which acts have only been repealed in consequence of the disbelief in the Christian precept, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." The statute in James 1, chapter 12, condemned to death "all persons invoking any evil spirits, or consulting, covenanting with, entertaining, employing, feeding, or rewarding any evil spirit, or generally practicing any infernal arts." This was not repealed until the 18th century was far advanced. Edison's phonograph would, 280 years ago, have ensured martyrdom for its inventor. The utilization of electric force to transmit messages around the world would have been clearly the practice of an infernal art. At least we may plead that unbelief has healed the bleeding feet of science, and made the road free for her upward march. Is it not also fair to urge the gain to humanity which has been apparent in the wiser treatment of the insane, consequent on the unbelief in the Christian doctrine that these unfortunates were examples either of demoniacal possession or of special visitation of deity? For centuries under Christianity, mental disease was mostly ignorantly treated. Exorcism, shackles, and the whip were the penalties rather than the curatives for mental maladies. From the heretical departure of Pinel at the close of the last century to the position of Maudsley today, every step illustrates the march of unbelief. Take the gain to humanity in the unbelief not yet complete, but now largely preponderant, in the dogma that sickness, pestilence, and famine were manifestations of divine anger, the results of which could neither be avoided nor prevented. The Christian churches have done little or nothing to dispel this superstition. The official and authorized prayers of the principal denominations, even today, reaffirm it. Modern studies of the laws of health, experiments in sanitary improvements, more careful applications of medical knowledge, have proved more efficacious in preventing or diminishing plagues and pestilence than have the intervention of the priest or the practice of prayer. Those in England who hold the old faith that prayer will suffice to cure disease are today termed peculiar people, and are occasionally indicted for manslaughter when their sick children die, because the parents have trusted to God instead of appealing to the resources of science. It is certainly a clear gain to astronomical science that the Church which tried to compel Galileo to unsay the truth has been overborne by the growing unbelief of the age, even though our little children are yet taught that Joshua made the sun and moon stand still, and that for Hezekiah the sun-dial reversed its record. As Buckle, arguing for the morality of skepticism, says in History of Civilization, Volume 1, page 345, as long as men refer the movements of the comets to the immediate finger of God, and as long as they believe that an eclipse is one of the modes by which the Deity expresses his anger, they will never be guilty of the blasphemous presumption of attempting to predict such supernatural appearances. Before they could dare to investigate the causes of these mysterious phenomena, it is necessary that they should believe, or at all events that they should suspect, that the phenomena themselves were capable of being explained by the human mind. As in astronomy, so in geology, the gain of knowledge to humanity has been almost solely in measure of the rejection of the Christian theory. A century since it was almost universally held that the world was created 6,000 years ago, or at any rate that by the sin of the first man, Adam, death commenced about that period. Ethnology and anthropology have only been possible in so far as, adopting the regretful words of Sir W. Jones, intelligent and virtuous persons are inclined to doubt the authenticity of the accounts delivered by Moses concerning the primitive world. Surely it is clear gain to humanity that unbelief has sprung up against the divine right of kings, that men no longer believe that the monarch is God's atoned, or that the powers that be are ordained of God. In the struggles for political freedom, the weight of the Church was mostly thrown on the side of the tyrant. The homilies of the Church of England declare that even the wicked rulers have their power and authority from God, and that such subjects as are disobedient or rebellious against their princes disobey God and procure their own damnation. It can scarcely be necessary to argue to the citizens of the United States of America that the origin of their liberties was in the rejection of faith in the divine right of George III. Will any one, save the most bigoted, contend that it is not certain gain to humanity to spread unbelief in the terrible doctrine that eternal torment is the probable fate of the great majority of the human family? Is it not gain to have diminished the faith that it was the duty of the wretched and the miserable to be content with the lot in life which Providence had awarded them? If it stood alone, it would be almost sufficient to plead as justification for heresy the approach towards equality and liberty for the utterance of all opinions achieved because of growing unbelief. At one period in Christendom each government acted as though only one religious faith could be true, and as though the holding, or at any rate the making known, any other opinion was a criminal act deserving punishment. Under the one word infidel, even as late as Lord Coke, were classed together all who were not Christians, even though they were Mohammedans, Brahmins, or Jews. All who did not accept the Christian faith were sweepingly denounced as infidels and therefore outlaws. 145 years since, the Attorney General, pleading in our highest court, said, "What is the definition of an infidel? Why, one who does not believe in the Christian religion. Then a Jew is an infidel." And English history, for several centuries prior to the Commonwealth, shows how habitually and most atrociously Christian kings, Christian courts, and Christian churches persecuted and harassed these infidel Jews. There was a time in England when Jews were such infidels that they were not even allowed to be sworn as witnesses. In 1740, a legacy left for establishing an assembly for the reading of the Jewish scriptures was held to be void because it was "for the propagation of the Jewish law in contradiction to the Christian religion." It is only in very modern times that municipal rights have been accorded in England to Jews. It is barely 30 years since they have been allowed to sit in Parliament. In 1851, the late Mr. Newdigate in debate objected that they should have sitting in that house an individual who regarded our Redeemer as an impostor. Lord Chief Justice Raymond has shown how it was that Christian intolerance was gradually broken down. A Jew may sue at this day, but heretofore he could not, for then they were looked upon as enemies, but now commerce has taught the world more humanity. Lord Coke treated the infidel as one who in law had no right of any kind, with whom no contact need be kept, to whom no debt was payable. The plea of alien infidel as answer to a claim was actually pleaded in court as late as 1737. In a solemn judgment, Lord Coke says, "All infidels are in law perpetual enemies, for between them, as with the devils whose subjects they be, and the Christian, there is perpetual hostility." 20 years ago, the law of England required the writer of any periodical publication or pamphlet under sixpence in price to give sureties for £800 against the publication of blasphemy. I was the last person prosecuted in 1868 for non-compliance with that law, which was repealed by Mr. Gladstone in 1869. Up till the 23rd December, 1888, an infidel in Scotland was only allowed to enforce any legal claim in court on condition that, if challenged, he denied his infidelity. If he lied and said he was a Christian, he was accepted despite his lying. If he told the truth and said he was an unbeliever, then he was practically an outlaw, incompetent to give evidence for himself or for any other. Fortunately, all this was changed by the royal assent to the Oaths Act on 24th December. Has not humanity clearly gained a little in this struggle through unbelief? For more than a century and a half, the Roman Catholic had in practice harsher measure dealt out to him by the English Protestant Christian, than was even during that period the fate of the Jew or the unbeliever. If the Roman Catholic would not take the oath of abnegation, which to a sincere Romanist was impossible, he was in effect an outlaw, and the jury packing so much complained of today in Ireland is one of the habit survivals of the old bad time when Roman Catholics were thus by law excluded from the jury box. The Scotsman of January 5th, 1889, notes that in 1860 the Rev. Dr. Robert Lee, of Grey Friars, gave a course of Sunday evening lectures on biblical criticism, in which he showed the absurdity and untenableness of regarding every word in the Bible as inspired, and it adds, "We well remember the awful indignation such opinions inspired, and it is refreshing to contrast them with the calmness with which they are now received, not only from the pulpits of the city, but from the press (misnamed religious), were his doctrines denounced; and one eminent U.P. minister went the length of publicly praying for him, and for the students under his care. It speaks volumes for the progress made since then, when we think in all probability Dr. Charteris, Dr. Lee's successor in the chair, differs in his teaching from the confession of faith much more widely than Dr. Lee ever did, and yet he is considered supremely orthodox, whereas the stigma of heresy was attached to the other all his life. And this change and gain to humanity is due to the gradual progress of unbelief, alike inside and outside the churches. Take from differing churches two recent illustrations. The late Principal Dr. Lindsay Alexander, a strict Calvinist, in his important work on biblical theology, claims that all the statements of Scripture are alike to be deferred to as presenting to us the mind of God. Yet the Reverend Doctor of Divinity also says, "We find in their writings, i.e., in the writings of the sacred authors, statements which no ingenuity can reconcile with what modern research has shown to be the scientific truths, i.e., we find in them statements which modern science proves to be erroneous." At the last Southwell Diocesan Church of England Conference at Derby, the Bishop of the diocese presiding, the Rev. J. G. Richardson said of the Old Testament that it was no longer honest or even safe to deny that this noble literature, rich in all the elements of moral or spiritual grandeur, given, so the Church had always taught, and would always teach, under the inspiration of Almighty God, was sometimes mistaken in its science, was sometimes inaccurate in its history, and sometimes only relative and accommodatory in its morality. It assumed theories of the physical world which science had abandoned and could never resume. It contained passages of narrative which devout and temperate men pronounced discredited, both by external and internal evidence. It praised or justified or approved or condoned or tolerated conduct which the teaching of Christ and the conscience of the Christian alike condemned. Or, as I should urge, the gain to humanity by unbelief is that the teaching of Christ has been modified, enlarged, widened, and humanized, and that the conscience of the Christian is in quantity and quality made fitter for human progress by the ever increasing additions of knowledge of these later and more heretical days. End of Humanity's Gain from Unbelief by Charles Bradlow, read by Lee Smalley.
In Mammoth Cave, 1894, by John Burroughs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In Mammoth Cave. Some idea of the impression which Mammoth Cave makes upon the senses, irrespective even of sight, may be had from the fact that blind people go there to see it, and are greatly struck with it. I was assured that this is a fact. The blind seem as much impressed by it as those who have their sight. When the guide pauses at the more interesting point, or lights the scene up with a great torch or with Bengal lights, and points out the more striking features, the blind exclaim, "How wonderful! How beautiful!" They can feel it if they cannot see it. They get some idea of the spaciousness when words are uttered. The voice goes forth in these colossal chambers like a bird. When no word is spoken, the silence is of a kind never experienced on the surface of this earth. It is so profound and abysmal. This and the absolute darkness, to a person with eyes, makes him feel as if he were face to face with a primordial nothingness. The objective universe is gone, only the subjective remains. The sense of hearing is inverted, and reports only the murmurs from within. The blind miss much, but much remains to them. The great cave is not merely a spectacle to the eye, it is a wonder to the ear, a strangeness to the smell and to the touch. The body feels the presence of unusual conditions through every pore. For my part, my thoughts took a decidedly sepulchral turn. I thought of my dead and of all the dead of the earth, and said to myself, the darkness and the silence of their last resting place is like this. To this we must all come at last. No vicissitudes of earth, no changes of seasons, no sound of storm or thunder penetrate here. Winter and summer, day and night, peace or war, it is all one. A world beyond the reach of change, because beyond the reach of life. What peace, what repose, what desolation! The marks and relics of the Indian, which disappear so quickly from the light of day above, are here beyond the reach of natural change. The imprint of his moccasin in the dust might remain undisturbed for 1,000 years. At one point the guide reaches his arm beneath the rocks that strew the floor, and pulls out the burnt ends of canes used, when probably filled with oil or grease, by the natives to light their way into the cave, doubtless centuries ago. Here in the loose soil are ruts worn by cartwheels in 1812, when, during the war with Great Britain, the earth was leached to make saltpeter. The guide kicks corncobs out of the dust where the oxen were fed at noon, and they look nearly as fresh as ever they did. In those frail corn cobs, and in those wheel tracks, as if the carts had but just gone along, one seemed to come very near to the youth of the century, almost to overtake it. At a point in one of the great avenues, if you stop and listen, you hear a slow, solemn ticking, like a great clock in a deserted hall. You hear the slight echo as it fathoms and sets off the silence. It is called the clock, and is caused by a single large drop of water falling every second into a little pool. A ghostly kind of clock there in the darkness, that is never wound up and that never runs down. It seemed like a mockery where time is not, and change does not come, the clock of the dead. This somber and mortuary cast of one's thoughts seems so natural in the great cave, that I could well understand the emotions of a lady who visited the cave with a party a few days before I was there. She went forward very reluctantly from the first. The silence and darkness of the huge mausoleum evidently impressed her imagination, so that when she got to the spot where the guide points out the giant's coffin, a huge fallen rock, which in the dim light takes exactly the form of an enormous coffin, her fear quite overcame her, and she begged piteously to be taken back. Timid, highly imaginative people, especially women, are quite sure to have a sense of fear in this strange underground world. The guide told me of a lady in one of the parties he was conducting through, who wanted to linger behind a little all alone. He suffered her to do so, but presently heard a piercing scream. Rushing back, he found her lying prone upon the ground in a dead faint. She had accidentally put out her lamp, and was so appalled by the darkness that instantly closed around her that she swooned at once. Sometimes it seemed to me as if I was threading the streets of some buried city of the foreworld. With your little lantern in your hand, you follow your guide through those endless and silent avenues, catching glimpses on either hand of what appears to be some strange antique architecture, the hoary and crumbling walls rising high up into the darkness. Now we turn a sharp corner, or turn down a street which crosses our course at right angles. Now we come out into a great circle, or spacious court, which the guide lights up with a quick paper torch or a colored chemical light. There are streets above you and streets below you. As this was a city where day never entered, no provision for light needed to be made, and it is built one layer above another to the number of 4 or 5, or on the plan of an enormous ant hill, the lowest avenues being several hundred feet beneath the uppermost. The main avenue leading in from the entrance is called the Broadway, and if Broadway, New York, was arched over and reduced to utter darkness and silence, and its roadway blocked with mounds of earth and fragments of rock, it would perhaps only lack that gray, cosmic, elemental look to make it resemble this. A mile or so from the entrance we pass a couple of rude stone houses, built 40 or more years ago by some consumptives who hoped to prolong their lives by a residence in this pure antiseptic air. 5 months they lived here, poor creatures, a half dozen of them, without ever going forth into the world of light. But the long entombment did not arrest the disease. The mountain did not draw the virus out, but seemed to draw the strength and vitality out, so that when the victims did go forth into the light and air, bleached as white as chalk, they succumbed at once, and nearly all died before they could reach the hotel a few hundred yards away. Probably the prettiest thing they have to show you in Mammoth Cave is the Star Chamber. This seems to have made an impression upon Emerson when he visited the cave, for he mentions it in one of his essays, Illusions. The guide takes your lantern from you and leaves you seated upon a bench by the wayside, in the profound cosmic darkness. He retreats along a side alley that seems to go down to a lower level, and at a certain point shades his lamp with his hat, so that the light falls upon the ceiling over your head. You look up, and the first thought is that there is an opening just there that permits you to look forth upon the midnight skies. You see the darker horizon line where the sky ends and the mountains begin. The sky is blue-black and is thickly studded with stars, rather small stars, but apparently genuine. At one point a long luminous streak simulates exactly the form and effect of a comet. As you gaze, the guide slowly moves his hat, and a black cloud gradually creeps over the sky, and all is blackness again. Then you hear footsteps retreating and dying away in the distance. Presently all is still, save the ringing in your own ears. Then, after a few moments, during which you have sat in silence like that of the interstellar spaces, you hear over your left shoulder a distant flapping of wings, followed by the crowing of a cock. You turn your head in that direction and behold a faint dawn breaking on the horizon. It slowly increases till you hear footsteps approaching, and your dusky companion, playing the part of Apollo, with lamp in hand, ushers in the light of day. It is rather theatrical, but a very pleasant diversion nevertheless. Another surprise was when we paused at a certain point, and the guide asked me to shout or call in a loud voice. I did so without any unusual effect following. Then he spoke in a very deep bass, and instantly the rocks all about and beneath us became like the strings of an aeolian harp. They seemed transformed as if by enchantment. Then I tried, but did not strike the right key. The rocks were dumb. I tried again, but got no response. Flat and dead the sounds came back as if in mockery. Then I struck a deeper bass. The chord was hit and the solid walls seemed to become as thin and frail as a drum head or as the frame of a violin. They fairly seemed to dance about us and to recede away from us. Such wild, sweet music I had never before heard rocks discourse. Ah, the magic of the right key! Why leap ye, ye high hills? Why, but that they had been spoken to in the right voice? Is not the whole secret of life to pitch our voices in the right key? Responses come from the very rocks when we do so. I thought of the lines of our poet of democracy: surely whoever speaks to me in the right voice, him or her I shall follow, as the water follows the moon, silently with fluid steps, anywhere around the globe. Where we were standing was upon an arch over an avenue which crossed our course beneath us. The reverberations on Echo River, a point I did not reach, can hardly be more surprising, though they are described as wonderful. There are 4 or 5 levels in the cave, and a series of avenues upon each. The lowest is some 250 feet below the entrance. Here the stream which has done all this carving and tunneling has got to the end of its tether. It is here on a level with Green River in the valley below, and flows directly into it. I say the end of its tether, though if Green River cuts its valley deeper, the stream will, of course, follow suit. The bed of the river has probably, at successive periods, been on a level with each series of avenues of the cave. The stream is now doubtless but a mere fraction of its former self. Indeed, every feature of the cave attests the greater volume and activity of the forces which carved it in the earlier geologic ages. The waters have worn the rock as if it were but ice. The domes and pits are carved and fluted in precisely the way dripping water flutes snow or ice. The rainfall must have been enormous in those early days, and it must have had a much stronger and sharper tooth of carbonic acid gas than now. It has carved out enormous pits with perpendicular sides, 200 or 300 feet deep. Goring Dome I remember particularly. You put your head through an irregularly shaped window in the wall at the side of one of the avenues, and there is this huge shaft or well starting from some higher level and going down 200 feet below you. There must have been such wells in the old glaciers, worn by a rill of water slowly eating its way down. It was probably 10 feet across, still moist and dripping. The guide threw down a lighted torch, and it fell and fell till I had to crane my neck far out to see it finally reach the bottom. Some of these pits are simply appalling, and where the way is narrow have been covered over to prevent accidents. No part of Mammoth Cave was to me more impressive than its entrance, probably because here its gigantic proportions are first revealed to you, and can be clearly seen. That strange colossal underworld here looks out into the light of day, and comes in contrast with familiar scenes and objects. When you are fairly in the cave you cannot see it, that is, with your above ground eyes you walk along by the dim light of your lamp as in a huge wood at night. When the guide lights up the more interesting portions with his torches and colored lights, the effect is weird and spectral. It seems like a dream. It is an unfamiliar world. You hardly know whether this is the emotion of grandeur which you experience, or of mere strangeness. If you could have the light of day in there, you would come to your senses, and could test the reality of your impressions. At the entrance you have the light of day, and you look fairly in the face of this underground monster, yea, into his open mouth, which has a span of 50 feet or more, and down into his contracting throat, where a man can barely stand upright, and where the light fades and darkness begins. As you come down the hill through the woods from the hotel, you see no sign of the cave till you emerge into a small opening where the grass grows and the sunshine falls, when you turn slightly to the right, and there at your feet yawns this terrible pit, and you feel indeed as if the mountain had opened its mouth and was lying in wait to swallow you down, as a whale might swallow a shrimp. I never grew tired of sitting or standing here by this entrance and gazing into it. It had for me something of the same fascination that the display of the huge elemental forces of nature have, as seen in thunderstorms or in the roaring ocean surf. 2 phoebe birds had their nests in little niches of the rocks, and delicate ferns and wild flowers fringed the edges. Another very interesting feature to me was the behavior of the cool air which welled up out of the mouth of the cave. It simulated exactly a fountain of water. It rose up to a certain level, or until it filled the depression immediately about the mouth of the cave, and then flowing over at the lowest point, ran down the hill towards Green River along a little water course, exactly as if it had been a liquid. I amused myself by wading down into it as into a fountain. The air above was muggy and hot, the thermometer standing at about 86°, and this cooler air of the cave, which was at a temperature of about 52°, was separated in the little pool or lakelet which is formed from the hotter air above it by a perfectly horizontal line. As I stepped down into it I could feel it close over my feet, then it was at my knees, then I was immersed to my hips, then to my waist, then I stood neck deep in it, my body almost chilled, while my face and head were bathed in a sultry, oppressive air. Where the two bodies of air came into contact a slight film of vapor was formed by condensation. I waded in till I could look under this as under a ceiling. It was as level and as well defined as a sheet of ice on a pond. A few moments' immersion into this aerial fountain made one turn to the warmer air again. At the depression in the rim of the basin one had but to put his hand down to feel the cold air flowing over like water. 50 yards below you could still wade into it as into a creek, and at 100 yards it was still quickly perceptible, but broader and higher. It had begun to lose some of its coldness and to mingle with the general air. All the plants growing on the margin of the watercourse were in motion, as well as the leaves on the low branches of the trees near by. Gradually this cool current was dissipated and lost in the warmth of the day. End of In Mammoth Cave, 1894, by John Burroughs. Read by Sue Anderson.
I Talk of Dreams by William Dean Howells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I Talk of Dreams by William Dean Howells. But it is mostly my own dreams I talk of, and that will somewhat excuse me for talking of dreams at all. Everyone knows how delightful the dreams are that one dreams oneself, and how insipid the dreams of others are. I had an illustration of the fact not many evenings ago, when a company of us got telling dreams. I had by far the best dreams of any. To be quite frank, mine were the only dreams worth listening to. They were richly imaginative, delicately fantastic, exquisitely whimsical, and humorous in the last degree. And I wondered that when the rest could have listened to them, they were always eager to cut in with some silly, senseless, tasteless thing that made me sorry and ashamed for them. I shall not be going too far if I say that it was on their part the grossest betrayal of vanity that I ever witnessed. But the egotism of some people concerning their dreams is almost incredible. They will come down to breakfast and bore everybody with a recital of the nonsense that has passed through their brains in sleep, as if they were not bad enough when they were awake. They will not spare the slightest detail, and if, by the mercy of Heaven, they have forgotten something, they will be sure to recollect it, and go back and give it all over again with added circumstance. Such people do not reflect that there is something so purely and intensely personal in dreams that they can rarely interest anyone but the dreamer, and that to the dearest friend, the closest relation or connection, they can seldom be otherwise than tedious and impertinent. The habit husbands and wives have of making each other listen to their dreams is especially cruel. They have each other quite helpless, and for this reason they should all the more carefully guard themselves from abusing their advantage. Parents should not afflict their offspring with the rehearsal of their mental maunderings in sleep, and children should learn that one of the first duties a child owes its parents is to spare them the anguish of hearing what it has dreamed about overnight. A like forbearance in regard to the community at large should be taught as the first trait of good manners in the public schools, if we ever come to teach good manners there. Certain exceptional dreams, however, are so imperatively significant, so vitally important, that it would be wrong to withhold them from the knowledge of those who happened not to dream them, and I feel some such quality in my own dreams so strongly that I could scarcely forgive myself if I did not, however briefly, impart them. It was only the last week, for instance, that I found myself one night in the company of the Duke of Wellington, the great Duke, the iron one, in fact, and after a few moments of agreeable conversation on topics of interest among gentlemen, his Grace said that now, if I pleased, he would like a couple of those towels. We had not been speaking of towels, that I remember, but it seemed the most natural thing in the world that he should mention them in the connection, whatever it was, and I went out at once to get them for him. At the place where they gave out towels, and where I found some very civil people, they told me that what I wanted was not towels, and they gave me instead two bath gowns of rather scanty measure, butternut in color and Turkish in texture. The garments made somehow a very strong impression upon me, so that I could draw them now, if I could draw anything, as they looked when they were held up to me. At the same moment, for no reason that I can allege, I passed from a social to a menial relation to the Duke, and foresaw that when I went back to him with those bath gowns he would not thank me as one gentleman would another, but would offer me a tip as if I were a servant. This gave me no trouble, for I at once dramatized a little scene between myself and the Duke, in which I should bring him the bath gowns, and he should offer me the tip, and I should refuse it with a low bow, and say that I was an American. What I did not dramatize, or what seemed to enter into the dialogue quite without my agency, was the Duke's reply to my proud speech. It was foreshown me that he would say he did not see why that should make any difference. I suppose it was in the hurt I felt at this wound to our national dignity that I now instantly invented the society of some ladies, whom I told of my business with those bath gowns (I still had them in my hands), and urged them to go with me and call upon the Duke. They expressed somehow that they would rather not, and then I urged that the Duke was very handsome. This seemed to end the whole affair, and I passed on to other visions which I cannot recall. I have not often had a dream of such international import, in the offense offered through me to the American character and its well-known superiority to tips, but I have had other quite as humiliating to me personally. In fact, I am rather in the habit of having such dreams, and I think I may not unjustly attribute to them the disciplined modesty which the reader will hardly fail to detect in the present essay. It has more than once been my fate to find myself during sleep in battle, where I behave with so little courage as to bring discredit upon our flag and shame upon myself. In these circumstances I am not anxious to make even a showing of courage. My one thought is to get away as rapidly and safely as possible. It is said that this is really the wish of all novices under fire, and that the difference between a hero and a coward is that the hero hides it with a duplicity which finally does him honor, and that the coward frankly runs away. I have never really been in battle, and if it is anything like a battle in dreams, I would not willingly qualify myself to speak by the card on this point. Neither have I ever really been upon the stage, but in dreams I have often been there, and always in a great trouble of mind at not knowing my part. It seems a little odd that I should not sometimes be prepared, but I never am, and I feel that when the curtain rises I shall be disgraced beyond all reprieve. I dare say it is the suffering from this that awakens me in time, or changes the current of my dreams, so that I have never yet been actually hooted from the stage. But I do not so much object to these ordeals as to some social experiences which I have in dreams. I cannot understand why one should dream of being slighted or snubbed in society, but this is what I have done more than once, though never perhaps so signally as in the instance I am about to give. I found myself in a large room, where people were sitting at lunch or supper around small tables, as is the custom, I am told, at parties in the houses of our nobility and gentry. I was feeling very well, not too proud, I hope, but in harmony with the time and place. I was very well dressed, for me, and as I stood talking to some ladies at one of the tables I was saying some rather brilliant things, for me. I lounged easily on one foot, as I have observed men of fashion do, and, as I talked, I flipped my gloves, which I held in one hand, across the other. I remember thinking that this was a peculiarly distinguished action. Upon the whole, I comported myself like one in the habit of such affairs, and I turned to walk away to another table, very well satisfied with myself, and with the effect of my splendor upon the ladies. But I had got only a few paces off, when I perceived (I could not see with my back turned) one of the ladies lean forward, and heard her say to the rest in a tone of killing condescension and patronage, "I don't see why that person isn't as well as another." I say that I do not like this sort of dreams, and I never would have them if I could help. They make me ask myself if I am really such a snob when I am waking, and this in itself is very unpleasant. If I am, I cannot help hoping that it will not be found out; and in my dreams I am always less sorry for the misdeeds I commit than for their possible discovery. I have done some very bad things in dreams which I have no concern for whatever, except as they seem to threaten me with publicity or bring me within the penalty of the law; and I believe this is the attitude of most other criminals, remorse being a fiction of the poets, according to the students of the criminal class. It is not agreeable to bring this home to one's self, but the fact is not without its significance in another direction. It implies that both in the case of the dream criminal and the deed criminal there is perhaps the same taint of insanity, only in the deed criminal it is active, and in the dream criminal it is passive. In both, the inhibitory clause that forbids evil is off, but the dreamer is not bidden to do evil as the maniac is, or as the malefactor often seems to be. The dreamer is purely unmoral; good and bad are the same to his conscience. He has no more to do with right and wrong than the animals; he is reduced to the state of the merely natural man, and perhaps the primitive men were really like what we all are now in our dreams. Perhaps all life to them was merely dreaming, and they never had anything like our waking consciousness, which seems to be the offspring of conscience, or else the parent of it. Until men passed the first stage of being, perhaps that which we call the soul, for want of a better name, or a worse, could hardly have existed; and perhaps in dreams the soul is mostly absent now. The soul, or the principle that we call the soul, is the supernal criticism of the deeds done in the body, which goes perpetually on in the waking mind. While this watches and warns or commands, we go right, but when it is off duty we go neither right nor wrong, but are as the beasts that perish. A common theory is that the dreams which we remember are those we have in the drowse which precedes sleeping and waking, but I do not altogether accept this theory; in fact, there is very little proof of it. We often wake from a dream, literally, but there is no proof that we did not dream in the middle of the night the dream which is quite as vividly with us in the morning as the one we wake from. I should think that the dream which has some color of conscience in it was the drowse dream, and that the dream which has none is the sleep dream; and I believe that the most of our dreams will be found by this test to be sleep dreams. It is in these we may know what we would be without our souls, without their supernal criticism of the mind; for the mind keeps on working in them, with the lights of waking knowledge, both experience and observation, but ruthlessly, remorselessly. By them we may know what the state of the habitual criminal is, what the state of the lunatic, the animal, the devil is. In them the personal character ceases; the dreamer is remanded to his type. It is very strange, in the matter of dreadful dreams, how the body of the terror is, in the course of often dreaming, reduced to a mere convention. For a long time I was tormented with a nightmare of burglars, and at first I used to dramatize the whole affair in detail, from the time the burglars approached the house till they mounted the stairs and the light of their dark lanterns shone under the door into my room. Now I have blue penciled all that introductory detail. I have a light shining in under my door at once. I know that it is my old burglars, and I have the effect of nightmare without further ceremony. There are other nightmares that still cost me a great deal of trouble in their construction, as, for instance, the nightmare of clinging to the face of a precipice or the eaves of a lofty building. I have to take as much pains with the arrangement of these as if I were now dreaming them for the first time and were hardly more than an apprentice in the business. Perhaps the most universal dream of all is that disgraceful dream of appearing in public places and in society with very little or nothing on. This dream spares neither age nor sex, I believe, and I dare say the innocence of wordless infancy is abused by it, and dotage pursued to the tomb. I have not the least doubt Adam and Eve had it in Eden, though, up to the moment the fig leaf came in, it is difficult to imagine just what plight they found themselves in that seemed improper. Probably there was some plight. The most amusing thing about this dream is the sort of defensive process that goes on in the minds in search of self-justification or explanation. Is there not some peculiar circumstance or special condition in whose virtue it is wholly right and proper for one to come to a fashionable assembly clad simply in a towel, or to go about the street in nothing but a pair of kid gloves, or of pajamas at the most? This, or something like it, the mind of the dreamer struggles to establish, with a good deal of anxious appeal to the bystanders and a final sense of the hopelessness of the cause. One may easily laugh off this sort of dream in the morning, but there are other shameful dreams whose inculpation projects itself far into the day, and whose infamy often lingers about one till lunch-time. Everyone, nearly, has had them, but it is not the kind of dream that anyone is fond of telling. The gross vanity of the most besotted dream-teller keeps that sort back. During the forenoon, at least, the victim goes about with the dim question whether he is not really that kind of man harassing him, and a sort of remote fear that he may be. I fancy that as to his nature and as to his mind he is so, and that but for the supernal criticism, but for his soul, he might be that kind of man in very act and deed. The dreams we sometimes have about other people are not without a curious suggestion, and the superstitious, of those superstitious who like to invent their own superstitions, might very well imagine that the persons dreamed of had a witting complicity in their facts, as well as the dreamer. This is a conjecture that must, of course, not be forced to any conclusion. One must not go to one of these persons and ask, however much one would like to ask, "Sir, have you no recollection of such and such a thing at such and such a time and place, which happened to us in my dream?" Any such person would be fully justified in not answering the question. It would be, of all interviewing, the most intolerable species. Yet a singular interest, a curiosity not altogether indefensible, will attach to these persons in the dreamer's mind, and he will not be without the sense, ever after, that he and they have a secret in common. This is dreadful, but the only thing that I can think to do about it is to urge people to keep out of other people's dreams by every means in their power. There are things in dreams very awful, which would not be at all so in waking, quite witless and aimless things, which at the time were of such baleful effect that it remains forever. I remember dreaming when I was quite a small boy, not more than 10 years old, a dream which is vivider in my mind now than anything that happened at the time. I suppose it came remotely from my reading of certain Tales of the Grotesque and the Arabesque, which had just then fallen into my hands, and it involved simply an action of the fire company in the little town where I lived. They were working the brakes of the old fire engine, which would seldom respond to their efforts, and as their hands rose and fell they set up the heart-shaking and soul-desolating cry of "Arms Poe! Arms Poe! Arms Poe!" This and nothing more was the body of my horror, and if the reader is not moved by it the fault is his and not mine, for I can assure him that nothing in my experience had been more dreadful to me. I can hardly except the dismaying apparition of a clown whom I once saw, somewhat later in life, rise through the air in a sitting posture and float lightly over the house roof, snapping his fingers and vaguely smiling, while the antennae on his forehead, which clowns have in common with some other insects, nodded elasticity. I do not know why this portent should have been so terrifying, or indeed that it was a portent at all, for nothing ever came of it. What I know is that it was to the last degree threatening and awful. I never got anything but joy out of the circuses where this dream must have originated, but the pantomime of Don Giovanni which I saw at the theater was as gruesome to me waking as it was to me dreaming. The statue of the Commendatore, in getting down from his horse to pursue the wicked hero (I think that is what he gets down for), set an example by which a long line of statues afterward profited in my dreams. For many years, and I do not know but quite up to the time when I adopted burglars as the theme of my nightmares, I was almost always chased by a marble statue with an uplifted arm, and almost always I ran along the verge of a pond to escape it. I believe that I got this pond out of my remote childhood, and that it may have been a fish pond embowered by weeping willows, which I used to admire in the dooryard of a neighbor. I have somehow a great respect for the material of this earlier nightmare than I have for that of the later ones, and no doubt the reader will agree with me that it is much more romantic to be pursued by a statue than to be threatened by burglars. It is but a few hours ago, however, that I saved myself from these inveterate enemies by waking up just in time for breakfast. They did not come with that light of the dark lanterns shining under the door, or I should have known them at once, and not had so much bother. But they intimated their presence in the catch of the lock, which would not close securely, and there was some question at first whether they were not ghosts. I thought of tying the doorknob on the inside of my room to my bedpost, a bedpost that has not been in existence for 50 years. But after suffering a while I decided to speak to them from an upper window. By this time they had turned into a trio of harmless, necessary tramps, and at my appeal to them, absolutely nonsensical as I now believe it to have been, to regard the peculiar circumstances, whatever they were or were not, they did not really get up from the back porch where they were seated and go quietly away. Burglars are not always so easily to be entreated. On one occasion, when I found a party of them digging at the corner of my house on Concord Avenue in Cambridge, and opened the window over them to expostulate, the leader looked up at me in well affected surprise. He lifted his hand, with a $20 note in it, toward me, and said, "Oh, can you change me a $20 bill?" I expressed a polite regret that I had not so much money about me, and then he said to the rest, "Go ahead, boys," and they went on undermining my house. I do not know what came of it all. Of ghosts I have seldom dreamed, so far as I can remember. In fact, I have never dreamed of the kind of ghosts that we are all more or less afraid of, though I have dreamed rather often of the spirits of departed friends. But I once dreamed of dying, and the reader, who has never died yet, may be interested to know what it is like. According to this experience of mine, which I do not claim as typical, it is like a fire kindling in an air-tight stove with paper and shavings. The gathering smoke and gases suddenly burst into flame and puff the door out, and all is over. I have not yet been led to execution for the many crimes I have committed in my dreams, but I was once in the hands of a barber who added to the shaving and shampooing business the art of removing his customers' heads in treatment for headache. As I took my seat in his chair, I had some lingering doubts as to the effect of a treatment so drastic, and I ventured to mention the case of a friend of mine, a gentleman somewhat eminent in the law, who after several weeks was still going about without his head. The barber did not attempt to refute my position. He merely said, "Oh, well, he had such a very thick sort of a head anyway." This was a sarcasm, but I think it was urged as a reason, though it may not have been. We rarely bring away from sleep the things that seem so brilliant to us in our dreams. Verse is especially apt to fade away, or turn into doggerel in the memory, and the witty sayings which we contrive to remember will hardly bear the test of daylight. The most perfect thing of the kind out of my own dreams was something that I seemed to wake with the very sound of in my ears. It was after a certain dinner, which had been rather uncommonly gay, with a good deal of very good talk, which seemed to go on all night, and when I awoke in the morning someone was saying, "Oh, I shouldn't at all mind his robbing Peter to pay Paul, if I felt sure that Peter would get the money." This I think really humorous, and an extremely neat bit of characterization. I feel free to praise it, because it was not I who said it. Apparently, the greater part of dreams have no more mirth than sense in them. This is perhaps because the man is in dreams reduced to the brute condition, and is the lawless inferior of the waking man intellectually, as the lawless in waking are always the inferiors of the lawful. Some loose thinkers suppose that if we give the rein to imagination it will do great things, but it will really do little things, foolish and worthless things, as we witness in dreams where it is quite unbridled. It must keep close to truth, and it must be under the law if it would work strongly and sanely. The man in his dreams is really lower than the lunatic in his deliriums. These have a logic of their own, but the dreamer has not even a crazy logic. Like a dog he hunts in dreams, and probably his dreams and the dog's are not only alike, but are of the same quality. In his wicked dreams the man is not only animal, he is devil, so wholly is he led into his dreams, as the Swedenborgians say. The wrong is indifferent to him until the fear of detection and punishment steals in upon him. Even then he is not sorry for his misdeed, as I have said before. He is only anxious to escape its consequences. It seems probable that when this fear makes itself felt he is near to waking, and probably when we dream, as we often do, that the thing is only a dream, and hope for rescue from it by waking, we are always just about to wake. This double effect is very strange, but still more strange is the effect which we are privy to in the minds of others when they not merely say things to us which are wholly unexpected, but think things that we know they are thinking, and that they do not express in words. A great many years ago, when I was young, I dreamed that my father, who was in another town, came into the room where I was really lying asleep and stood by my bed. He wished to greet me, after our separation, but he reasoned that if he did so I should wake, and he turned and left the room without touching me. This process in his mind, which I knew as clearly and accurately as if it had apparently gone on in my own, was apparently confined to his mind as absolutely as anything could be that was not spoken or in any wise uttered. Of course it was of my agency, like any other part of the dream, and it was something like the operation of the novelist's intention through the mind of his characters. But in this there is the author's consciousness that he is doing it all himself, while in my dream the reasoning in the mind of another was something that I felt myself mere witness of. In fact, there is no analogy, so far as I can make out, between the process of literary invention and the process of dreaming. In the invention, the critical faculty is vividly and constantly alert. In dreaming, it seems altogether absent. It seems absent, too, in what we call day dreaming, or that sort of dramatizing action which perhaps goes on perpetually in the mind, or some minds. But this day dreaming is not otherwise any more like night dreaming than invention is, for the man is never more actively and consciously a man, and never has a greater will to be fine and high and grand than in his day dreams, while in his night dreams he is quite willing to be a miscreant of any worst sort. It is very remarkable, in view of this fact, that we have now and then, though ever so much more rarely, dreams that are as angelic as those others are demoniac. Is it possible that then the dreamer is led into his goods (the word is Swedenborg's again) instead of his evils? It may be supposed that in sleep the dreamer lies passive, while his proper soul is away, and other spirits, celestial and infernal, have free access to his mind, and abuse it to their own ends in the one case, and use it in his behalf in the other. That would be an explanation, but nothing seems quite to hold in regard to dreams. If it is true, why should the dreamer's state so much oftener be imbued with evil than with good? It might be answered that the evil forces are much more positive and aggressive than the good, or that the love of the dreamer, which is his life, being mainly evil, invites the wicked spirits oftener. But that is a point which I would rather leave each dreamer to settle for himself. The greater number of everyone's dreams, like the romantic novel, I fancy, concern incident rather than character, and I am not sure after all that the dream which convicts the dreamer of an essential baseness is commoner than the dream that tells in his favor morally. I dare say every reader of this book has had dreams so amusing that he has wakened himself from them by laughing, and then not found them so very funny, or perhaps not been able to recall them at all. I have had at least one of this sort remarkable for other reasons, which remains perfect in my mind, though it is now some 10 years old. One of the children had been exposed to a very remote chance of scarlet fever at the house of a friend, and had been duly scolded for the risk, which was then quite forgotten. I dreamed that this friend, however, was giving a ladies' lunch at which I was unaccountably and invisibly present, and the talk began to run upon the scarlet fever cases in her family. She said that after the last she had fumigated the whole house for 72 hours (the period seemed very significant and important in my dream), and had burned everything she could lay her hands on. "And what did the nurse burn?" asked one of the other ladies. The hostess began to laugh. "The nurse didn't burn a thing." Then all the rest burst out laughing at the joke, and the laughter woke me, to see the boy sitting up in his bed and hear him saying, "Oh, I am so sick!" It was the nausea which announces scarlet fever, and for 6 weeks after that we were in quarantine. Very likely the fear of the contagion had been in my nether mind all the time, but so far as consciousness could testify of it, I had wholly forgotten it. One rarely loses one's personality in dreams. It is rather intensified, with all the proper circumstances and relations of it, but I have had at least one dream in which I seemed to transcend my own circumstance and condition with remarkable completeness. Even my epoch, my precious present, I left behind, or ahead rather, and in my unity with the persons of my dream I became strictly medieval. In fact, I have always called it my medieval dream, to such as I could get to listen to it, and it had for its scene a feudal tower in some waste place, a tower open at the top and with a deep clear pool of water at the bottom, so that it instantly became known to me, as if I had always known it, for the Pool Tower. While I stood looking at it, in a medieval dress and a medieval mood, there came flying in at the open door of the ruin beside me the Duke's hunchback, and after him, furious and shrieking maledictions, the swarthy beauty whom I was aware the Duke was tired of. The keeping was now not only ducal, but thoroughly Italian, and it was suggested somehow to my own subtle Italian perception that the hunchback had been set on to tease the girl and provoke her so that she would turn upon him and try to wreak her fury on him, and chase him into the pool tower, and up the stone stairs that would round its hollow to the top, where the solemn sky showed. The fearful spire of the steps was unguarded, and when I had lost the pair from sight, with the dwarf's mocking laughter and the girl's angry cries in my ears, there came fluttering from the height, like a bird wounded and whirling from a lofty tree, the figure of the girl, while far aloof the hunchback peered over at her fall. Midway in her descent her head struck against the edge of the steps with a "kish," such as an egg shell makes when broken against the edge of a platter, and then plunged into the dark pool at my feet, where I could presently see her lying in the clear depths, and the blood curling upward from the wound in her skull like a dark smoke. I was not sensible of any great pity. I accepted the affair, quite medievally, as something that might very well have happened, given the girl, the Duke, and the dwarf, and the time and place. I am rather fond of medieval setting for those dreams that wave before the half-shut eye, just closing for an afternoon nap. Then I invite to my vision a wide landscape, with a cold wintry afternoon light upon it, and over this plain I have bands and groups of people scurrying in medieval hose of diverse colors and medieval leather jerkins, hugging themselves against the frost, and very miserable. They affect me with a profound compassion. They represent to me, somehow, the vast mass of humanity, the mass that does the work and earns the bread, and goes cold and hungry through all the ages. I should be at a loss to say why this was the effect, and I am utterly unable to say why these four dreams, which I partially solicit, should have such a tremendous significance as they seem to have. They are mostly of the most evanescent and intangible character, but they have one trait in common. They always involve the attribution of ethical motive and quality to material things, and in their passage through my brain they promise me a solution of the riddle of the painful earth in the very instant when they are gone forever. They are of innumerable multitude, chasing each other with the swiftness of light, and never staying to be seized by the memory, which seems already drugged with sleep before the course begins. One of these dreams, indeed, I did capture, and I found it to be the figure 8, but lying on its side, and in that posture involving the mystery and the revelation of the mystery of the universe. I leave the reader to imagine why, as we grow older, I think we are less and less able to remember our dreams. This is perhaps because the experience of youth is less dense, and the empty spaces of the young consciousness are more hospitable to these airy visitants. A few dreams of my later life stand out in strong relief, but for the most part they blend in an indistinguishable mass, and pass away with the actualities into a common oblivion. I should say that they were more frequent with me than they used to be. It seems to me that now I dream whole nights through, and much more about the business of my waking life than formerly. As I earn my living by weaving a certain sort of dreams into literary form, it might be supposed that I would some time dream of the personages in these dreams, but I cannot remember that I have ever done so. The two kinds of inventing, the voluntary and the involuntary, seem absolutely and finally distinct. Of the prophetic dreams which people sometimes have, I have mentioned the only one of mine which had any dramatic interest, but I have verified in my own experience the theory of Ribot that approaching disease sometimes intimates itself in dreams of the disorder impending before it is otherwise declared in the organism. In actual sickness I think that I dream rather less than in health. I had a malarial fever when I was a boy, and I had a sort of continuous dream in it that distressed me greatly. It was of gliding down the schoolhouse stairs without touching my feet to the steps, and this was indescribably appalling. The anguish of mind that one suffers from the imaginary dangers of dreams is probably of the same quality as that inspired by real peril in walking. A curious proof of this happened within my knowledge not many years ago. One of the neighbor's children was coasting down a long hill with a railroad at the foot of it, and as he neared the bottom an express train rushed round the curve. The flagman ran forward and shouted to the boy to throw himself off his sled, but he kept on and ran into the locomotive and was so hurt that he died. His injuries, however, were to the spine, and they were of a kind that rendered him insensible to pain while he lived. He talked very clearly and calmly of his accident, and when he was asked why he did not throw himself off his sled as the flagman bade him, he said, "I thought it was a dream." The reality had, through the mental stress, no doubt transmuted itself to the very substance of dreams, and he had felt the same kind and quality of suffering as he would have done if he had been dreaming. The Norwegian poet and novelist, Björnstjerne Björnson, was at my house shortly after this happened, and he was greatly struck by the psychological implications of the incident. It seemed to mean for him all sorts of possibilities in the obscure realm where it cast a fitful light. But such a glimmer soon fades, and the darkness thickens round us again. It is not without the blindfold sense of sleep that we shall ever find out the secret of life, I fancy, either in the dreams which seem personal to us each one, or those universal dreams which we apparently share with the whole race. Of the race dream, as I may call it, there is one hardly less common than that dream of going about insufficiently clad, which I have already mentioned, and that is the dream of suddenly falling from some height and waking with a start. The experience before the start is extremely dim, and latterly I have condensed this dread almost as much as the preliminary passages of my burglar dream. I am aware of nothing but an instant of danger, and then comes the jar or jolt that wakens me. Upon the whole, I find this a great saving of emotion, and I do not know but there is a tendency, as I grow older, to shorten up the detail of what may be styled the conventional dream, the dream which we have so often that it is like a story read before. Indeed, the plots of dreams are not much more varied than the plots of romantic novels, which are notoriously stale and hackneyed. It would be interesting and possibly important if some observer would note the recurrence of this sort of dreams and classify their varieties. I think we should all be astonished to find how few and slight the variations were. If I come to speak of dreams concerning the dead, it must be with a tenderness and awe that all who have had them will share with me. Nothing is more remarkable in them than the fact that the dead, though they are dead, yet live, and are to our commerce with them quite like all other living persons. We may recognize, and they may recognize, that they are no longer in the body, but they are as verily living as we are. This may be merely an effect from the doctrine of immortality which we all hold or have held, and yet I would fain believe that it may be something like proof of it. No one really knows or can know, but one may at least hope, without offending science, which indeed no longer frowns so darkly upon faith. This persistence of life in those whom we mourn as dead, may not it be a witness of the fact that the consciousness cannot accept the notion of death at all, and, whatever crazy sorrow saith, that we have never truly felt them lost? Sometimes those who have died come back in dreams as parts of a common life which seems never to have been broken. The old circle is restored without a flaw. But whether they do this, or whether it is acknowledged between them and us that they have died, and are now disembodied spirits, the effect of life is the same. Perhaps in those dreams they and we are alike disembodied spirits, and the soul of the dreamer, which so often seems to abandon the body to the animal, is then the conscious entity, the thing which the dreamer feels to be himself, and is mingling with the souls of the departed on something like the terms which shall hereafter be constant. I think very few of those who have lost their beloved have failed to receive some sign or message from them in dreams, and often it is of deep and abiding consolation. It may be that this is our anguish compelling the echo of love out of the darkness where nothing is, but it may be that there is something there which answers to our throe with pity and with longing like our own. Again, no one knows, but in a matter impossible of definite solution, I will not refuse the comfort which belief can give. Unbelief can be no gain, and belief no loss. But those dreams are so dear, so sacred, so interwoven with the finest and tenderest tissues of our being, that one cannot speak of them freely, or indeed more than most vaguely. It is enough to say that one has had them, and to know that almost every one else has had them too. They seem to be among the universal dreams, and a strange quality of them is that, though they deal with a fact of universal doubt, they are, to my experience at least, not nearly so fantastic or capricious as the dreams that deal with the facts of everyday life and with the affairs of people still in this world. I do not know whether it is common to dream of faces or figures strange to our waking knowledge, but occasionally I have done this. I suppose it is much the same kind of invention that causes the person we dream of to say or do a thing unexpected to us. But this is rather common, and the creation of a novel aspect, the physiognomy of a stranger, in the person we dream of, is rather rare. In all my dreams I can recall but one presence of the kind. I have never dreamed of any sort of monster foreign to my knowledge, or even of any grotesque thing made up of elements familiar to it. The grotesqueness has always been in the motive or circumstance of the dream. I have very seldom dreamed of animals, though once, when I was a boy, for a time after I had passed a cornfield where there were some bundle of snakes, writhing and knotted together in the cold of an early spring day, I had dreams infested by like images of those loathsome reptiles. I suppose that everyone has had dreams of finding his way through unnamable filth and of feeding upon hideous carnage. These are clearly the punishment of gluttony, and are the fumes of a rebellious stomach. I have heard people say that they have sometimes dreamed of a thing and awakened from their dream and then fallen asleep and dreamed of the same thing. But I believe that this is all one continuous dream, that they did not really awaken, but only dreamed that they had awakened. I have never had any such dream, but at one time I had a recurrent dream, which was so singular that I thought no one else had ever had a recurrent dream till I proved that it was rather common by starting the inquiry in the Contributors' Club in the Atlantic Monthly, where I found that great numbers of people have recurrent dreams. My own recurrent dreams began to come during the first year of my consulate at Venice, where I had hoped to find the same kind of poetic dimness on the phases of American life, which I wished to treat in literature, as the distance in time would have given. I should not wish any such dimness now, but those were my romantic days, and I was sorely baffled by its absence. The disappointment began to haunt my nights as well as my days, and a dream repeated itself from week to week for a matter of 8 or 10 months to one effect. I dreamed that I had gone home to America, and that people met me and said, "Why, you have given up your place," and I always answered, "Certainly not. I haven't done at all what I mean to do there yet. I am only here on my 10 days' leave." I meant the 10 days which a consul might take each quarter, without applying to the Department of State, and then I would reflect how impossible it was that I should make the visit in that time. I saw that I should be found out and dismissed from my office and publicly disgraced. Then suddenly I was not consul at Venice, and had not been, but consul at Delhi in India, and the distress I felt would all end in a splendid oriental phantasmagory of elephants and native princes with their retinues in procession, which I suppose was mostly out of my reading of De Quincey. This dream, with no variation that I can recall, persisted till I broke it up by saying, in the morning after it had recurred, that I had dreamed that dream again, and so it began to fade away, coming less and less frequently, and at last ceasing altogether. I am rather proud of that dream. It is really my battle horse among dreams, and I think I will ride away on it. End of I Talk of Dreams, by William Dean Howells. Recording by Lee Smalley.
Little Journeys to the Homes of Prominent Amateurs, by Andrew Francis Lockhart, from The United Amateur, September 1915. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr Natter. Among the many amateurs I have never met in the flesh and realness of life, Howard Phillips Lovecraft, poet, critic, and student, appeals to me as no other recent find in the circles of amateuria has ever appealed. And Lovecraft is a distinct find. Just why he holds a firm grip on my heartstrings is something of a mystery to me. Perhaps it is because of his wholesome ideas. Perhaps it is because he is a recluse, content to nose among books of ancient lore. Perhaps it's because of his physical afflictions, his love of things beautiful in life, his ardent advocacy of temperance, cleanliness, and purity. I don't know. We disagree on many questions. He criticizes my literary activities. He smiles at my suffrage theories, and disapproves of my language in chain lightning. But I like him. Howard Phillips Lovecraft has an interesting history, and this fact was known to official editor Das when he asked me to take a little journey to the study home of the vice president. "Don't stint yourself for space," was noted on the assignment tab, and after glancing over the biographical notes before me, I am sure that Das has again exemplified his quiet humor during a serious moment. Lovecraft was born at 454 Angle Street, Providence, Rhode Island, on August 20th, 1890. His nationality is Anglo-American, and under British law he can claim to be a British subject, since he is a grandson, in direct male line, of a British subject not naturalized in the United States. His ancestry is purely English. On the paternal side he is a descendant of the Lovecrafts, a Devonshire family which has furnished a great many clergymen to the Church of England, and the Allgoods of Northumberland, a history-honoured family of which several members have been knighted. The Allgoods have been a military line, and this may account for Lovecraft's militarism and belief in the justice of war. On the maternal side he is a typical Yankee, coming from East English stock, which settled in Rhode Island about 1680. Lovecraft is a student of astronomy. It is a domineering passion with him, and this love was apparently inherited from his maternal grandmother, Roby Phillips, who studied it thoroughly in her youth at Lapham Seminar, and whose collection of old astronomical books first interested him. Lovecraft came from pure blood stock, and he is the last male descendant of that family in the United States. With him the name will die in America. He is unmarried. As he was about to enter college at the age of 18, his feeble health gave way, and since then he has been physically incapacitated and rendered almost an invalid. Being thus deprived of his cherished hope to further his education and to prepare himself for a life of letters, he has contented himself with his home, which is just 3 squares from his birthplace, and where he lives with his mother, and his home life is ideal. His personal library, his haven of contentment, contains more than 1,500 volumes, many of them yellowed with age, and crude examples of the printer's art. Among these treasured books may be found volumes which have passed through the various branches of his family, some dating back to 1681 and 1702, and methinks I can see Lovecraft poring over these time-stained bits of bookish lore as the monks of old followed the printed lines with quivering fingers in the taper's uncertain, flickering light. For Lovecraft appeals to me as a bookworm, one of those lovable mortals whose very existence seems to hang on the numbered pages of a heavy, clumsy book. His connection with organized amateur journalism is of recent date. On the 6th of April, 1914, his application for membership in the United Amateur Press Association of America was forwarded to the secretary. Like a great many of the recruits, Lovecraft was completely ignored for several months. In July of last year he became active. He has proven to be an invaluable asset to the literary life of the association. He is not a politician. However, his literary activities had been prosecuted many years before he had even heard of the United. At the age of 8½ years he published the Scientific Gazette, a weekly periodical written in pencil and issued in edition of 4 carbon copies. This journal was devoted to the science of chemistry, which was one of his earliest hobbies, and ran from March 1899 to February 1904. As in most cases, my knowledge of chemistry was acquired after I had spent 4 years in high school, and the fact that any boy should be interested in that study at the age of 8½ years appeals to me as something out of the ordinary. But Lovecraft was not an ordinary boy. His second and more ambitious venture was the Rhode Island Journal of Astronomy. This was at first published as a weekly, and later changed to a monthly publication. This was carefully printed by hand and then duplicated on the hectograph and issued in lots of 25 copies. The journal was issued from 1903 to 1907, and contained the latest astronomical news, rewritten from the original telegraphic reports issued from Harvard University and seen at the Ladd Observatory. It also contained many of his original articles and forecasts of phenomena. He owns a 3-inch telescope of French make, and aside from amateur journalism, his one great hobby is astronomy. At the age of 16 he commenced writing monthly astronomical articles for the Providence Tribune, and later changed to the Evening News, to which he still contributes. During the present year he has contributed a complete elementary treatise on astronomy in serial form to the Asheville, North Carolina, Gazette News. Besides contributing a great many poems and articles to the amateur press, editing the Conservative, and assisting with the editorial work on the Badger, the appearance of Mr. Lovecraft's work in the professional magazines is of common occurrence. During the past year he has had charge of the Bureau of Public Criticism in the United Amateur, where he has proven himself a just, impartial, and painstaking critic. That he will achieve a great popularity in the world of amateur letters is a foregone conclusion, and I do not think that I am indulging in extravagant praise in predicting a brilliant future for him in the professional field. I am acquainted with Howard Phillips Lovecraft only through correspondence. I have never felt the flesh of his palm, and yet I know he is a man, every inch of him, and that amateur journalism will be enriched and promoted to its highest plane through his kindly influence and literary leadership. End of Little Journeys to the Homes of Prominent Amateurs, by Edward Francis Lockhart.
Licorice, by Encyclopedia Britannica, 11th edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Licorice, by Encyclopedia Britannica. The hard and semi-vitreous sticks of paste, black in color and possessed of a sweet, somewhat astringent taste, known as licorice paste or black sugar, are the inspissated juice of the roots of a leguminous plant, Glycyrrhiza glabra, the radix glycyrrhizae of the pharmacopoeia. The plant is cultivated throughout the warmer parts of Europe, especially on the Mediterranean shores, and to some extent in Louisiana and California. The roots for use are obtained in lengths of 3 or 4 feet, varying in diameter from 1/4 to 1 inch. They are soft, flexible, and fibrous, and internally of a bright yellow color, with a characteristic sweet, pleasant taste. To this sweet taste of its root the plant owes its generic name glycyrrhiza, the sweet root, of which the word licorice is a corruption. The roots contain grape sugar, starch, resin, asparagine, malic acid, and the glucoside glycyrrhizin C24H36O9, a yellow amorphous powder with an acid reaction and a distinctive bittersweet taste. On hydrolysis, glycyrrhizin yields glucose and glycyrrhetin. Stick licorice is made by crushing and grinding the roots to a pulp, which is boiled in water over an open fire, and the decoction separated from the solid residue of the root is evaporated till a sufficient degree of concentration is attained, after which, on cooling, it is rolled into the form of sticks or other shapes for the market. The preparation of the juice is a widely extended industry along the Mediterranean coasts, but the quality best appreciated in the United Kingdom is made in Calabria and sold under the names of Solazzi and Corigliano juice. Licorice enters into the composition of many cough lozenges and other demulcent preparations, and in the form of aromatic syrups and elixirs it has a remarkable effect in masking the taste of nauseous medicines. End of Licorice, by Encyclopedia Britannica.
Mendelian Proportions in a Mixed Population by G.H. Hardy. From Discussion and Correspondence of Science NS, Volume 28, Number 706, July 10th, 1908. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mendelian Proportions in a Mixed Population. To the Editor of Science, I am reluctant to intrude in a discussion concerning matters of which I have no expert knowledge, and I should have expected the very simple point which I wish to make to have been familiar to biologists. However, some remarks of Mr. Udny Yule, to which Mr. R.C. Punnett has called my attention, suggest that it may still be worth making. In the Proceedings of the Royal Society of Medicine, Volume 1, page 165, Mr. Yule is reported to have suggested, as a criticism of the Mendelian position, that if brachydactyly is dominant, in the course of time one would expect, in the absence of counteracting factors, to get 3 brachydactylous persons to 1 normal. It is not difficult to prove, however, that such an expectation would be quite groundless. Suppose that A is a pair of Mendelian characters, A being dominant, and that in any given generation the numbers of pure dominants, A, heterozygotes, A, and pure recessives, AA, are as P to 2Q to R. Finally, suppose that the numbers are fairly large, so that the mating may be regarded as random, that the sexes are evenly distributed among the 3 varieties, and that all are equally fertile. A little mathematics of the multiplication table type is enough to show that in the next generation the numbers will be as p plus q squared to 2 times p plus q times q plus r to q plus r squared, or as p1 to 2q1 to r1, say. The interesting question is, in what circumstances will this distribution be the same as that in the generation before? It is easy to see that the condition for this is q squared equals p times r. And since q1 squared equals p1 r1, whatever the values of p, q, and r may be, the distribution will in any case continue unchanged after the second generation. Suppose, to take a definite instance, that capital A is brachydactyly, and that we start from a population of pure brachydactylous and pure normal persons, say in the ratio of 1 to 10,000. Then P equals 1, Q equals 0, R equals 10,000, and P1 equals 1, Q1 equals 10,000, R1 equals 100 million. If brachydactyly is dominant, the proportion of brachydactylous persons in the second generation is 20,001 to 100,020,001, or practically 2 to 10,000, twice that in the first generation, and this proportion will afterwards have no tendency whatever to increase. If, on the other hand, brachydactyly were recessive, the proportion in the second generation would be 1 to 100,020,001, or practically 1 to 100 million, and this proportion would afterwards have no tendency to decrease. In a word, there is not the slightest foundation for the idea that a dominant character should show a tendency to spread over a whole population, or that a recessive should tend to die out. I ought perhaps to add a few words on the effect of the small deviations from the theoretical proportions, which will, of course, occur in every generation. Such a distribution as P1 to 2Q1 to R1, which satisfies the condition Q1 squared equals P1 times R1, we may call a stable distribution. In actual fact, we shall obtain in the second generation not P1 to 2Q1 to R1, but a slightly different distribution, P1 prime to 2Q1 prime to R1 prime, which is not stable. This should, according to theory, give us in the third generation a stable distribution P2 to 2Q2 to R2, also differing slightly from P1 to 2Q1 to R1, and so on. The sense in which the distribution P1 to 2Q1 to R1 is stable is this, that if we allow for the effect of casual deviations in any subsequent generation, we should, according to theory, obtain at the next generation a new stable distribution differing but slightly from the original distribution. I have, of course, considered only the very simplest hypotheses possible. Hypotheses other than that of purely random mating will give different results. And, of course, if, as appears to be the case sometimes, the character is not independent of that of sex, or has an influence on fertility, the whole question may be greatly complicated. But such complications seem to be irrelevant to the simple issue raised by Mr. Yule's remarks. G. H. Hardy, Trinity College, Cambridge, April 5, 1908. P.S. I understand from Mr. Punnett that he has submitted the substance of what I have said above to Mr. Yule, and that the latter would accept it as a satisfactory answer to the difficulty that he raised. The stability of the particular ratio 1 to 2 to 1 is recognized by Professor Carl Pearson, Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society, A, Volume 203, page 60. End of Mendelian Proportions in a Mixed Population. Read by Avai.
On Filling an Inkwell, from Mince Pie, by Christopher Morley, 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On Filling an Inkwell, by Christopher Morley. Those who buy their ink in little stone jugs may prefer to do so because the pottle reminds them of Cruskeen lawn or ginger beer, with its wire-bound cork, but they miss a noble delight. Ink should be bought in the tall blue glass quart bottle with the ingenious non-drip spout, And once every 3 weeks or so, when you fill your inkwell, it is your privilege to elevate the flask against the brightness of a window, and meditate, with a breath of sadness, on the joys and problems that sacred fluid holds in solution. How blue it shines toward the light! Blue as lupin or larkspur or cornflower. Aye, and even so blue art thou, my scriven, to think how far the written page falls short of the bright ecstasy of thy dream. In the bottle, what magnificence of unpenned stuff lies cool and liquid! What fluency of essay, what fonts of song! As the bottle glints, blue as a squill or a hyacinth, blue as the meadows of Elysium or the eyes of girls loved by young poets, meseems the racing pen might also gain upon the thoughts that are turning the bend in the road. A jolly throng those thoughts. I can see them talking and laughing together. But when pen reaches the road's turning, the thoughts are far gone ahead. Their delicate figures are silhouettes against the sky. It is a sacramental matter, this filling the inkwell. Is there a writer, however humble, who has not poured into his writing pot, with the ink, some wistful hopes or prayers for what may emerge from that dark source? Is there not some particular reverence due the inkwell, some form of propitiation to humbug the powers of evil, and constraint that devil, the journalist? Satan hovers near the inkpot. Luther solved the matter by throwing the well itself at the apparition. That savors to me too much of homeopathy. If Satan ever puts his face over my desk, I shall hurl a volume of Harold Bell right at him. But what becomes of the inkpots of glory? The conduit from which Boswell drew for Charles Dilly in The Poultry, the great river of his Johnson? The well, was it of blue china, whence flowed Dream Children, a reverie? It was written on folio ledger sheets from the East India House. I saw the manuscript only yesterday in a room at Daylesford, Pennsylvania, where much of the richest ink of the last 2 centuries is lovingly laid away. The pot of chuckling fluid where Harry Fielding dipped his pen to tell the history of a certain foundling. The inkwells of the Café de la Source on the Boul' Mich'. Do they by any chance remember which it was that R.L.S. used? One of the happiest tremors of my life was when I went to that café and called for a Bach and writing material, just because R.L.S. had once written letters there. And the inkwell Poe used at that boarding house in Greenwich Street, New York, April 1844, when he wrote to his dear Moody, his mother-in-law, to describe how he and Virginia had reached a haven of square meals. That hopeful letter, so perfect now in pathos, "For breakfast we had excellent flavored coffee, hot and strong, not very clear, and no great deal of cream. Veal cutlets, elegant ham and eggs, and nice bread and butter. I never sat down to a more plentiful or a nicer breakfast. I wish you could have seen the eggs, the great dishes of meat. Sis (his wife) is delighted, and we are both in excellent spirits. She has coughed hardly any and had no night sweat. She is now busy mending my pants, which I tore against a nail. I went out last night and bought a skein of silk, a skein of thread, 2 buttons, a pair of slippers, and a tin pan for the stove. The fire kept in all night. We have now got $4.50 left. Tomorrow I am going to try and borrow $3, so that I may have a fortnight to go upon. I feel in excellent spirits and haven't drank a drop, so that I hope soon to get out of trouble." Yes, let us clear the typewriter off the table. An inkwell is a sacred thing. Do you ever stop to think, when you see the grimy, spattered desks of a public post office, how many eager or puzzled human hearts have tried, in those dingy little ink cups, to set themselves right with fortune? What blissful meetings have been appointed, with scribblings of pain and sorrow, out of those founts of common speech? And the inkwells on hotel counters, does not the public dipping place of the Bellevue Hotel, Boston, win a new dignity in my memory when I know, as I learned lately, that Rupert Brooke registered there in the spring of 1914? I remember, too, a certain pleasant vibration when, signing my name one day in the Bellevue's book, I found Miss Agnes Replier's autograph a little above on the same page. Among our younger friends, Vachel Lindsay comes to mind as one who has done honor to the inkwell. His apology for the bottle volcanic is in his best flow of secret smiling, save an unfortunate dilution of Riley. Sometimes I dip my pen and find the bottle full of fire. The salamanders flying forth I cannot but admire. O sad deceiving ink, as bad as liquor in its way, all demons of a bottle size have pranced from you to-day, and seized my pen for hobby horse as witches ride a broom, and left a trail of brimstone words and blots and gobs of gloom. And yet, when I am extra good, here I omit the transfusion of Riley. My bottle spreads a rainbow mist, and from the vapor fine 10,000 troops from fairyland come riding in a line. I suppose it is the mark of a trifling mind, yet I like to hear of the little particulars that surrounded those whose pens struck sparks. It is Boswell that leads us into that habit of thought. I like to know what the author wore, how he sat, what the furniture of his desk and chamber, who cooked his meals for him, and with what appetite he approached them. The mind soars by an effort to the grand and lofty. So dipped Hazlitt in some favorite ink bottle. It is at home in the groveling, the disagreeable, and the little. I like to think, as I look along bookshelves, that every one of these favorites was born out of an inkwell. I imagine the hopes and visions that thronged the author's mind as he filled his pot and sliced the quill. What various fruits have flowed from those inkwells of the past! For some, comfort and honor, quiet homes and plenteousness; for others, bitterness and disappointment. I have seen a copy of Poe's poems published in 1845 by Putnam, inscribed by the author. The volume had been bought for $2,500. Think what that would have meant to Poe himself. Some such thoughts as these twinkled in my head, as I held up the Pierian bottle against the light, admired the deep blue of it, and filled my inkwell, and then I took up my pen, which wrote, "A Grace before Writing." On filling an inkwell this is a sacrament, I think, holding the bottle toward the light, as blue as lupin gleams the ink, may truth be with me as I write. That small dark cistern may afford reunion with some vanished friend, and with this ink I have just poured may none but honest words be penned. End of On Filling an Inkwell. Recording by Lee Smalley. The Problem of the Summer, from Literature and Life, Short Stories and Essays, by William Dean Howells, 1837 1920. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Problem of the Summer. It has sometimes seemed to me that the solution of the problem how and where to spend the summer was simplest with those who were obliged to spend it as they spent the winter, and increasingly difficult in the proportion of one's ability to spend it wherever and however one chose. Few are absolutely released to this choice, however, and those few are greatly to be pitied. I know that they are often envied and hated for it by those who have no such choice, but that is a pathetic mistake. If we could look into their hearts indeed we should witness there so much misery that we should wish rather to weep over them than to reproach them with their better fortune or what appeared so. 1. For most people choice is a curse, and it is this curse that the summer brings upon great numbers who would not perhaps otherwise be afflicted. They are not in the happy case of those who must stay at home. Their hard necessity is that they can go away, and try to be more agreeably placed somewhere else. But although I say they are in great numbers, they are an infinitesimal minority of the whole bulk of our population. Their bane is not, in its highest form, that of the average American, who has no choice of the kind. And when one begins to speak of the summer problem, one must begin at once to distinguish. It is the problem of the East rather than of the West, where people are much more in the habit of staying at home the year round. And it is the problem of the city and not of the country. I am not sure that there is one practical farmer in the whole United States who is obliged to witness in his household those sad dissensions which almost separate the families of professional men as to where and how they shall pass the summer. People of this class, which is a class with some measure of money, ease, and taste, are commonly of varying and decided minds, and I once knew a family of the sort whose combined ideal for their summer outing was summed up in the simple desire for society and solitude, mountain air and sea bathing. They spent the whole months of April, May, and June in a futile inquiry for a resort uniting these attractions, and on the 1st of July they drove to the station with no definite point in view. But they found that they could get return tickets for a certain place on an inland lake at a low figure, and they took the first train for it. There they decided next morning to push on to the mountains, and sent their baggage to the station, but before it was checked they changed their minds and remained 2 weeks where they were. Then they took train for a place on the coast, but in the cars a friend told them they ought to go to another place. They decided to go there, but before arriving at the junction they decided again to keep on. They arrived at their original destination, and the following day telegraphed for rooms at a hotel farther down the coast. The answer came that there were no rooms, and being by this time ready to start, they started, and in due time reported themselves at the hotel. The landlord saw that something must be done, and he got them rooms at a smaller house and "mealed" them, as it used to be called at Mount Desert, in his own. But upon experiment of the fare at the smaller house they liked it so well that they resolved to live there altogether, and they spent a summer of the greatest comfort there, so that they would hardly come away when the house closed in the fall. This was an extreme case, and perhaps such a venture might not always turn out so happily, but I think that people might oftener trust themselves to Providence in these matters than they do. There is really an infinite variety of pleasant resorts of all kinds now, and one could quite safely leave it to the men in the ticket office where one should go, and check one's baggage accordingly. I think the chances of an agreeable summer would be as good in that way as in making a hard and fast choice of a certain place and sticking to it. My own experience is that in these things chance makes a very good choice for one, as it does in most non-moral things. 2. A joke dies hard, and I am not sure that the life is yet quite out of the kindly ridicule that was cast for a whole generation upon the people who left their comfortable houses in town to starve upon farm board or stifle in the narrow rooms of mountain and seaside hotels. Yet such people were in the right, and their mockers were in the wrong, and their patient persistence in going out of town for the summer in the face of severe discouragements has multiplied indefinitely the kinds of summer resorts, and reformed them altogether. I believe the city boarding house remains very much what it used to be, but I am bound to say that the country boarding house has vastly improved since I began to know it. As for the summer hotel, by steep or by strand, it leaves little to be complained of except the prices. I take it for granted, therefore, that the out-of-town summer has come to stay for all who can afford it, and that the chief sorrow attending it is that curse of choice, which I have already spoken of. I have rather favored chance than choice, because whatever choice you make, you are pretty sure to regret it, with a bitter sense of responsibility added, which you cannot feel if chance has chosen for you. I observe that people who own summer cottages are often apt to wish they did not, and were footloose to roam where they listed, and I have been told that even a yacht is not a source of unmixed content, though so eminently detachable. To great numbers, Europe looks from this shore like a safe refuge from the American summer problem, and yet I am not sure that it is altogether so, for it is not enough merely to go to Europe. One has to choose where to go when one has got there. A European city is certainly always more tolerable than an American city, but one cannot very well pass the summer in Paris or even in London. The heart there, as here, will yearn for some blessed seat, where falls not hail, or rain, or any snow, nor ever wind blows loudly, but it lies deep meadowed, happy, fair, with orchard lawns, and bowery hollows crowned with summer sea. And still, after your keel touches the strand of that alluring old world, you must buy your ticket and register your trunk for somewhere in particular. 3. It is truly a terrible stress, this summer problem, and, as I say, my heart aches much more for those who have to solve it and suffer the consequences of their choice than for those who have no choice, but must stay the summer through where their work is, and be humbly glad that they have any work to keep them there. I am not meaning now, of course, business men obliged to remain in the city to earn the bread, or, more correctly, the cake, of their families in the country, or even their clerks and bookkeepers, and porters and messengers, but such people as I sometimes catch sight of from the elevated trains, in my reluctant midsummer flights through the city, sweltering in upper rooms over sewing machines or lapboards, or stewing in the breathless tenement streets, or driving clangorous trucks, or monotonous cars, or bending over washtubs at open windows for breaths of the no air without. These all get on somehow, and at the end of the summer they have not to accuse themselves of folly in going to one place rather than another. Their fate is decided for them, and they submit to it, whereas those who decide their fate are always rebelling against it. They it is whom I am truly sorry for, and whom I write of with tears in my ink. Their case is hard, and it will seem all the harder if we consider how foolish they will look and how flat they will feel at the Judgment Day, when they are asked about their summer outings. I do not really suppose we shall be held to a very strict account for our pleasures, because everybody else has not enjoyed them too. That would be a pity of our lives, and yet there is an old-fashioned compunction which will sometimes visit the heart if we take our pleasures ungraciously, when so many have no pleasures to take. I would suggest, then, to those on whom the curse of choice between pleasures rests, that they should keep in mind those who have chiefly pains to their portion in life. I am not, I hope, urging my readers to any active benevolence, or counseling them to share their pleasures with others. It has been accurately ascertained that there are not pleasures enough to go around, as things now are, but I would seriously entreat them to consider whether they could not somewhat alleviate the hardships of their own lot at the seaside or among the mountains, by contrasting it with the lot of others in the sweat shops and the boiler factories of life. I know very well that it is no longer considered very good sense or very good morality to take comfort in one's advantages from the disadvantages of others, and this is not quite what I mean to teach. Perhaps I mean nothing more than an overhauling of the whole subject of advantages and disadvantages, which would be a light and agreeable occupation for the leisure of the summer outer. It might be very interesting, and possibly it might be amusing, for one stretched upon the beach or swaying in the hammock to inquire into the reasons for his or her being so favored, and it is not beyond the bounds of expectation that a consensus of summer opinion on this subject would go far to enlighten the world upon a question that has vexed the world ever since mankind was divided into those who work too much and those who rest too much. End of The Problem of the Summer, by William Dean Howells. Recording by Lee Smalley.
What is Right with the World, by G.K. Chesterton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What is Right with the World, by G.K. Chesterton. The above excellent title is not of my own invention. It was suggested to me by the editor of this paper, T.P.'s Weekly, and I consented to fill up the bill, partly because of the pleasure I have always had from the paper itself, and partly because it gives me an opportunity of telling an egotistical story, a story which may enlighten the public about the general origin of such titles. I have always heard of the brutality of publishers, and how they crush and obscure the author, but my complaint has always been that they push him forward far too much. I will not say that, so far from making too little of the author, they make too much of him. That this phrase is capable of a dark financial interpretation, which I do not intend. But I do say that the prominent personalities of the literary world are very largely the creations of their publishers, in so far as they are not solely the creations of their wives. Here is a small incident out of my own existence. I designed to write a sort of essay, divided into sections, on one particular point of political error. This fallacy, though small and scholastic at first sight, seemed to me to be the real mistake in most modern sociological works. It was, briefly, the idea that things that have been tried have been found wanting. It was my purpose to point out that in the entanglements of practice this is untrue, that an old expedient may be the best thing for a new situation, that its principle may be useful though its practice was abandoned, and so on. Therefore, I claimed, we should look for the best method, the ideal, whether it is in the future or the past. I imagined this book as a drab-coloured, decorous little philosophical treatise, with no chapters, but the page occasionally broken by section headings at the side. I propose to call my analysis of a radical error "What is wrong?", meaning where the mistake is in our logical calculation. But I had highly capable and sympathetic publishers, whose only weakness was that they thought my unhappy monologue much more important than I did. By some confusion of ecstasy, which entirely through my own fault I failed to check, the title was changed into the apocalyptic trumpet blast, "What's Wrong with the World?" It was divided up into 3 short fierce chapters, like proclamations in a French riot. Outside there was an enormous portrait of myself looking like a depressed hairdresser, and the whole publication had somehow got the violence and instancy of a bombshell. Let it be understood that I do not blame the publishers in the least for this. I could have stopped it if I had minded my own affairs and came out of their beautiful and ardent souls. I merely mention it as an instance of the error about publishers. They are always represented as cold and scornful merchants seeking to keep your writers in the background. Alas, as Wordsworth so finely says, alas, the enthusiasm of publishers has oftener left me mourning. Upon the whole, I am rather inclined to approve of this method of the publisher or editor making up the title, while the author makes up the remarks about it. Any man with a large mind ought to be able to write about anything. Any really free man ought to be able to write to order. Some of the greatest books in the world, Pickwick for instance, were written to fulfill a scheme partly sketched out by a publisher. But I only brought together these 2 cases of title that came to me from outside because they do illustrate the necessity of some restatement in such a case. For these 2 titles are, when it comes to the fulfillment, at once too complex and too simple. I would never have dreamt of announcing, like some discovery of my own, what is wrong with the world. What is wrong with the world is the devil, and what is right with it is God. The human race will travel for a few more million years in all sorts of muddle and reform, and when it perishes of the last cold or heat, it will still be within the limits of that very simple definition. But in age that has confused itself with such phrases as optimist and pessimist, it is necessary to distinguish along more delicate lines. One of the strangest things about the use of the word optimist is that it is now so constantly used about the future. The House of Man is criticized not as a house, but as a kind of caravan, not by what it is, but by where it is going. None are more vitally and recklessly otherworldly than those modern progressives who do not believe in another world. Now, for the matter of that, I do not think the world is getting much better in very many vital respects. In some of them, I think, the fact could hardly be disputed. The one perfectly satisfactory element at the present crisis is that all the prophecies have failed. At least the people who have been clearly proved to be wrong are the people who were quite sure they were right. That is always a gratifying circumstance. Now, why is it that all these prophecies of the wise have been confounded? And why has the destiny of man taken so decisive and different a course? It is because of the very simple fact that the human race consists of many millions of 2-legged and tolerably cheerful, reasonably unhappy beings who never read any books at all, and certainly never hear of any scientific predictions. If they act in opposition to the scheme which science has foreseen for them, they must be excused. They sin in ignorance. They have no notion that they are avoiding what was really unavoidable. But, indeed, the phrases loosely used of that obscure mass of mankind are a little misleading. To say of the bulk of human beings that they are uneducated is like saying of a Red Indian hunter that he has not yet taken his degree. He has taken many other things. And so, sincerely speaking, there are no uneducated men. They may escape the trivial examinations, but not the tremendous examinations of existence. The dependence of infancy, the enjoyment of animals, the love of woman, and the fear of death, these are more frightful and more fixed than all conceivable forms of the cultivation of the mind. It is idle to complain of schools and colleges being trivial. In no case will a college ever teach the important things. He has learned them right or wrong, and he has learned them all alone. We therefore come back to the primary truth, that what is right with the world has nothing to do with future changes, but is rooted in original realities. If groups or peoples show an unexpected independence or creative power, if they do things no one had dreamt of their doing, if they prove more ferocious or more self-sacrificing than the wisdom of the world had ever given them credit for, then such inexplicable outbursts can always be referred back to some elementary and absolute doctrine about the nature of men. No traditions in this world are so ancient as the traditions that lead to modern upheaval and innovation. Nothing nowadays is so conservative as a revolution. The men who call themselves republicans are men walking the streets of deserted and tiny city-states and digging up the great bones of pagans. And when we ask on what republicanism really rests, we come back to that great indemonstrable dogma of the native dignity of man. And when we come back to the Lord of creation, we come back of necessity to creation. And we ask ourselves that ultimate question which St. Thomas Aquinas, an extreme optimist, answered in the affirmative. Are these things ultimately of value at all? What is right with the world is the world. In fact, nearly everything else is wrong with it. This is that great truth in the tremendous tale of creation, a truth that our people must remember or perish. It is at the beginning that things are good, and not, as the more pallid progressives say, only at the end. The primordial things, existence, energy, fruition, are good so far as they go. You cannot have evil life, though you can have notorious evil livers. Manhood and womanhood are good things, though men and women are often perfectly pestilent. You can use poppies to drug people, or birch trees to beat them, stone to make an idol, or corn to make a corner, but it remains true that, in the abstract, before you have done anything, each of these four things is in strict truth a glory, a beneficent speciality and variety. We do praise the Lord that there are birch trees growing amongst the rocks, and poppies amongst the corn. We do praise the Lord, even if we do not believe in Him. We do admire and applaud the project of a world, just as if we've been called to counsel in the primal darkness and seen the first starry plan of the skies. We are, as a matter of fact, far more certain that this life of ours is a magnificent and amazing enterprise than we are that it will succeed. These evolutionary optimists who called themselves meliorists, a patient and poor-spirited lot they are, always talk as if we were certain of the end, though not of the beginning. In other words, they don't know what life is aiming at, but they are quite sure it will get there. Why anybody who has avowedly forgotten where he came from should be quite so certain of where he's going to, I've never been able to make out. But meliorists are like that. They are ready to talk of existence itself as the product of purely evil forces. They never mention animals, except as perpetually tearing each other to pieces. But a month in the country would cure that. They have a real giddy horror of stars and seas, as a man has on the edge of a hopelessly high precipice. They sometimes instinctively shrink from clay, fungoids, and the fresh young of animals with a quivering gesture that reveals the fundamental pessimist. Life itself, crude, uncultivated life, is horrible to them. They belong very largely to the same social class and creed as the lady who objected that the milk came to her from a dirty cow and not from a nice clean shop. But they are sure how everything will end. I am in precisely the opposite position. I am much more sure that everything is good at the beginning than I am that everything will be good at the end. That all this frame of things, this flesh, these stones, are good things, of that I am more brutally certain than I can say. But as for what will happen to them, that is to take a step into dogma and prophecy. I speak here, of course, solely of my personal feelings, not even of my reasoned creed. But on my instincts alone I should have no notion what would ultimately happen to this material world I think so magnificent. For all I know, it may be literally and not figuratively true that the tares are tied into bundles for burning, and that as the tree falleth, so shall it lie. I am an agnostic, like most people with a positive theology, but I do affirm, with the full weight of sincerity, that trees and flowers are good at the beginning, whatever happens to them at the end; that human lives were good at the beginning, whatever happens to them in the end. The ordinary modern progressive position is that this is a bad universe, but will certainly get better. I say it is certainly a good universe, even if it gets worse. I say that these trees and flowers, stars and sexes, are primarily, not merely ultimately, good. In the beginning, the power beyond words created heaven and earth. In the beginning He looked on them and saw that they were good. All this unavoidable theory, for theory is always unavoidable, may be popularly pulled together thus. We are to regard existence as a raid or great adventure. It is to be judged, therefore, not by what calamities it encounters, but by what flag it follows and what high town it assaults. The most dangerous thing in the world is to be alive. One is always in danger of one's life. But anyone who shrinks from this is a traitor to the great scheme and experiment of being. The pessimist of the ordinary type, the pessimist who thinks he would be better dead, is blasted with the crime of his chariot. Spiritually speaking, we should be justified in punishing him with death. Only, out of polite deference to his own philosophy, we punish him with life. But this faith, that existence was fundamentally and purposely good, is not attacked only by the black, consistent pessimist. The man who says that he would sooner die is best answered by a sudden blow with the poker, for the reply is rightly logical, as well as physically very effective. But there has crept through the culture of modern Europe another notion that is equally in its own way an attack on the essential rightness of the world. It is not avowedly pessimistic, though the source from which it comes, which is Buddhism, is pessimistic for those who really understand it. It can offer itself, as it does among some of the high-minded and distinguished theosophists, with an air of something highly optimistic. But this disguised pessimism is what is really wrong with the world, at least especially with the modern world. It is essential to arrest and to examine it. There has crept into our thoughts, through 1,000 small openings, a curious and unnatural idea. I mean the idea that unity is itself a good thing, that there is something high and spiritual about things being blended and absorbed into each other, that all rivers should run into one river, that all vegetables should go into one pot. That is spoken of as the last and best fulfillment of being. Boys are to be at one with girls, all sects are to be at one in the new theology, beasts fade into men, and men fade into God. Union in itself is a noble thing. Now, union in itself is not a noble thing. Love is a noble thing, but love is not union. Nay, it is rather a vivid sense of separation and identity. Maudlin inferior love poetry does, indeed, talk of lovers being "one soul," just as maudlin inferior religious poetry talks of being lost in God, but the best poetry does not. When Dante meets Beatrice, he feels his distance from her, not his proximity. And all the greatest saints have felt their lowness, not their highness, in the moment of ecstasy. And what is true of these grave and heroic matters, I do not say, of course, that saints and lovers have never used the language of union too, true enough in its own place and proper limitation of meaning. What is true of these is equally true of all the lighter and less essential forms of appreciation of surprise. Division and variety are essential to praise. Division and variety are what is right with the world. There is nothing specially right about mere contact and coalescence. In short, this vast, vague idea of unity is the one reactionary thing in the world. It is perhaps the only connection in which that foolish word reactionary can be used with significance and truth. For this blending of men and women, nations and nations, is truly a return to the chaos and unconsciousness that were before the world was made. There is, of course, another kind of unity, of which I do not speak here, unity in the possession of truth and the perception of the need for these varieties. But the varieties themselves, the reflection of man and woman in each other as in two distinct mirrors, the wonder of man at nature as a strange thing at once above and below him, the quaint and solitary kingdom of childhood, the local affections and the color of certain landscapes, these actually are the things that are the grace and honor of the earth. These are the things that make life worth living, and the whole framework of things well worthy to be sustained. And the best thing remains, that this view, whether conscious or not, always has been, and still is, the view of the living and laboring millions. While a few prigs on platforms are talking about oneness and absorption in the All, the folk that dwell in all the valleys of this ancient earth are renewing the varieties for ever. With them a woman is loved for being unmanly, and a man loved for being unwomanly. With them the church and the home are both beautiful, because they are both different. With them fields are personal, and flags are sacred. They are the virtue of existence. They are not mankind, but men. The rooted hope of the modern world is that all these dim democracies do still believe in that romance of life, that variation of man, woman and child upon which all poetry has hitherto been built. The danger of the modern world is that these dim democracies are so very dim, and that they are especially dim where they are right. The danger is that the world may fall under a new oligarchy, the oligarchy of prigs. And if anyone should promptly ask, in the manner of the debating clubs, for the definition of a prig, I can only reply that a prig is an oligarch who does not even know he's an oligarch. A circle of small pedants sit on an upper platform and pass unanimously, in a meeting of none, that there is no difference between the social duties of men and of women, the social instruction of men or of children. Below them boils that multitudinous sea of millions that think differently, that have always thought differently, that will always think differently. In spite of the overwhelming majority that maintains the old theory of life, I am in some real doubt about which will win. Owing to the decay of theology and all the other clear systems of thought, men have been thrown back very much upon their instincts, as with animals. As with animals, their instincts are right, but, as with animals, they can be cowed. Between the agile scholars and the stagnant mob, I am really doubtful about which will be triumphant. I have no doubt at all about which ought to be. Europe at present exhibits a concentration upon politics which is partly the unfortunate result of our loss of religion, partly the just and needful result of our loss of our social inequality and iniquity. These causes, however, will not remain in operation forever. Religion is returning from her exile. It is more likely that the future will be crazily and corruptly superstitious than that it will be merely rationalist. On the other hand, our attempts to right the extreme ill balance of wealth must soon have some issue. Something will be done to lessen the perpetual torture of incompetent compassion. Some scheme will be substituted for our malevolent anarchy, if it be only one of benevolent servitude. And as these two special unrests about the universe and the state settle down into a more silent and enduring system, there will emerge more and more those primary and archaic truths which the dust of these two conflicts has veiled. The secondary questions relatively solved, we shall find ourselves all the more in the presence of the primary questions of man. For at present we all tend to one mistake. We tend to make politics too important. We tend to forget how huge a part of a man's life is the same under a sultan and a senate, under Nero or St. Louis. Daybreak is a never-ending glory. Getting out of bed is a never-ending nuisance. Food and friends will be welcomed. Work and strangers must be accepted and endured. Birds will go bedwards and children won't, to the end of the last evening. And the worst peril is that in our just modern revolt against intolerable accidents we may have unsettled those things that alone make daily life tolerable. It will be an ironic tragedy if, when we have toiled to find rest, we find we are incurably restless. It will be sad if, when we have worked for our holiday, we find we have unlearned everything but work. The typical modern man is the insane millionaire who has drudged to get money and then finds he cannot enjoy even money. There is danger that the social reformer may silently and occultly develop some of the madness of the millionaire whom he denounces. He may find that he has learned how to build playgrounds but forgotten how to play. He may agitate for peace and quiet, but only propagate his own mental agitation. In his long fight to get a slave a half holiday, he may angrily deny those ancient and natural things, the zest of being, the divinity of man, the sacredness of simple things, the health and humor of the earth, which alone make a half holiday even half a holiday, or a slave even half a man. There is danger in that modern phrase divine discontent. There is truth in it also, of course, but it is only truth of a special and secondary kind. Much of the quarrel between Christianity and the world has been due to this fact, that there are generally two truths, as it were, at any given moment of revolt or reaction, and the ancient underlying truism which is nevertheless true all the time. It is sometimes worth while to point out that black is not so black as it is painted, but black is still black and not white. So with the merits of content and discontent. It is true that in certain acute and painful crises of oppression or disgrace, discontent is a duty, and shame could call us like a trumpet. But it is not true that man should look at life with an eye of discontent, however high-minded. It is not true that in his primary naked relation to the world, in his relation to sex, to pain, to comradeship, to the grave or to the weather, man ought to make discontent his ideal. It is black lunacy. Half his poor little hopes of happiness hang on his thinking a small house pretty, a plain wife charming, a lame foot not unbearable, and bad cards not so bad. The voice of the special rebels and prophets recommending discontent should, as I've said, sound now and then suddenly, like a trumpet. But the voices of the saints and sages recommending contentment should sound unceasingly, like the sea. Gilbert Keith Chesterton. End of What is Right with the World by G.K. Chesterton. Read by Anna Simon.
Snowstorm in the Sahara. Notes from the Journal of a Military Surgeon, from Chambers' Edinburgh Journal, No. 452. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Snowstorm in the Sahara. Notes from the Journal of a Military Surgeon. When it was determined by the French government in the spring of 1847 to undertake several military expeditions simultaneously into the deserts to the south of Algeria, it was my lot to accompany the column of General Cavaignac, both in a medical and scientific capacity. The western route, being the most difficult and dangerous, was that assigned to him. He was to penetrate the hitherto unexplored regions traversed by the Hamian Garabas, a powerful tribe, who could bring 2,000 horsemen into the field, and among whom the various tribes that had at different times sworn allegiance to the French government always found willing allies whenever they chose to break their treaties and throw off the yoke. He was to destroy every village throughout this region that refused submission, and thus it was hoped that the retreats of Abd el Kader might be cut off, and that by a speedy termination of the war the country might become settled and its commerce be restored. We were a motley and grotesque enough looking caravan, for our 6 battalions of infantry and 4 squadrons of cavalry were accompanied by 3,000 camels laden with provisions and attended by Arab drivers, besides 500 mules carrying water barrels and cacolets, jointed armchairs, for the sick. It was not deemed desirable to observe the strictest military regularity in our march, so that French uniforms and Arab burnooses, military chargers, camels of the desert, and pack-saddled mules traveled side by side, pretty much as fancy dictated. It was nearly 3 weeks before we reached the enemy's country. We had meanwhile met with the usual adventures incident to these regions. We had set fire to the forests of the Little Atlas Mountains, and been obliged to raise our camp, and fly in terror from the conflagration. We had crossed the dreary solitudes of Gur and Shot, through which our daily march had been enlivened by songs, or beguiled by listening to the wild legends of our Arab guides; and night after night we had encamped, like the vagabond tribes of Sahara, either round the mouths of wells or without water in the open plains, each man receiving a scanty supply from the barrels, while the beasts were left to bear their thirst as they could. But now, after passing the basins of the Shott, and gaining the slight elevation beyond, we entered on a tract of desert as yet untrodden by European feet, and met with trials of a nature the least of all expected. The wide wastes which lay before us appeared uniform and level as far as the eye could reach, but somewhat diversified by verdant patches of halfa, coarse grass of the desert, and by deceitful appearances of sheets of water produced by the reflection of the light in the undulating vapors rising from the burning sand. In the distance, something like blue waves appeared. It was part of the great Atlas chain, but close at hand to our right was a long line of dunes. These eminences, smooth and sterile as marble domes, were apparently as solid too, but we knew that, if the desert wind should blow, they would be shaken into moving clouds of sand, overwhelming all before them. Our column proceeded in silence. The soft sand yielded no echo to the tread. Every one appeared thoughtful and abstracted. This place has terrors even for the Arabs. They tell 1,000 stories of the pass of Sidi Mohammed el Aouri. It was there, in times remote, that great armies were overpowered and slain by hostile bands, or destroyed by the scarcely less merciless elements. There many travelers have disappeared in the storm, or fallen under the hand of the murderer. It is the gate of the desert, and the tutelar genii have placed the terrific dunes as a hieroglyphic warning to those who rashly approach. They seem to say, "Here begins the empire of sterility and death. Enter if thou darest." Doubtless the Arab tales had some influence, on our minds, increasing the well-grounded fears inspired by the natural features of these arid wastes. Several of us mentally repeated that melancholy line from Dante: "Lasciati ogni speranza voce entret," and not a few pictured to themselves a body of troops visiting these sands half a century later, and finding the bones of Cavaignac's army scattered here and there over the plains. Hitherto the atmosphere had always been perfectly clear, but now it was thick and cold, the horizon wearing that gray, heavy aspect which, in Europe, precedes a fall of snow. No one, however, ventured to pronounce this word. It appeared an occurrence so unlikely in the plain, at such a season, and under such a latitude. What, then, was our surprise on awaking on the morning of the 19th of April to find the tents covered with a thick sheet of snow, and to see the vast expanse of the desert white to the verge of the horizon, like the frozen steppes of Siberia! The general ordered the camp to be raised immediately, for the bivouac afforded very scanty materials for fire, and he hoped there might be wood in the mountains if he could reach them. The snow continued to fall in large flakes. The troops, anxious and sorrowful, described 1,000 circuits and made 1,000 useless turnings, for our Arab guides were utterly at fault. During 3 or 4 months previous to the expedition, Cavaignac had been selecting and retaining as guides whatever Saharans he could find acquainted with that part of the desert he intended to traverse. The Arabs are gifted with remarkable dexterity in steering without compass, recognizing a footstep imperceptible to the common eye, scenting the water at a distance, and finding their way by marks which would escape the most observant European. A Saharian once affirmed to Colonel Damas: "I am not considered remarkably sharp‐sighted, but I can distinguish a goat from a sheep at the distance of a day's journey, and I know some who smell the smoke of a pipe or of broiled meat at 30 miles. We all know each other by the track of our feet in the sand, for no one tribe walks like another, nor does a wife leave the same footprint as an unmarried woman. If a hare has passed, we know by its footprint whether it is male or female, and in the latter case, whether it is with young. If we see the stone of a date, we know the particular tree that produced it." Our conductors, though not pretending to all this sagacity, were nevertheless far in advance of some of us who proudly called ourselves old Africans, and considered ourselves wonderfully expert in tracking the desert paths. But now the landmarks on which they depended had disappeared beneath the snow, and the atmosphere was so surcharged with it that the mountain summits could no longer be descried. At length the guides abandoned the hopeless effort, and declared that they had entirely lost the way, and knew not in what direction to proceed. At this juncture, Cavaignac, remembering that the mountains had appeared due south on the preceding evening, seized his compass and bodily ordered the troops in that direction. It was the only hope, but the march became so fatiguing, and the natives gave so little encouragement to the expectation of finding the mountains wooded, that a halt was ordered and a bivouac on the snowy plain. Many were the miseries that attended this encampment. The rattling of arms was heard on every side, for the soldiers were shivering to such a degree that they could not hold their guns steadily. What would they not now have given for some of the wood they had so wantonly destroyed in the forests of the Tell! But the bivouac was not even supplied with chia, one of the commonest plants in Sahara, having a ligneous root, which had hitherto served us for fuel when everything else failed. Nothing was to be found but halfa, green and steeped in snow. and the most skilful kindlers succeeded only in amusing themselves for a time with poor little fires that emitted more smoke than flame. The men, of course, could not make their soup, but the general ordered them rations of biscuit and coffee. For my own part, not being able to make a fire of wet halfa, I was looking disconsolately at a bit of biscuit and a little morsel of cheese, which was to compose my dinner, when Lieutenant N sent word that his fire makers had been more successful, and that they offered me a corner. In a few minutes I sat down to 2 boiled eggs, which appeared delicious. Meanwhile the night drew on. The soldier's bed out of doors is a sheepskin laid on the bare ground, under a tent so small that he cannot stand upright in it. Now, as the earth was very damp, those who did not take the precaution of choosing a little mound and removing a portion of the wet soil soon found themselves literally in the mud, and were obliged to get up and walk about all night. The snow continued to fall thick and fast, the thermometer marking 7 degrees below the freezing point during the night. Some days before, it had been 125 degrees Fahrenheit in the sun, so that we were doomed, as in the Purgatory of Dante, e soffrer tormente caldi e geli, from which, by the way, Milton had obviously borrowed his idea of infernal torment, and feel by turns the bitter change of fierce extremes, extremes by change more fierce, from beds of raging fire, to starve in ice their soft ethereal warmth, and there to pine immovable, infixed, and frozen round periods of time, thence hurried back to fire. At the sound of the morning watch gun, the camp presented a most distressing spectacle. The Arabs and Negroes of the convoy were lying motionless in the open air, rolled in their burnouses. Many of these poor creatures were but lightly clad, and had the lower limbs entirely naked. They were so benumbed and stupefied with cold, that they refused to rise and load the camels. They begged to be allowed to lie still and die in peace. The cattle also were in a sad condition, not only from cold, but hunger, for the snow covered ground afforded them no pasture. As part of the provisions had been damaged, it was now asked, in dismay, what would become of the army if the beasts should perish. The recollection of the disaster at Bou Taleb, where the column of General Levasseur left so many men in the snow, occurred to the stoutest hearts. But even darker shades mingled in the prospects of our troops. For General Levasseur, said they, was only 30 miles from a post occupied by French troops, and the neighboring tribes raised and reanimated those whom they found alive, though benumbed on their plain. But we, in the midst of the desert, far from any human dwelling, what will become of us? Hunger, thirst, and the enemy will soon finish the remains of our unfortunate army. But the officers are on foot, setting the example of vigorous exertion, and striving to comfort and encourage the men, while the calm and quiet prudence of the general inspires every one with confidence in endeavoring to obey his orders, as the only hope of deliverance. We begin our march. The snow is now falling only at intervals. It lies 2 feet deep in the hollow plains, and above a foot on the level and rising ground. Some of the men, however, remained as if nailed to the soil, not only their limbs benumbed, but their mental energies so paralyzed as to be incapable of acting on the physical, the mind inaccessible to moral incentives, and the body insensible to the influence of outward stimulants. By and by they found energy to beg that they might be hoisted on the armchairs, but this was peremptorily refused. Since Napoleon's retreat from Moscow, and the recent work of Dr. Shrimpton on the disaster at Bou Taleb, Everyone knows the consequence of indulging this deceitful stupor. But we found we must do more than talk, so we set the drums and trumpets about the ears of the sleepers, and made their comrades shake them with all their might. It was not till after an hour's march, in which coaxing, scolding, and pushing, stimulants to laughter and provocatives to anger, had been incessantly employed in turn, that the vital powers appeared to be in tolerably full play. There was one man, more obstinate than the rest, who, in order to get a place on one of the cacolets, threatened every minute to lie down on the ground. I slid among the ranks, and began telling one of his comrades all the horrible stories I knew of those who, yielding to sleep in the cold, had awakened no more, adding, with affected indifference, "I am afraid we shall have to leave some of our poor men as a supper for the hyenas to night. There are 2 or 3 of them so benumbed and stupefied that they will perish if they halt for a single instant." In a few minutes I learned that the soldier had done begging to be carried. He said his strength was returning. In the midst of so much human distress, it seems almost like trifling to advert to the poor swallows. On awaking in the morning, I had found 2 under my bed cover. They had allowed themselves to be taken, and either could not or would not fly away when I tried to banish them. So I put them in the hood of my cloak, and allowed it to fall down my back, while I raised over my head that of the ample burnous which I wear in the cold above all my other garments. The swallows travelled thus for several hours, and gradually recovered in their warm nest. When the sun emitted some genial rays, I took them out, and set them free. They fluttered for some time round my horse, uttering a little cry, which I took for an expression of gratitude, before taking flight into the mountains. Other companies of them had taken shelter under the matted hair which hangs from the flanks of the camel, and when the pitiless driver persisted in dislodging them, they departed with a plaintive cry, to seek an asylum with a camel whose driver was more hospitable. A sentinel had found one in his pocket during the night, but it paid dearly for its lodging. He roasted it for his supper. These poor birds had fled from the rigors of a European winter to find cold as severe in the heart of Africa. Alas! how many of us felt that, like the swallows, we had exiled ourselves to improve our fortunes, and were now in danger of perishing. How gladly we would have resigned all our hopes of glory and advantage for the fireside of the modest paternal dwelling! But before night we encamped in the shelter of the mountains. The chia, which grew in abundance around us, enabled us to kindle fires, and a salutary reaction took place in the spirits of the troops. According to a common practice of mine, I invited to supper the man whose life I had saved by frightening him into exertion. After swallowing a glass of warm wine, well sugared, and spiced with tincture of cinnamon, he licked his lips, sucked the edges of his glass, and said, "Thank ye, doctor, but for you I should have been dead," with a naïveté which I can never forget, and which even now mingles pleasing associations with the thoughts of those days of suffering. The next day nearly 200 of the men were affected with partial or total blindness. Some had merely a sensation like fatigue of the visual organs, with heaviness, watering, and inflammation of the conjunctive membrane; but with others the pain was acute, the eye much inflamed, and the cornea covered with minute ulcerations. Those who were more slightly affected marched like persons enveloped in a cloud of smoke, and trying to see their way out of it. They took a few steps with their eyes shut, then half opened them with evident pain to reconnoitre the ground before them, and quickly closed them again. But many had for the time wholly lost their sight. They stumbled on the tufts of halfa, and rolled on the ground, so that we were obliged to hoist them onto the Capulets. The general, in a state of much uneasiness, called a council of such members of the military corps of health as were found in his column. Some were of opinion that this epidemic was occasioned by the sudden cold, others that it was attributable to the smoke of the chia; but the truth is, that, both before and after this period, we had experienced nearly as great extremes of heat by day and cold by night without any such consequences, and that some, who had not approached the chia fires, were as severely affected as those who had. It was concluded with every appearance of reason that the real cause was the dazzling light reflected from the snow during our march on the 20th of April. I recollect one artilleryman who was conducting his gun, when suddenly, as the sun broke out afresh, he stopped, rubbed his eyes, turned his head in every direction, and exclaimed, "I cannot see! I am quite blind!" Although we had not expected snow in the plains of Sahara, the general had anticipated the effects of the reflection of light from the sand and the possibility of small particles of it getting into the eyes, and with this view each man had been provided with a green gauze veil. But the soldier dislikes anything out of his regular routine as much as the most ignorant peasant, so when the order was given that these veils must be worn, the soldiers wore them, to be sure, in their pockets. I insisted that each man should fasten his on his helmet, and this too was done, but it was allowed to fly like a streamer behind, instead of being drawn over the eyes. Happily, the epidemic was but temporary, and none permanently suffered the loss of sight as the punishment of his folly. End of Snowstorm in the Sahara. Notes from the Journal of a Military Surgeon.
The Three Motives of Faith in God. From the Living Word, by Elwood Worcester and Theodore Gustav Fechner, published in 1908. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The chief assumption I shall make in this discussion is as to the spiritual nature of God, and I do not think that this assumption needs any defense or apology. Of the two forms of existence under which reality reveals itself to man, spirit and matter, religion has always sought for God within the domain of the spirit, and has rejected with abhorrence the thought that God is a material object. Even fetishism does not adore the bare thing, but the invisible potent presence supposed to lurk within that thing. For religion, the final word in this subject is the saying ascribed to Jesus in the fourth Gospel. Quote, "God is spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth." End quote. By God, then, I understand the one eternal, all-comprehending spirit within, above, or behind this universe. Our problem is not exactly how faith in such a being arose, which would be a purely historical inquiry, but how faith in such a being is justified, how it acquires its power over the human mind, and whether it is likely indefinitely to maintain itself in the face of the facts of modern life and knowledge. In other words, our problem is the roots and motives of faith in God. Faith we may define in the largest sense as the mind's acceptance of the truth and reality of those things which can neither be presented to the senses nor proved by logic. In this large significance, faith is one of the commonest things on earth. It is incredible how many things are believed in the world, but among these innumerable beliefs there is also a higher belief, faith in the highest, greatest, last, and deepest things, faith in God and God's in providence, faith in the soul and in its eternal destiny. The higher and highest faith is not essentially different from other kinds of faith. It only forms the apex of normal human belief. Without faith in many other things, we should not come to faith in God. I would next remind the reader that there is no inherent contradiction or quarrel between faith and knowledge, but that one supplements and helps the other, faith continually leading the way to new knowledge. There are many things in this world which we imagine we know, but which we only believe. In fact, outside the domain of mathematics and logic, our knowledge is very limited, and even these sciences are unable to prove their own first principles, but are forced to appeal to an inner sense in man, in which faith also appeals. Perhaps I can sum up their relation by saying that if all knowledge were withdrawn from faith, nothing would remain but the grossest superstition, and hardly the material for that. While if all faith were withdrawn from knowledge, we should possess little beyond the impressions of our senses and the void of mathematics. Therefore neither the man of faith nor the man of knowledge can afford to despise the other. Is faith, then, merely an imperfect form of knowledge, which knowledge ultimately will supplant? In one sense, yes. Faith is always trying to convert itself into knowledge, and it is never so happy as when it gains the ground of observed fact and experience. St. Paul admits that, quote, "Now we see through a glass darkly," end quote, but looks forward to the time when we shall see, quote, "face to face," end quote. In another sense, however, faith is a larger, a grander thing than knowledge, and it produces incalculably greater effects in the world and in the soul. Coming now to our subject, the strangest, the most significant fact in regard to man is his religion, his recognition of a power or powers which altogether escape his senses. It is this belief that has inspired his greatest discoveries, thoughts, and creations, that has united humanity as nothing else unites it, that has had more effect on human conduct and human progress than all his other knowledge and beliefs together. Unquestionably, the most important, persistent fact in regard to man is his religion. There is only one similar fact that we can point to, only one other persistent, invariable, incalculably fruitful belief in an unseen reality, and therefore only one safe point of departure. That is our belief in the invisible soul, our faith in an unseen spiritual principle in man. Our own soul we know, if we may be said to know anything whatever, but it is the only soul we know in all the universe. I need not remind you how two persons may live side by side for years, each profoundly ignorant of the primary facts of the other's existence, or how the law may put forth its whole force, employ its keenest talents, set its vast machinery in motion in the vain effort to wring some secret from the human conscience. the soul of another man is beyond us. It is a world we may not enter. It lies before us in its baffling light, like gold buried beneath the waves. We are disposed toward the soul as we are disposed toward God. God and the soul belong together. He who believes in one believes in the other, and he who denies the one denies the other, and they belong together because they are at bottom one. Both are spiritual beings. We know our own soul, but the souls of other men we only believe in. We do not see them. We do not hear them. We cannot touch them. What we see and hear and touch is only bodies. And however strong the analogy from ourselves, there is no law of logic that from the movements of bodies, from vibrations in the air, can prove souls. The solution to our problem then lies in this direction. If belief in the little soul is valid and justified, belief in the great soul, capital G, capital S, is also valid and justified. He who believes in invisible spirits and souls all around him, and in no great soul, capital G, capital S, above him, is superstitious. He who believes in thoughts and feelings, but in no mind in which these thoughts exist, is superstitious. It is necessary to believe more or not so much. If we can determine on what grounds and for what reasons we believe in the invisible, intangible souls of other men, we shall find that, on the same grounds and for the same reasons, we believe in the one all-embracing Spirit of God, all capitals. Following Fechner, I believe on the whole that other men have souls for three reasons, and probably there is not a fourth. First, I believe in the soul because I have been taught to believe in it, because the whole world has believed in it before me, and still believes it all around me. This I call the traditional motive. Secondly, I believe that other men have souls because it is good and useful to believe it, and dangerous to doubt it. If I refused to believe it, and acting on my unbelief, I should treat other persons like lay figures or inanimate bodies, I should cut myself off from all human companionship, from every avenue of spiritual life, and in a short time I should have to be sequestered as a dangerous lunatic. This is the practical motive. Thirdly, I believe in the souls of other men because on the whole it is reasonable to believe it, and unreasonable to doubt it. This is the rational motive. I do not pretend that belief in the Spirit of God comes to us with the same overwhelming conviction as faith in the souls of our fellow men. As the object of our faith is higher, more remote, its motives operate less overwhelmingly. The analogy is less close, and there is more room for doubt. But in other respects nothing is changed. Faith in the infinite Spirit, both capitalized, rests on the same ground as faith in the finite spirit, neither of which can ever present itself to our senses. Here we see both the motive of faith and the motive of unbelief. We renounce forever the attempt to make the invisible visible. We smile at the negations of those who deny God on the ground that they have let their eyes range over the visible heavens without seeing Him. If God is here at all, He is here as the soul is in the body. As these motives are independent in their origin and action, and as one appeals more powerfully to one man, or to one race, and another appeals to another, they cannot help coming into conflict. From this opposition arise the so-called warfare of religion and science, religious wars, controversies, strifes without end. In the course of these struggles, one motive or the other seems to be worsted, yet it quickly recovers and resumes its ancient sway over the minds of men, and out of these conflicts arise progress, new life, the religion of the future. The whole body and substance of human faith is the result of the combination and the opposition of these three motives. There is and remains a mighty resultant which is kept fresh and living by the movement and opposition of its component elements, just as the ocean is kept fresh and living by the action of its tides and currents. The abyss of human faith may be compared to the sea, a sea that is ever restless, ever apparently evaporating away, yet ever refilling itself. From it all rivers secretly draw their life, yet only to pour themselves again into its bosom. Here and there an atheist arises and says, quote, "There is no God," end quote. That is, with the little dipper of his unbelief, he attempts to empty the sea of faith, which has existed from the beginning, and will continue to exist. The little dipper may dip until it is weary, but what it dips out runs through the air and the earth back to the sea. On the other hand, it is equally vain to attempt to reduce this complex of belief to one of its constituent motives. He who believes ever so firmly in the truth of his religion as a direct revelation from God must know how to extract practical good from his faith, and to prove its reasonableness if he would benefit by it himself and recommend it to others. He who is in search of the best religion of all, and finds it in the religion of love, must always ask himself whether he would have found this religion if he had not found it in Christ. He who would build on reason and experience alone, by observing free thinkers and materialists, can easily satisfy himself how many of them, by this principle alone, have found faith in God and in eternal life. In other words, the action of the historic motive alone leads to dead traditionalism, the action of the practical motive to shallow utilitarianism, and the action of the rational motive to weak rationalism. I call him a poor religious teacher who wishes to suspend all human faith from one of these threads, for it will snap, or who tries to make the tree grow from only one root, which will not nourish it. And I call him a wise and useful religious teacher who helps to reconcile these great motives of faith and to bind them more closely together. In order to examine these motives separately, I am obliged to unwind them, but having done this, I shall take care to twist them together again. End of The Three Motives of Faith in God, from the Living Word, published in 1908, by Elwood Worcester and Gustav Theodor Fechner.